Hello, you Dota fans out there across the world. We got the final day of group stages. Trent, are you ready?
Well, it depends how you think about it. Because technically, depending on how long the tiebreakers go, what if we go into the next day?
Oh, God.
Then this won't be the last day of group stages.
Please. Don't you curse us. Don't put that evil on me, Bobby.
I've seen some tiebreakers, and they can go for a while.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's the last one, but yeah, we're good. It's gonna be a quality time here. It's very exciting. Really, there's so many teams that could either be knocked out or be lower bracket or be upper bracket.
True. Yeah, and I think that for keeping track of all of that information for you wonderful people out there in Dota world, this is not completely the stream for it. We're going to be trying to kind of keep our eyes on it every now and then. But realistically, if you want to keep up to date with all of the info about tiebreakers, be sure to check out the ePulse Gaming channel, where the main panel is going to be breaking down all the actions and implications, because I saw on your Twitter that there's like there's one option that could happen.
It's true.
That's like the max amount of insanity.
There is a theoretical 1% chance, according to production, of 10 best of ones.
God. That's
in order
crazy.
to solve ties. So let's hope that happens. That's what I want. 1% chance, but you know what? We can be the 1% today. That's how I feel.
Do it. That would be amazing. I would love to see that. But we're going to start off here today with TSM versus Evil Geniuses, a match that we're used to seeing in North America. This time around, we got a little bit of NA, SA battling off against each other, and a similar thing happening afterwards with Shopify Rebellion versus Beastcoast. And then this is going to be one of the channels where there is a possibility of tiebreakers taking place. I think I was looking at it, and in Group A, there's only a 27% chance that there isn't tiebreakers.
Yep.
And that's like around 40% in Group B that there's not tiebreakers.
Yes.
So odds are there are tiebreakers.
That is the way we're doing things here. But the best thing about the current setup, at the very least, is that currently both of these teams have their own fate in their own hands. So we have Evil Geniuses, they're up ahead, higher up in the group right now, currently sitting in a potential upper bracket berth. TSM currently sitting in potential elimination in the group stage. But
that's not good.
If TSM, I mean, it's so close that if TSM 2-0s Evil Geniuses right now, they'll be at 8-8. And then Evil Geniuses will be at 8-8.
Right.
So then, as long as you 2-0 here, you guarantee the chance of at least tiebreakers.
Yeah, that's
as TSM.
That's kind of crazy, because that's the scenario where you start looking at all of these teams, and there's like a likelihood that you can get four people tied at 8-8.
Yep.
Which would be insane. I think that one is somewhat unlikely, but regardless, like I said, keep track of that at ePulse Gaming, the other Twitch channel where the panel's going to be talking about all those different things. For us, we're kind of going to just be looking at the matchup, and yeah, these teams, both in their own hands, and for EG, I mean, realistically, I think they are really wanting to ensure that they get a win here, because the other thing is they can guarantee top spot, which does matter a lot. If they're able to get a 2-0 here and Gaming or Spirit end up losing a match, Gaming or Spirit, is there any way that we can put you on the spot, production, by the way, to pull up the standings in Group A, since we're going to be looking at this one? And we have a little bit of time until the game gets started. So yeah, you can see 9-5 right now. Production killing it. Let's go. Claps in chat. Let's go. Gaming Gladiators, Team Spirit, 9-5, and then you can see that sort of quadfecta, which is definitely a word.
Wow.
Down there. But that's what's crazy, right? TSM literally right now the second lowest in the group, and they could end up being an upper bracket just off the back of one round of matches. Absolutely insane.
just win. You know, all we gotta do is just win. That's the plan.
Right. Would love to see that.
You
Just
know?
win, baby.
Just like your games. Just buy dust. Just win.
And other people lose.
Yes.
That's the other
that is
part.
really helpful
Yeah.
when it comes to getting higher spots in the group. That is for sure.
Well, we'll see indeed as we get ready to hop into this game number 1. Players connecting in the draft beginning. Evil Geniuses, TSM. You know, as we get ready and we can hop into this draft now, I'll say I was, not anticipating big things from TSM. And with them at the bottom of the table, I could be like, oh, my predictions came true. But at the same time, 6 wins, that's not terrible. They actually have performed fairly well at this tournament. I think going out at the bottom wouldn't be like a very good indication of how well this tournament kind of went for them.
It's just a very competitive group, you know.
Yeah.
You don't really have like the super high standout like you do in Group B. Everyone's a little bit tighter in this one. Obviously, Knights are the exception. They're down way at the bottom, but other than that, it's been pretty close across the board. Hence why you can just get a 2-0 right now and be upper bracket. So, sorry, yes, I was thinking Group B. My bad. E-Home eliminated in this group, and but yeah, it should be good. I mean, Evil Geniuses, we've had the pleasure of getting a couple of their games now. And we also had a little bit of Beastcoast, which we're also going to see in the next series. And the one thing that we saw a lot of was Timbersaw.
Right.
So he's gone. They don't want to mess with that right now for TSM, and I can't say I blame them.
Yeah, Timber Brood taken out of the pool, no longer going to be with us. And they're going to go for the first phase Ricky. Matthew, man. I mean, you got to give him something.
Yeah.
And that hero looked so freaking good. Throughout the time that we were watching him. Pretty scary stuff indeed.
It's insane that they value Ricky over Lina.
Yeah.
That's what this says, because they had first pick.
And we're just going to be taking a look here. Moon, obviously, being prepped and ready himself to go out and draft for the team. And Bryle there as well, looking just haggard. It's a little early in the morning for the boys.
That's right. First game of the day. So, no matter what happens. Well, I guess usually you have a chance to shake it off in a best of 3. One of the downsides to the 2-game series.
Yeah.
There's no shaking it off. You get a point or you don't get a point. That's what's going to happen here. But as you can see, Evil Geniuses, they actually had the first pick and they banned Lina. Like, hello? That's crazy. It's crazy talk. But they would rather have Ricky. They've deemed it to be more important. So, kind of impressive.
I think I like that, though.
I mean, I agree with how Matthew played it last time. I'm down.
NP, Tiny, words that end with E, going up at the end.
Ricky.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, so what's next then?
what completes the cycle? The big one who's still in his Bat Rider. I would assume that's the discussion here if you're Evil Geniuses. Yes, indeed.
Nailed it.
What can I say? Turns out he's a really good hero.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Whisper, very freaking good on Bat. I definitely like the idea of coming in with the expectation that it's going to be Whisper, but of course that man right there, C-Smile, can take it himself if he needs to. They ban out the Lycan, though. Do not want to get zooed down. Definitely one of the dangers of playing this Ricky. Maybe some Beastmaster and what have you taken out next. They already have the NP, so it's some danger being put their direction. Could be a concerning issue there, maybe.
Dawnbreaker as well. Okay, we're getting into the hits. A couple of the more unusual heroes. They have pulled it out already once in their win over E-Home. It might have been some other games as well, but not a hero we're seeing too much throughout the major, though.
No.
I feel like she showed up. Remember how flexible she used to be? We had like 1 Dawnbreakers, off-lane Dawnbreakers, 5 Dawnbreakers, mid Dawnbreakers.
She does have a lot of hits.
But then she's gone. Vanished from
Yeah.
sight.
True.
Like a dying star collapsing
That's
upon
the
itself
one.
into a black hole. And where's Enigma?
No.
Probably not in this game.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, that's something that we haven't really talked about that much, but Tomato coming on back to Peru to play in front of his home country's lineup here.
Well, hopefully.
Wanting to get a chance to. I mean, that's really the thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is also one of those storylines that I think is worth thinking about a little bit. You think about the story of Tomato's career as this young player, came in at 16, made it to his first TI, the entire region, like put all of the expectations of the region on his back. And, then obviously team wasn't that great. If you remember that infamous squad, didn't end up doing that well. Ended up going to Europe, ended up going to NA. Went back to Peru a bit. Now coming back and playing here under the organization TSM and wanting to prove himself. It would be a heartbreaking story if he doesn't manage to play in front of his home crowd. But we'll see how it goes. Still a lot of pressure on this team here to perform. And TA going to get taken out of the pool along with that beast we talked about, Shadow Demon and the Lesh. So, Illusion Heroes, or is this going to be offlane MP?
Yeah, that is the question. We talked a lot about Nature's Prophet coming to this group stage, and I feel like we haven't seen him all too much.
Right.
Hasn't been like crazy popular or anything. But when we do see him, he's such a force. Like, he's just like the fact that they're pressured to pick it up early here obviously makes it a bit rougher for them. I mean, they put a lot of value on the hero. They've been first banning the hero in several instances, so to them, it's incredibly powerful. We'll see if it supports them through that. And here's someone who's also been picking up steam for the games we're casting, another ABBA.
Yeah, interesting. That is not what I was anticipating coming out at this point, but it is a great answer for Ricky. Obviously, this dart is going to be a lot less impactful. The problem is making sure that you're close enough for this to actually be effective and for it to work. But a great hero to play against both the Bat and the Ricky, and maybe makes the Whisper Bat a little bit less appetizing.
Yeah, a little bit. Won't have as much pressure in the lane. It's a good counter too, because if you think of the other dispels like Omni Knight, if you have an Omni Knight, then he's just going to get darted and die.
Right.
But if you have the ABBA, at least you've got so many fail-safes to try and keep you alive if they decide to go for the dart on you.
True.
But there's our most popular of the position 5s. Well, alongside Clockwork. Why Undying and not Clockwork in this situation? They see that the Tiny's probably going to be a 4. Right. This makes me want to put the Nature's Prophet as a 3, because that's one of the position 3s that actually does really well versus the Undying. But I feel like that hasn't been the most common role for the Nature's Prophet, of course. Mm-hmm. I think most people want to run it as that like 1 and like really fast tempo setter from the safe lane. But I'd be pretty tempted to go for a switch in this situation. Ooh, interesting. Whoa. Okay, now you really want to put it off lane, because position 1 Nature's Prophet can get kind of owned by Primal Beast. I think it's probably the worst matchup for him in terms of off laners.
Well, and that's the thing that's interesting, right? Is that they can go either way with this.
Yeah, they can just put the bat there too. That's true.
Like, very, very cool draft so far from EG. Not a lot of tower taking, as we have seen be the case for EG.
Yeah, this is just the we hate Nature's Prophet bans or picks rather. But look at this. You get this bat so early, you don't ban out the Queen of Pain.
Interesting. Okay,
we're doing a little dance here in this draft.
Yeah.
So, Nature's Prophet doesn't know where to go because there's a Bat Rider Primal Beast. Bat Rider wants to probably go in the off lane, but either Bat or Primal Beast is going to have a pretty rough time. Pretty rough time versus Queen of Pain.
Yeah, that's the dynamic that feels very strange here now. Moon trying to put together some sneaky scenarios, and I will say EG, they've played incredibly well, but there have been these moments where the drafts. They're always a little bit questionable sometimes. We'll see how it goes.
They need the anchor hero, the big I'm gonna carry this win hero, and we'll see what it's gonna be. If I'm banning his TSM, I'm just thinking big win the game myself heroes.
Right. Anti-mage?
Maybe not that big.
Dude.
Don't go too crazy.
I mean, I don't know. That's a way to salvage the draft. Who knows?
There is still Drow. I feel like the jump's not that great from TSM. Okay.
I will say that I've seen a lot of teams try and counter Drow with NP. Which, now they take the Ursa, it does still feel like it fits that archetype of hero that wants to get on top of somebody. God, an Ursa would have been a terrifying hero to put into this draft. Can you imagine? Just got a Bearman.
They would have a lot of just get on top of you heroes at that point. Bat, Primal Beast, and Ursa. They don't really have the best punish if you decide to all clump together either. They just have essentially Avalanche. Well, I guess and Sonic Wave, theoretically. If you get a big wombo combo. No Darkseer yet.
Yeah, that is an option, though, I think, for TSM.
And they're going to have the first pick coming out here from Evil Geniuses, so they're going to have a chance to counterpick. If they go for one of those Agi heroes, and they want to try and send them Nature's Prophet safe lane, go back for the Darkseer plus Tiny, it could be there.
Okay.
I like the Faceless Void ban too. That would be another one that I think could have been pretty solid. Even though they don't have the most damage into Chrono, it feels like you look at like Nature's Prophet, Queen of Pain, just solid Chronos would have been pretty nice.
Yeah.
And like the support Abba doesn't do that well versus Faceless Void. I think the core does pretty well if you can get to the Eggs, but there's also still just like Bloodseeker if they want to go for like a middle of the road sort of style carry too. Someone who just something like the Ursa, but not quite the same.
Well, down to reserve time now. We'll see if they do want to go for that Bloodseeker pick. Try and keep that fast-paced tempo going. I personally like the idea of TSM are running this off-lane MP. That's my go-to. That sounds like a lot of fun. But time will tell. We will see.
I mean, it seems like the thing you should be doing.
Yeah.
When there's an Undying, because it's just like a go-to off-laner.
Right.
But that's also why they banned the Enigma and the Snapfire.
Right.
Because those are also two solid offlaners to try and deal with the Undying. Give yourself a little bit of space.
I guess it also does depend if there's like a really good Agi hero that comes out right now, then you could run something like that Darkseer and it'd be a nice answer. But CK, yeah, there you go.
Not surprising, I guess. I think both these teams have been looking towards this hero a little bit as well. He's so... I feel like he almost reminds me of like Juggernaut these days whenever I see a CK. I feel like it's just this hero that he's got some stuff that's good. And he's got his stun, he's got his pull. Eventually, he's got like a little bit better scaling in terms of like you feel really strong when you hit a couple of those big timings on the items. Yeah. But I feel like he doesn't change much about the early game as a hero. He's just sort of absent a lot of the time, which would be my one criticism of having him in your lineup. But you have Batrider, Ricky, Primal Beast, and Undying. So like these four heroes really just want to like go, 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 go. They don't necessarily need the position one's help right now.
He can be part of that kill lane, I think, which can be dangerous. And like CK Undying is definitely a little bit scary. But we'll see now. Getting down to the wire for TSM. Last pick for them. Is it going to be some big AoE team fight, boy?
We need the Naga Siren 3.
Yeah?
That's what we need. That's
okay.
the plan. That's what Talon won with. That was versus TSM, right?
That's true.
That was versus the CK. You know, you just out-illusion them.
Why not?
Never fight us.
Dude, I could be down. That sounds pretty hype.
Please no. I don't want to deal with that again. That was an illegal victory.
They could also just do Naga for Tomato if they wanted. Maybe that's too scary against Primal Bat.
Nah, that's...
Like, there's a window where your illusions just die, but I think that there is, like, a point where they run out of damage. They go more.
Morphling. Okay, well, I definitely approve of the offlane Prophet. I like this decision.
Okay.
It just makes too much sense.
He's like, I got to get into my Morphling versus chair.
Yeah.
Changes it out.
And they did see Smile on the Batrider, so he is going for the matchup mid, though.
Scary. We'll see what Bryle can do. So this is a matchup you've been telling me about 4 days.
Oh, the Queen.
The Queen versus Batrider. You say it's the answer. You say it's everything.
It is.
Has Bryle been practicing it, though?
Yeah.
Is he up to date?
Oh,
we haven't seen a lot of Queen of Pain.
Oh, he's a Queen player.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just the Queen to his kingliness. This is Royal Highness Bryle himself.
Well, we will pop back in here. I think that we need to be in-game in order to have the open mic going out there to the world on retrospect. So we're going to get into this. EG versus TSM. All coming down to this. For TSM, they want to win 2. I think winning 2 is not the only way they move on, if I'm not mistaken, but it's one of them.
I think it's the only way it's completely in their hands, though.
Right. Otherwise,
they have to count on other people losing. Like Execration, I think, is down there next to them, right?
Well, I think that what it partially is also Tundra doesn't have any more games today. So that's the other dangerous spot, right?
Ooh.
Tundra is at 7 and 9.
Dude, that's the worst.
Yeah.
To have no games, they have to watch all of these.
Right.
Oh, I wouldn't even be turning on the stream.
No,
just
it would
tell
feel
me
awful.
later.
So if TSM win 1 game, if Execration win 1 game, then at the very least there's going to have to be some type of tiebreakers with Tundra, or Tundra just won't be able to do it. So Tundra is preying on the downfall right now of old TSM.
That is crazy. So if Execration 2-0s and TSM 2-0s, Tundra's just out.
Yeah.
So they're just straight up counting on other people.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's scary.
Oh.
I mean, that's what's kind of wild about it is that they are at the very least, after this series of games right here, maybe going to have to be staring it down. But to have EG pulled together the draft that they need to make this work.
All right, Tundra fans, go into the closet, find your old EG jersey from when you were cheering for Maui last time, pull it out, put it on. I know it's a different EG. It's in a different hemisphere. But you know what? PBD, it feels good to be this good. You gotta get that jersey. All right, they're trying to tell you, Tundra fans, you gotta cheer for EG right now.
That's so funny. All right, heading out across the map, taking a look. Ari on this tiny already has the boots ready to go. He's going to be pulling some waves. And Ward down as well as Trance. Trance are going to be scouting. They got some vision over here. Watch out, buddies. They got a Ward. Should get that one taken away then.
All right, now that we're all settled in this game here, how good is Matthew's Ricky game looking? First pick Ricky, and you're playing against Queen of Pain, Nature's Prophet, and Morphling. I feel pretty good about that. Early BKB from Prophet can be kind of annoying, of course, but other than that, like the sleep this game, it's looking good.
Panda getting his dance pants on.
Finally a true Undying player. Like, once you're actually spamming the taunts enough, that's how you know.
Yeah. Do. What's your taunt key bound to?
T.
I have mine at 4. It's weird. I don't know why.
I may have ravaged my last Tide game trying to
See, that's why you don't put it on T.
It was a mistake, but it was in fog, so it doesn't matter.
That's true. Yeah,
it's okay.
It's the threat. The threat is what matters more. That's what I heard somewhere. All right. Well, no regen for the Morphling up top, and in towards mid. We're already seeing the beginnings of the annoyance as Bryle is going to throw out the dagger. Try and trade some hits here with C-Smile. It does have a lot of stacks on him already, as you would anticipate. And, well, I mean, you should get some regen out of the Shadow Strike, but you can see the pressure already being put on.
Yeah, you got to bully early as the bat, for sure. Like, it's the only time where you have some sort of an edge. Then the question for the Queen of Pain player is always, how much do you want to go in on the dagger?
Okay.
Lately I've seen a lot of maxing it. Just, like, straight, like, not even stopping when the bat leaves the lane. I've seen Queen still go all the way for the 4th point just for roaming on the map, which I thought was pretty interesting. So, see what Bryle's up to.
Let's see if he continues that type of play. You saw Matthew there trying to hunt some couriers. They did manage to get one White Mon taking down Whispers, which was just a little bit too far forward. And now Matthew making the move over is going to pull the creep wave back behind the tower, and that gives a little bit of security for Abba to send his back over to base. But yeah, Wave in a pretty decent position for Whisper. And I think that he can pull this one through, actually. No. Yeah, so they're pulling the other wave back behind by Matthew. And that should be pretty solid, as you can see the blink away there from the Queen of Pain.
Now, who's dying first? The age-old question.
Right.
My vote... Who's my vote on? I kind of feel my vote's on Bat. I feel like C-Smile's going to go a little bit too crazy, trying to turn the matchup in his favor, and I think he'll die.
Okay.
Unless he gets a sweet trade on Bryle. There's a chance he gets the kill and then dies, and then he's just so happy. But right now, look at this pressure as he comes in under the tower at the same time. Very painful, but...
Oh, there it is. Nature's Prophet down bottom is just going to get tumbled, broken, and killed. And... I mean, in towards mid, Bryle is getting somewhat low, trading a lot with C-Smile. You can see 14 and 6 already, though, to the 7 and 2, 8 and 2 for C-Smile. It's a rough matchup.
That early tombstone, though, very nice.
Yeah.
Hard to maximize the versus the Prophet, obviously, but Tiny doesn't have a whole lot of help, unless he's in like the perfect position to actually help try to get that tombstone. So using that in combination with the Sun there, Kaz able to land that kill.
Oh, nice pickup there on Kasane. If they can shut down this NP, it feels very, very good. Or even just try and keep him somewhat hampered. And that's the other thing, is that if Bat does leave the lane, you can have Kasane move on in. Bryle blinks aggressively in mid on the C-Smile, and doesn't have it again for a second, but the 2 points up in Dagger, like you mentioned, it's a very dangerous place to be sitting in.
They also don't have the best heroes here in terms of setting up for stacks either. Like, Undying obviously is going to be on the lane quite a bit there. Doesn't really have time to do that. Same thing with Matthew. I mean, he's a melee hero. He doesn't have, like, options for... I guess he actually does have options for some double stack plays with the Blink Strike. We'll see if he's got the sauce for it there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But whenever you have Bat versus Queen, you're kind of dependent on your teammates helping you out a little bit.
Well, that is interesting, because already... Oh, Bryle, 6 stacks. Blinks back. Looks like he's going to be okay.
Jeez. Man, he's getting owned.
Yeah, it is.
This matchup sucks.
It's a really rough one. There's a reason that a lot of people have been banning it. That's for damn sure. But the wraparound, Ari wanting to see if he can make a move. This would be a big kill. Are they trying to bait something here? See Smile now kind of in no man's land. Doesn't have anywhere else to go. They are bringing in even a courier. See Smile. Avalanche. Toss. Bryle finds him. But the jump, Matthew! Oh, he kills Bryle and See Smile just walks away. Thank you so much, Undying. Thank you so much, Tiny. Oh, no.
Teammates come up with a big save. The unexpected Undying rotation mid at 4 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
The power of having some, like, a CK in your lane. And not going too crazy. Like, this is what I mean by, like, an average sort of, like, can do a lot carry in the CK, because he doesn't necessarily need you the whole time. You know, this is like a Spectre or something. Sometimes they need a little bit more help.
Right.
I suppose getting an early kill in the lane versus the Nature's Prophet also helped a lot too, but very well done.
I mean, that's the thing, though, is that, you know, having the rotation in, and, I mean, granted, okay, so he gets the kill onto Bryle. They're about even in terms of levels now. That's just one of those things that obviously shouldn't happen. How much does that impact the rest of the laning stages? A trample up top and a walk away from Whisper.
Whisper had already used the onslaught, so they're kind of trying to pressure him a little bit there with the early point in the Curse of Avernus. But man, he is just taking no damage. Like he's got Ring of Protection, Ring of Health. He's uproaring. Not too concerned about him. That's gonna give a lot of space for Matthew, so he can hopefully try and pressure Bryle a little bit more here.
Yeah. Well, nonetheless, a early bring down, 2 kills for EG. The laning stage in the CS definitely still very much into the favor of TSM, with the exception of that CK that you mentioned. But there's a lot of pressure in mid. Ari, he made that rotation once, a little bit of a flub coming out, ended up getting his mid killed. But this time around, we'll see if it's a similar thing. Dude, 5 heroes mid, what is happening? Just that 6-minute rune. Everybody wants it.
Oh, they missed.
Bryle, he's going to get it. The illusion. And pops that immediately, turns onto Panda. I mean, yeah, I guess with the lanes in a decent spot and having this tombstone down, they're mitigating the effect of Bryle having such a good start. Ari goes down. Bryle not quite level 6 at the moment.
Too many people coming mid.
Yeah.
I guess these rotations are not working out for TSM. They keep setting it with Ari, and then they don't quite get like the quick play off, so he lingers a bit, then he gets scheduled out by Matthew.
Right.
So lots of attention here, and this comes down to having a CK on one lane and a Morphling on the other. These are 2 heroes that sort of can sustain themselves. I mean, you got 3 points of Chaos Strike. Ari returns down bottom. This guy still has 700 HP though. Treads and a stick.
Turns, stuns, punches, Pakas. Tries to pull him back in, has to walk away now. Oh, 10 stick charges.
He's holding that.
He's okay.
He is holding that.
Dude, he never popped it. Unconcerned. Mid lane. Bryle, the wraparound, coming. They're on to Matthew. See Smile there, though. Needs to be careful taking tower shots. I mean, he's not careful there. There could have been a lasso play coming out.
Kaz is crazy.
But it's not really
He finally
working.
popped a stick at least.
Oh, okay. Down bottom, yeah.
Yeah.
Pakas. Panda needs to bring him some regen. Oh, he just soul rips. Okay, he's fine.
I mean, he's gonna punch like 4 creeps.
They find him.
Okay.
Mid lane. Ooh, but wanted to bait out that shield earlier. Still Bryle living. It's a little scary.
And still holding the point there as well.
Yeah.
See Smile's bat, just in case. Man, Whisper has a 1400 HP right now with his Vanguard. So, what is going to be his plan, I guess? He essentially just wants to wait until Bryle like blinks in at some point, and then if you get any pulverize the Queen of Pain, she's just dead.
Yeah.
Controlling Whitemon is going to be really important in this game. See, like the Abba shields are just going to be so strong. versus the Primal Bees. Wymon's running in here like, they have no stacks. Nice. Getting that block in there in time.
Matthew gets hit a little bit. But yeah, coming on in to block out those Ancients. The hard camp is still available to stack up a little bit. Matthew gets yelled at a little bit, wants to walk away, but there is no escape. So they'll take down that Ricky. I mean, not the biggest kill that you would be hoping for a Queen of Pain at this point, if I'm honest.
Pop's Arcane, though, so...
Yeah, that's true.
They'll be back a little bit sooner. Take the free kill, get the tower pressure. Batrider really doesn't want to lose the tower this early, and we already know there's no stacks built up there at the Ancients. It's just a single stack there, so...
They move in, C-Smile finds him, Whitemon far away, thought about the lasso, they drop down the silence, and that ensures the kill. Nice play, and tipping Brile. I've never seen Panda offensively tip, I don't think. Must have felt good about that one.
That's like 770 tower damage. She has 900 HP, so I think we know who the MVP of that fight was. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Doing all the work there from some slight dives and stuff.
Well, the early danger is being weathered right now by Evil Geniuses. And TSM struggling to find some answers. They will go for the Avalanche kill mid.
That's a pretty good one.
That's what they needed. And yeah, this is the group up play. TSM's like, all right, we've had enough of your shenanigans.
Yep.
Time to take buildings.
When in doubt, call Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
So currently looking like he wants to get the Gleipnir build first and then into the Agnums.
Pakas. Okay, he's gone. Silence now, can't find an Avalanche. Ari thinking about a toss-back play, but they bring numbers themselves, and EG, they keep the tower alive. No tree here, though.
Jeez, that's kind of scary. I'm surprised they stuck around that long after he died.
Yeah.
Oh, Tome's coming out here. It's going to be level 6 for Matthew. So he'll be able to start roaming around, being way more frustrating. And Tomato is working on that Lincoln since the Falcon Blade as well as the Ring of Health, and very safe to just farm for a while. Says,
the silence.
As Matthew shows
up my god.
And kills him.
Dude,
not very
safe.
Dude, he was like literally about to leave this Primal Beast AoE. He was like about to go to the jungle. I saw the future, and you know I missed the thread. Okay, turned out Matthew's too fast.
Dude, that's a problem. Matthew, this Ricky is just such an issue for these teams. I can't believe that just happened.
I thought he was going to leave.
Well, yeah, it is a danger, and that kill, it's going to set him back. He was about even with the CK at that point, and now Paka's having a really good start, has the full armlet done.
This looks very dangerous. I see this being turned around.
Can they kill him? Level 8 on Pakas. Ari there. Wants to pop the ulti. Immediately it turns... Oh my god.
Where?
Oh jeez. Whisper finds him. Whitemon able to save with the shield at least. That keeps Brile alive. But it was close. And now Brile, he's sticking around. They do find Kasane. Going to get him for the kill. Matthew hunting.
Oh,
Brile's there. Oh, he finds him.
Onslaught.
A chase forward and another one to die. The entire team is going to fall within the space of 2 minutes.
The second I saw the armlet delivered and Panda standing behind the tower, it's just like, no, this is bad. This is not good news.
Ain't going to work. Damn.
Oh my goodness.
EG, their way that they play their games, it's super interesting. There's just like no tower hitters and there's run at you, battle, battle, battle. And this Ricky is such a huge issue.
It's crazy how much he gets done before Shard. He makes a hero look viable before Shard, which is something that I think a lot of the other Rickies haven't really been showing for us. But I mean, even before his invis, like when he killed Tomato up top, he was still level 5. He like didn't even bother getting the tome sent out. He bought it at 10 and was still just kind of chilling, waiting for him to go for a clarity as well. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I can set up kills with my Primal Beast.
They play around each other very well. And Tomato here is going to be able to survive this round of initiation. Still trying to get into that Lincoln sphere. I mean, he's just sitting with the Falcon Blade at this point. Feeling a little sheepish. Game looking hard. Panda's going to try and stack the Ancients here. Realize that is not going to work. Be a little bit sad about it. And then should get that D ward there. While Whisper is, again, pulling the wave. And just going to try and farm this out against Tomato.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Panda noticed.
Bottom? Ari, Ava, toss, Pakas, dodges, but the scream is out. The heal,
Oh, no.
the heal, the turn. Pakas, he does so much damage here,
Oh, no.
trying to bring him down, and they will get that kill. Ari now trying to escape, but the CK is just too damn big, and he is not gonna fall. Who is ganking who?
He just has an armlet. That's it. It's just an armlet.
It's just over leveled too. He's so big.
My God, he just smacks him. Where did his health go? It's so much damage. I gotta put more respect on CK's name. It's like if you don't have like a decent amount of armor, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
she's sitting on 7. Doesn't look like it. I guess by the time he starts ripping India with max reality rift as well, that's 0 armor at that point. So
True. God. Okay, well, 14 minutes in now, and 4,000 gold lead. TSM, I feel like their draft wanted to play faster than this. A couple of these movements, I think that EG did a really good job of minimizing the damage of the Batrider versus Queen of Pain matchup by just bringing their entire support cast mid.
yeah, bringing lots of numbers, and also to me, when I look at how TSM would be successful, I think about like pulling apart EG and not necessarily wanting to fight multiple heroes at a time.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're trying to get that with some of the pressure, but EG are just reading their moves. Like Panda's always in a solid spot nearby to back up, and it's just that tiny buff of health that saves them. And now Bryle grabbed.
Yeah, gonna get killed off here. Kasane makes the move over. They want to bring down Matthew, will manage to get him. Although now with C-Smile in the area, do EG want to fight for more? It doesn't look like it. Probably the wise decision. So they managed to take down Bryle in exchange for Matthew.
Now EG just farming inside the dire jungle as well. Like again, Panda just following him everywhere. They do have vision here, but this 1200 HP with Chainmail Undying working towards the mech, not the easiest hero to shut down. He is completely alone as he dewards though. So Panda kind of giving one up here.
What? Okay, he drops the tombstone. They bring numbers. He's gonna make him work for it. Dude, they're like running away. They're afraid.
Bit of a feed.
Oh wait, Ari?
I like how they're just like, can someone please sprout this so we can farm it? Thank you.
He's like, please don't let me die to this. Please. Oh no, the Sprout World.
Oh,
Ari!
dude.
Oh my god! Ari! He goes down! Oh my god! Devastating. And Panda tips him from the grave.
Support Tiny, just like, please help me.
Unreal. Oh, that hurts.
That was so. He was asking for so long for help.
Please, please, sirs. Give some vision.
There's the dart setup. Whitemon level 7 here. Has the point in the ulti. We'll skill it.
Dude, I legit thought there was no way he dies there.
Well, you know. What about that guy? Do you think he'd die?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a pretty bad spot to be in versus the Ricky. Any Ricky, but particularly the Matthew Ricky here, because he is just going to run. Like Ari, I think, is just dead.
Does he know it yet, though? Or do they go for bigger fish?
That's a
He
great.
walks into a sentry. Oh, Tomato. Oh, Tomato. Needs to be careful here. And the pulverize. The lasso. The control. And Tomato getting away? Oh, Tomato. The liver. Can he actually survive long enough all the way through, though? No. He is eventually going to die.
Whisper's out of control, man. He's 5-0-2. He's been so tanky this entire game.
He is a monster.
He has no fear. He is truly becoming the primal beast right now.
Yeah.
He's like snarling in his chair, you know? Foaming at the mouth right now.
It's a monster. Well, and at the same time, the CK is just enormous. Now has the Echo Saber on top of the armlet. And a blink. I didn't even see that thing. Jeez.
This build, though.
They're going to try and head top. TSM hoping to catch him, but already in the area. C-Smile, he might get caught. Somewhat low, and he gets punished. Now, can they get away? The rest of TSM trying to run. They find Ari, pull him back in, and it looks like they will manage to kill him. Whitemon, he might be left alone. But EG, I think, it's
I'm
probably
out of here.
Roche.
Yeah. TP is way back home.
They head on into this one. I still can't believe that Panda killed him.
You're not over that one, huh?
No.
I mean, I don't blame you.
He was like he got ganked by 3 heroes, and like ended up getting the kill for his Matthew.
Gliding it there from Kasane. You can, again, like, you can see why this can work from TSM,
Yeah.
but they kind of just ran into a brick wall a couple times.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like trades were happening. They just got annihilated at every attempt to sort of like flex the small lead that they had coming out of the lanes, trying to make use of that Queen of Pain. And if she, you know, she's one of those heroes that still, if you die a couple times, it feels so bad. She's got to be one of the worst heroes to die on. It's like her and Templar Assassin.
It's true. They find Tiny. Gonna bring him down pretty quickly. This Ricky just enables so much of what they want to do and tries to get the tricks right away. That was well
nice.
done by Tomato. I think that might be one of the only ways that he lives there.
Yeah,
actually.
he was dead, for sure. That was a very nice play. Even with the potential help from the AB, I'm not sure it was going to be enough.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Philosopher's Stones for both teams now.
Okay. Well, it's a 9,000 gold lead for EG, and the Tier 2 tower is going to fall pretty quickly here, I think. Tomato did finish his Lincoln Spear, but he needs so much more. And Matthew breaks the Lincolns, throws out the dart, and Tomato just has to run away. At least that doesn't get him killed. Although, he maybe could have thrown down the Cloud first. Obviously, they had a sentry that they're playing around with.
Yeah, there's still the Abba too, so,
Yeah.
you know. Oh, top lane, though. She doesn't have any help.
Nope. Silence. Slow. Chase. He smile. Bryle tries to get out of there. Vision. Woo! That was close. Very scary.
That's the game you gotta play. As Kasane finishes off the Ancients, TP's out.
That's a win.
Yeah, Panda, as well as Picasso, though, they're just in here.
That's not so much of a win. Oh, that's a win. Okay. Stack up the wins.
As long as there's no Matthew, we can escape.
True.
Find somewhere else. Matthew roaming through their jungle up top right now, though.
They do just about have a BKB on Pakas.
Does he need one?
No.
You know?
But why not, you know?
Oh, Kasane.
So I'll take a moment here. Oh, wait. Abba toss? See Smile? Pops the regen? Oh, he tries to get away. Bryle, he hits the lasso. He's trying to chase him. He's bottling as he runs out of there. See Smile, hoping to escape the Gleipnir. Everything throwing the flame break. He is going to die, but maybe they get some retribution now. Matthew finds Whitemon. They've already killed Kasane.
He has no ulti right now. 5, 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
Matthew's still hunting for more. They got the run on TSM. So they got their man. They got the kill on C-Smile, but it came at a bit of a cost. I think you take that trade, though, at this point.
Well, it drew them off of their part of the map for a little bit, but they immediately just go back. They sort of like fan out on the side of EG, just saying, we want all this space control. We want to get all these camps to ourselves. Tomato tries to push this bottom wave a little bit more here. We'll be found out.
Stun. 2 second. They're TPing in, though. And good avalanche from Ari. Tossed back.
They got to find something.
They need something here. Can they get anything, though? They're moving over with the Undying. Whisper still running in. This is 3 heroes here. Somebody canceled their TP. They said, we don't want any of it. 3 heroes in the area. Tomato, tricks of the trade. Pakas right on top. Whisper tries to get away. The mech is popped. Whitemon dead. Hiding in for more, but Kasane is just encapsulated its pain. And C-Smile got Bryle in their sights. That is a godlike Pakas.
Oh, the beast untamed.
He is way too big. Oh, they're going for more. Okay, that's a triple kill.
Yep.
Amused roar.
Oh, and Matthew, too. He's on the prowl.
They have a vision. They have wards.
I like how C-Smile's already TPing close, just in case.
He didn't have waveform, though. No, they can't do anything, yeah. But they are going to take the bottom tier 2 tower, and EG trying to end this day early. They know that they can 2-0 this one, they might not have to play tiebreakers.
I have to say, EG absolutely dismantled this Nature's Prophet draft.
Yeah.
Like, I thought the Queen of Pain was really nice because it forced that bad matchup mid, but as long as she doesn't get rolling off of that, like she makes just a couple mistakes, it's so much more flawed as a game plan compared to just moving this Nature's Prophet into the offlane role. I think it is quite a bit weaker than the safe lane. I feel like the offlane has to rely a lot on the Aghanims, and relying on that Aghanims for like good team fights and roots and all that damage requires that your team is still even at that point in the game.
Right.
And
Which is not the case.
No. And despite being laning into an Undying, which, you know, not the strongest hero versus you still had the Tiny, and you had the CK.
And 3
nice.
heroes caught.
3 hero decay. Ooh.
Immediately they're going to run forward for Ahri. Now Whitemon is going to get Yules lifted up and soon to be brought down. So they did get a ward on the area, and oh, Kasane. Yeah, it's not going to be long for this world. Smile is the one that ends up getting the final touch on him too. So 14,000 gold lead. The Riki at this point higher level than the Queen of Pain. The Riki higher level than the entire enemy team, in fact.
Oh.
Matthew has had a astonishingly good game again. Teams need to, I don't know. I don't know what you need to do.
I don't know, we cast 2 games in a row where he shouldn't have been back on this hero, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You know, after game 1, I was like, no thank you. Still managed to get it. Now here it is again.
I mean, the thing, though, is that, like, do you give up Brood? Do you give up Timber? I mean, maybe you give up Timber?
Maybe,
I
yeah.
don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen their Brood in a little while. Maybe it's, at the very least, you try and, like, I don't know, stop with the pain from coming in right now, because it is painful.
Well, I've heard the whispers of Whisper and EG. You know, teams here, they don't want the old EG. They don't want to play these guys.
Yules. Stun. Tries to bring them down. They will get the kill. They punish the Matthew. Little sneaky man. But the chase.
Oh, the rock!
Throw. He hits 1, he hits 2 with the rocks. You can't stop the rocks. And now, wanting to find Tomato, Whitemon TP's out, won't be able to complete that one. 2 are already dead in exchange for the Riki, and Whisper continues to run. He tries to get in front of the onslaught, but can't get away, and guess what? Up top, Kasane? Hey, you don't have a way to break it.
All right. Well, TSM, indignant roar, frustrated roar, yeah. That's understandable, Tomato.
True.
Whew. Your lead is false if you can't go high ground.
True.
Famous Canadian proverb.
They have a couple Canadians on their team.
Yep, there you go.
Just keep dancing your problems away.
Is EG's lead false, though? Not really. It
Oh
is
my
a
God.
second to Aegis.
Oh my god, Matthew is going to find him here. Dude, are you kidding me?
Please, sir.
He's hiding in the trees. Just let him be. Let the boy live. He just wants to get away desperately. C-Style's like, nah, bro, it ain't gonna happen. Oh, man. They didn't even use lasso. Meanwhile, this is also happening. They are gonna chase and kill off Whitemon. And this game feeling very tough to come back from at this point for TSM. Is just everybody dies whenever any hero from EG shows up.
I'm just here for the Pakaz Whisper romance. I like how they keep tipping each other back and forth all game, you know?
Yeah.
Really respecting, you know, Whisper is really into it whenever Pakaz goes for these big dives into the base. Whisper is just unbelievable this game right now.
This entire tournament. So you're saying that you think that EG's one of those teams that they're just on another level right now?
I think that anyone who wins their group would not choose EG.
Okay.
That's what I would say. I don't care where they place. Like, because drafting against them so weird. It's like you said. Like, you got this Riki, and they're playing this really nice Timbersaw, too. I think Whisper is... I mean, he's always been, like, the best player when on Beastcoast, I always thought. I felt like he just... Like, so much of their game plan was designed around him. And so I'm not surprised that he was chosen for the super team.
Right.
He's so good.
I mean, we were sort of having a conversation the other day of who's a better offlaner in the world right now than Whisper. And there's not names that immediately, you know, completely like are Well, obviously this person, you know.
Yeah.
There's cases to be made, but
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's other people who are good, but if we're like, who definitely is better as an offlaner, we're like, you know what? I can't really think of anyone.
yeah. Well, in towards Roche. They're going to try and clean up this game here. 20,000 gold lead at 32-7, and TSM, they're going to give it one last hurrah, but will they get here in time? The answer is no.
Oh, spoilers.
A resounding no. But they might be able to take a fight afterwards. Let's see how it goes. Ready to walk up the hill. They see him coming. They see everything.
Oh,
we
no!
lost Bryle. Oh, that's not great. Sonic Wave just tickling at this point. The CK did kill all the illusions.
He's just
though,
trying to kill Panda. Come on.
wanting to bring down at least one. They did get Panda, but now Bryle is turned upon. Kasane, Haka's actually is getting somewhat low. They are going to burn through the Aegis at the very least. This is not a completely horrific fight for TSM. In fact, it's looking kind of nice. Kasane, though, now the turn is going to come. They disarm the NP, tries to TP out, not going to happen. And as Tomato tries to flee, there will be no salvation. There will be no escape. He is going to die. Ari is going to die. And TSM are going to type in those two magical letters, GG.
They just... I don't even know. They're just running them over.
Yeah.
Like, it's this Batrider, Primal Beast, CK, Ricky, Undying. They all just want to be on top of you the entire game. And TSM, like, the only hope was this, like, pull them apart and get really huge on Morphling without giving up too much to EG, but they just gave up way too much early on. And those early game fights where Panda was just prepped for every single engagement and helped Pakaz turn those fights, he ended 15-0-12. He spent so much of this game, or at least team fights, on like 20% HP.
He did.
But the early points into the Chaos Strike, just life stealing away, no cares in the world. That was just some beautiful Dota right there.
Beautiful Dota indeed. Well, for TSM, this is now a must-win scenario. If they want to keep their hopes alive in this tournament, they have to win this next game. Very scary stuff. If you want to get all the information about all the different tiebreakers that are going on, head on over to the ePulse Gaming channel where the panel is going to break it all down and let you guys know what is happening, because there are an infinite number of tiebreaker scenarios. That's not true. There's a lot, though. And we'll be back in just a few with game number 2 of Evil Geniuses versus TSM. See if they can pull it back or VG is going to take the 2-0. Be back in a few. Welcome back, people. We are getting ready for game number 2. It is TSM facing off against Evil Geniuses. Sorry for the delay there. The lobby was just getting ready to get underway. And look at this. TSM with first pick. They decide we don't want to play against the Timber. We don't want to play against the Bat. They're going to ban the Brood, so we're taking the Riki. Surely now there's nothing else that could beat us. Surely.
Big brain.
It is
you
good,
know,
though.
if you can't ban 3 heroes, so you ban 2 and you just pick 1. Solved.
By the way, EG just made a new best friend. I don't know if you saw on Twitter.
Well, I mean, you know, do it for him, right? They got a little picture of Owie. They're just trying to help out.
Skitter tweeted out, Team Spirit and EG are our best friends. So, you know, there's a little bit of, recognition of the state that they're in. And if you did not miss it in the other stream going on, I think the match that Cap and SVG were casting, it's Execration versus Spirit. Spirit were able to win game 1, which means it all comes down to this.
Yep.
If EG and Spirit manage to win, Tundra stay in the tournament. If EG drop a game, immediately go to tiebreakers. It would be a best of 3.
Yep.
If Execration drop a game, immediately go to tiebreakers. It would be a best of 3. If both TSM and Execration manage to win, we have a best of 1 potential infinite tiebreaker scenario, which Tundra has already been in to get.
Tundra's like, no, not again. Entity just sitting over there with their guaranteed upper bracket, just like counting their lucky stars. That would be so funny if Tundra's in another cycle.
I would love that.
Now I want that to happen.
I know.
All right, let's go TSM.
Let's go TSM. Okay, so Riki, and then it's the Lesh Rubik, and then the Death Prophet getting picked up next. So a little bit of departure. I think this Lesh Death Prophet dynamic has been going on for a little while.
Yep.
They're both sort of teal.
Okay.
Couple other things.
We're gonna start with the colors.
To.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
What else is there with these heroes that has just sort of drawn so much attention?
Well, they both cast spells that make little things float around.
That's true. That's the best part.
Yep. Oh, but in terms of their Dota merits,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're both pretty good at objectives. Yeah.
Okay.
It's quality stuff there. I mean, Lesh Rubik, I like this opener. I like it versus the Riki as well because the only thing better than Riki Sleep Dart is Rubik Sleep Dart. So.
Oh, please, God.
That's a good one to have. Matthew's still just playing Riki here.
Here's what's the question for me, though. What is worse, a smoke dart or a sleeping dart or a smoke bomb? Which is more scary to have?
Oh, the sleeping dart. I think
so?
for sure. It's so annoying.
I secretly think that the key to Matthew's greatness and his Riki is his placement and play around the smoke bomb, though.
That is true because he does so much before before 15 minutes. So that is definitely part of it.
Something to watch for. But the other one just makes it so easy.
That's kind of crazy though. Panda, bring out the Disruptor.
Yeah, not what I was anticipating.
No, a very interesting choice versus Death Prophet as well. Someone who, if you don't get her right away, if she gets to pop off the exorcism, then what do you really do?
Not that much.
You can kind of glimpse her back. Maybe in the middle of the fight, she's running around like crazy, but oftentimes you're just hoping to rely on and stopping the transformation of these transformation heroes that pop their one spell and become crazy.
At the same time, I think the way that EG has been playing Dota for the past couple of days here, Disruptor fits that perfectly.
Oh, for sure.
You already have this sort of area of the map that Leshrac is going to be in, that if a hero goes into it, dies. So if he runs at you and then Disruptor just glimpses them back in, that hero is probably going to die. And I think that before BKBs it's a problem. Immediately TSM take a pretty good answer to that with the Pangolier. I think this hero is pretty solid. Could maybe run into some damage issues if they don't get items, if DP can't survive a burst. Could be a problem there, maybe.
The first thing I see is that very good versus Disruptor in terms of the mid game.
Yeah.
Disruptor just does nothing versus you when you're rolling around and doing your thing. And then on top of that, you have a core who wants to get a Bloodstone before a BKB. So there's a big window in terms of when you can just punish with ultis in the team fights. He's going to want to go for objectives on the Slash Rack before the BKB. and you're going to hope to punish that here with your Pangolier. Also getting a lot of survivability on both supports. So the Riki and the Mirana, very hard to pin and lock down. Whereas last game, it kind of felt like Ari and White Mom were just done, right? They got grabbed once on the Ava or the Tiny, and they're just out of there. Too far behind for Tiny to make any turnaround plays. So this gives them a lot more freedom on the map as the supports for sure. There's not a great pairing for the arrow yet, but you know that's not necessarily something you really need, but it is helpful.
Well, the Riki.
Oh yeah, once you get the dart, true. I guess I'm thinking more early game.
I see, gotcha.
Yeah. But like in the lanes and stuff. But yeah, the eventual dart one, of course, is always solid.
So TSM, they're going to take away the Naga Siren. I'm going to be honest with you, EG is left with this like massive last pick here because they are going to be able to counter the carry match pretty hard, which I think is very strong. They already have a Beastmaster. They're amping up the damage. I wouldn't be worried about the Naga. I am terrified of like a sniper here. I think a sniper is sick for EG. You just plink and just start turning, and you will destroy that Pango in the roll. They
don't have a lot of beef, though, to back up a sniper, I'd say. You know, like double range supports that are kind of playing in the back line. Leshrac, who's very dependent on the Bloodstone while it's up, and Beastmaster is this, like, pseudo tank, because, like, they don't have a Greaves builder.
That's a good point,
as well
too,
in EG. Of course, you know, TSM, they don't really either. Judging by that, this will probably be either offlane. I mean, maybe if it's offlane Pango, but even then, this is probably Pango mid, probably offlane DP. I guess she can get her Greaves. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm being crazy.
I mean, the other thing is that for EG, the way that they've been playing, it feels like it's a lot more just like all-out aggression before the Greaves would even come online in some of these games, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll see how it goes. Last time around, they were able to get it on that Undying. Not likely to see a mechanism on this Disruptor, if I had to guess. But time will tell. We will see. For TSM, they're waiting on this last ban. God, it's scary. I think before, when they've played this DP, they've ran it with an Ursa a couple of times, which feels like an interesting way to try and play a fast tempo game. Gives you some scaling late.
It also is someone who punishes really well on the Pango stuns in the early game. Like if you can just like lock them down in place, you know, and you just need raw damage to finish them off. Pretty solid hero. You are laning into the Beastmaster, which can be like somewhat of a nuisance, but you're gonna have the Mirana there to help out. She, you know, the Beast was picked into it, so Mirana's got some tools to help in terms of like Boar Harass or something. Definitely going to have some stacks, I would guess, for EG this game, with a Leshrac and a Beastmaster. And Disruptor and Rubik tend to be pretty good at, you know, just quickly running over, doing double stacks, coming back to the lane.
Or doing it with your summons, too.
Yeah.
But they go for the Terrorblade instead, so this is a little bit more of the late-game insurance, it feels like, route.
It looks like just a safety draft.
Yeah.
You know, and it definitely has the damage, just like an Ursa, in terms of, like, there being stuns and controls. And you don't need like blinks right away to actually capitalize on just the Rolling Thunder and getting the damage out there, but it's not super substantial in the early game. You have to wait till like builds up. So just chill draft.
Do you know what time it is?
It's definitely not safe lane Leshrac Darkseer time.
It is. You're right. It's not safe lane Leshrac. Well, now it is safe lane Leshrac Darkseer time. Darkseer mid. Let's go.
Darkseer mid, okay.
Dude, C-Smile will do it.
No.
C-Smile will do it.
Ember,
or Beastmaster
Ember would be crazy if you want something crazy. Okay, but that's not happening either. We just want a position 1. No, we need another PL game.
Really?
Our last PL game was kind of hype. This looks like a pretty rough one, though. We just need some normal carry, you know?
Is it just Sniper? Is it too scary?
I didn't like it as much before, but versus the Terrorblade, I do like it a little bit more.
I just love Sniper against Pango in general. I think that's a great matchup.
I kind of like Faceless Void a little bit.
Okay. The damage into Chrono is there. Its positioning needs to be good, which is a little bit scary.
What's Pakaz been rocking lately?
I
guess, yeah, they just get the bear. Here I was overthinking things. The bear was still in the pool.
He said it, a simple, easy hero. I'm going to be honest with you. I actually like TSM's draft a lot. I think that they've pulled together a really solid lineup here, and I think that they might take this one.
The Snowball is terrifying from EG, though. Like, they completely triple downed on it with the Ursa. Like, you look at how fast they can take early objectives with a Leshrac and a Beastmaster, and then if you get ahead, Who's the best position 5 when you're winning? It's Disruptor.
Oh.
You know, you got Hawk Vision. You're running around the map.
How are they
free
looking?
glimpses.
How are they looking on the camera? Let's take a little look-see here. Tomato looks pretty happy.
He's smiling.
Yeah.
Seems pleased.
White Mon,
Let's see.
feeling good about yourself right now? Yeah, he's giving me the nod. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
It's good they can hear me.
That's solid for the competitive integrity.
That will help a lot.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, everybody. That is a joke. Jokes, jokes. Please, God, jokes. Okay.
Just cut that part out.
Yeah.
When you clip it, guys, don't include the jokes part. It's fine.
Whisper. He looks serious. Well, let's get ready to go now. Game number 2. We laid out the stakes before. I don't know what's going on in the other tiebreaker scenarios for the top side of it. I saw that gaming won, I think, and Talon did too. That means a lot of math that I'm not going to do. If you want to go find out more about that, you can check out East Pulse Gaming, twitch.tv/ePulseGaming, where the panel's breaking down all that action. And they are responding to you in chat, too. They're reading chat and they're responding to messages. That's not true. I'm just lying.
I did see that there was a like a shipment of abacuses going down to the panel so that they can count up the tiebreaker things themselves.
That's good.
We're not quite ready for calculators. They're not responsible enough to have their phones on the panel.
True.
So we have to give them a little bit of older technology.
That's right. They're going to leak something.
Yeah, and all we have to wait for is them just every win they just slide a little bead over, you know? That's all you got to do.
Move it to the side as we get ready to go into this game now. There is a pause at the very beginning. Not sure if we are going to...
I can tell you why. Bryle's PC crashed.
Oh, no.
That's all.
Not
so,
Bryle.
You know, he's just going to freshen up here.
Anybody but him. Well.
Well.
I do love this music pack we got right now.
Yeah, this is nice. It's good.
A little bit of the all chat to start the game, as you love to see. I think there is something to be said for, like, the all chatting at the beginning. You know what I mean?
Just to show you're chill.
Yeah.
You know, relaxing.
Yeah, it's like there's no, what's the word? Water off my back? That's the one?
Water off my back, like the
a
duck.
duck?
Like the
Yeah,
duck.
yeah.
Be like the duck.
That's the one. Who's the duck in this game? I feel like C Smile's the duck.
Why is he the duck?
Because I think that he's the one that's like the most just chill. Chris Luck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Think about all the
Chris
players
Luck,
in this
the
game.
duck. Wow,
Chris
maybe that's
Luck,
why he
the duck.
changed. Okay. Now he's just C Smile the... I can't think of an animal that rhymes with that.
C Smile.
All I could think of was Gentile. I can't think of anything that rhymes. The
C-
senile?
No, well that's just that's an adjective.
Oh, crocodile!
The crocodile. C Smile the crocodile.
Jeez, it took me a while. Someone probably got that before me in chat. Someone out there's a real linguist, I bet.
Yeah.
A foregone conclusion.
A foregone conclusion. You know what I am a little bit sad about, though?
What was that?
We fixed your Steam, so it wasn't in Spanish. We had yesterday an entire broadcast where we got to listen in to Trent discover the different names for all of our favorite
Well, what was really
items.
cool was that the items also had the translations. Did
Right.
you know that?
I didn't know
That was kind of weird. So, like, it would have it what it is in English, probably just so for, like, normal
Oh.
communication. So every time you hovered over an item, it would have, like, the Spanish name, but also the English name would be
Interesting.
there. It would say en anglais, it would have the name. So that was kind of cool.
My favorite was Cloak of Flames, which was Capa de Llamas.
Yeah, the Capa de Llamas.
That was great. Which is...
That's what I'll call it forever now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Capa de Llamas. I haven't seen a llama yet, by the way. Just
No.
saying, Peru, think they might just be liars.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
It's highly probable.
Well, we'll see.
Not a single llama just walking down the street.
Maybe main event. Keep an eye out for it, everybody.
Maybe everyone will just come in. Like the teams could come in on llamas
That's a possibility.
or alpacas.
Yeah, I'd
You
be
know?
down for either. I miss it. I never actually saw
miss the
Emperor's New
llamas.
Groove.
What?
I know.
That is a sin.
I
You should
know.
fix that on the plane ride home.
I don't think
Just
I
saying.
should.
No, you should. It's extremely good.
I-
Also underrated.
Is it?
There's a second sequel one that I believe was probably straight to video. Happened to watch it one time. Extremely funny. Very good. I think it's called Krunk's New Groove or something. Really good.
That's original.
Big recommended. Dude, it's so good.
Matthew, he's in a little bit of trouble here. Already running him down, but we'll manage to get some separation, and he's going to have to take the long walk on. Oh, no, he's going to TP. Okay. He's going to have to take the long TP on bottom to join Whisper.
We need the Llama couriers.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
There is a Llama Curry.
Yeah, I know. We need them in the game, though.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, some themes off going up here.
I'll take that.
Who's
Well-
rocking this default courier, by the way? Bryle. What an animal.
Bryle is a default courier.
Yeah.
We'll have to see that later.
I'm sure it'll make its way mid eventually.
To be fair, we didn't see him
Don't be angry.
lose his courier last game. So maybe the default courier is better. There's a chance. Oh, speaking of couriers, Kasane, look at that one. That's not the default courier. That one goes down. It's pretty annoying. Matthew is super low down bottom, by the way. He was already coming into this lane low and has only the 2 tangos. Does have 5 stick charges as well as a fairy fire, but needs to be a little bit careful. Whitemon going to go for the pause, and at least at the beginning, in the mid, things looking pretty good for Bryle.
Oh, all good now, all of a sudden.
Although, I guess C-Smile has 3 creeps coming into him versus the 1.
Yeah,
So
so-
that should even out.
All easy peasy here. And supports, like you said, down bottom, they're just trading back and forth. Up top, also trading back and forth. Ari's trying to harass Panda as much as he can with the Orb of Venom. Basically harasses them back to the tower. Then they duke it out a little bit more. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Thought about going for the jump. Oh, he does hop in. That's to force him to cut some more trees down.
That's nice. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you can
Ooh.
try and force out some amount of trades, this hero, Ricky, has so much regen, a good amount of armor, 5.1 base.
Yeah, he's kind of just like Ogre now.
Yeah,
He has 6 armor and 5 HP regen.
it's kind
He's
of
like
insane.
he's like Ogre before Ogre got nerfed.
Yeah. To be fair, Panda actually has pretty good base regen, too, on him.
Meanwhile, Whitemon's getting crazy down here, huh?
Yeah, Matthew also getting low, was wrapping around onto him and got brought very low. And both are just going to back away as Tomato has already popped his Exorcism in the lane, and Whisper deciding to just go and block some creeps in the meantime. But back towards mid, they find the stun onto Bryle. C-Smile won't be able to stop him from getting that rune, but will maybe he loses his water rune.
Yeah, Ari also grabs the top one there.
Nice,
Very
good
annoying.
rotation.
Come now.
Although they did see Ari making that move as well, so I'm sure he didn't have high hopes at that point anyway.
Yeah. He did check it briefly, I think, but yeah, it's very annoying. So C-Smile will not have a bottle refill to his name, and that means who's dying? Somebody go down on these side lanes. Maybe not. That might not happen. I guess that he can maybe just spam out the wave. He still has a pretty good mana pool and is lasting pretty effectively with it, but we'll have to see if that does indeed happen or not. Bryle stun. Connects from C-Smile again. And even with the full bottle, Bryle has just taken so much harassment that C-Smile is still winning out on these like trades here, it feels like.
Oh man, laning versus Ursa.
Yeah.
What a time. It's like never quite sure what you can get away with there. It's because he's just saving for the Ring of Health right now. He still has lots of regen. 3 Mangos, 3 Tangos. He's okay. No heavy commitments from Kasane, as obviously it can be a bit dangerous. As like, what if you go for a Siphon play versus the Ursa? If things aren't going well, you try and retreat, there's a glimpse. So
Right.
it's like, typically Disruptor isn't that great at dissuading aggression, but it's a pretty interesting pairing with the Ursa.
Yeah.
Actually makes you a lot stronger, because that just threat of like, but if you come back and there's 3 stacks on you already, you're not going to be a very happy camper.
Right, just gonna drop, and it will happen so quickly. You can see there too these movements moving around from the supports, and of course C-Smile. He stacks up a camp while he was in the jungle, and we also saw one from the Disruptor. Whitemon already trying to put the stop to that. He has 2 sentries down in Dyer's, Ancients, and Hard Camp. Tomato is going to get lifted back down bottom. Starts to get dropped somewhat low. Another round of axes. The turn. He was baiting that out, but he baited incorrectly. Whisper is going to go down, but they got the bigger kill. Matthew, somewhat low. Pops the stick, still has a fairy fire. Whitemon, he doesn't have one himself, looks for the arrow,
Oh,
trying to time it out, trying to dodge, and Matthew does manage to get away from that one. Fade Bolt back off cooldown in 4. They won't be able to go for the all-in.
Matthew, he's just waiting. Come on.
Wants it.
Come on.
It's like, come on, buddy. You know you want this. All right, he gets it to salve up. And Matthew hasn't salved yet. Oh, he didn't. Oh, he thought he had a salve. Oh, if he goes over here, he drops the sentry. And
He'll know.
He sees it now.
Jeez, he's not salving still. Yeah, Matthew's crazy, dude.
Matthew is very, very low. Arrow out. Dude, what?
He's actually insane.
Dude, Matthew's a psycho.
He's like, I'm never using this salve.
And look at this. It's bought so much time. He goes back in for the Fade Bolt. Matthew going all in, wants the kill. If Whisper gets this, it's because of Matthew. Can he kill off Tomato? It would make it all
7
worth
stacks.
it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Waiting for his moment. The arrow comes in at the last second, but the snipe, Whisper got him.
The ward
Holy
that Matthew
crap.
put down earlier. Dude, the fact he's safe.
And wait, he goes back for Whitemon now. Whisper tries to finish him off. What?
Now, I ask you again,
Unreal.
is there an offlaner in the world better than Whisper?
Oh my god.
Every other lane right now, like, you know, Leshrak's dead, but it doesn't matter, you know.
No.
It's fine. That is a pretty big kill, though.
That was crazy.
Oh my god.
That was crazy. All right, so 6.5 minutes now. You said C-Smile did go down there in the mid lane. There is
would
a
appear.
level advantage for Bryle.
Yeah, but I also don't see Rolling Thunder having been used. So I'm not sure what happened, because obviously we were a little preoccupied.
Yeah. No, it's true. There was some really big plays happening. And, like, even saving that salve for later, you know? That was one of those things that, I mean, I guess he could have salved up earlier, but the fact that he was so low HP meant that it felt like TSM could go for the kill. They play just defensively and back if Matthew doesn't leave himself out there as a target.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, we'll see what these next couple of minutes bring forward as Tier 1 Tower takes some damage.
Yeah, but look what they're trading for instead. It's C-Smile.
Oh, yeah.
He's just getting so much farm right now. A lot of stacks. And Ari, though, nearby has the ward place, so he's going to get quite a bit of XP now.
Yeah, that's nice for the Ricky.
Almost a quarter of a level there in the end.
Is he going to try and go for the snipe? Wait, the roll-up. Bryle tries to find him, but C-Smile, he runs away. The first Rolling Thunder will not find anybody. Well, Panda.
Oh, he's a little late. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, they'll catch him.
Many before you have tried. And
But still, Matthew gets the lane mid, and they didn't get any creeps. They just got a Panda kill out of that.
Yeah, and potentially a rune here as well, because it looks like Matthew's not going to stick around the bottom one. Whitemon's coming over, so
Okay.
potentially secured here. Oh, wait, I say that. He's coming back now. 8-minute rune,
The lift.
and it stopped.
All right. Wait, is Bryle dead? He doesn't have mana. He has a bottle. But the swash gets him away. Ari now glimpsed back in, tries to dodge it with the tricks of the trade, manages to get the illusion rune, wanting to escape. So C-Smile has to burn his whole mana pool there. And they can't get another kill after the Mirana's brought down.
And meanwhile, up top, Ka's very low here. Kasane is trying to think of a plan. He's pinging for some assistance. Ka's just going to take his time to try and regen here. Maybe get lucky with a trusty shovel. Oh, he knows Ari might be coming here. He's prepping.
Yeah. I think he just saw him there, actually. And yeah, immediately runs away. So, Ka's out of there. Down bottom, there's going to be a similar rotation made. Tomato. That was roar ready. He sent out that hawk, that would have been a kill. But yeah. They're going to pressure up top, and Kasane should be able to bring this tower down with the help of Tomato.
Nice moves from Bryle here, though. Flexing his strength, the level 8, moving into the jungle. Force out Ka, steals a bounty rune. There is defensive vision here from EG, so it's helping him get out, but TSM down a little bit in gold, but looking like they're getting the good invasion plays here. Tomato, though, maybe, you know, having to be up here doesn't feel that great. But as long as he doesn't end up getting ganked or anything. Just kind of scary versus Disruptor, I would say. When it's only 9.5 minutes right now. But he's got to run away from this Beastmaster as Matthew goes down mid.
Nice little play there from Bryle. Thought that it was going to be a lift from the Rubik, but couldn't get there in time. Whitemon finishes it off with the arrow. So this rotation mid now. I mean, no tree. Oh, wait a minute, though. They have glimpse. Can't get vision.
This is going to go from almost losing your mid tower to immediately taking the enemy mid tower, it looks like.
Yeah.
TSM are making the call, like, we need to defend right now, but they are bringing everybody. Balled up there for C-Smile.
They use the roll, so they know that they can't make any type of extra move. And now, the Roar, the chase-in, trying to kill him off. They don't quite have enough damage yet, but with the Thunderstrike and the Axes, they will have enough. Now Ari is turned upon. Whisper continuing to chase forward with these 4 points in Axes. Can he find another snipe? He waits for him to come out of Tricks of the Trade, but he went a little early.
Oh, Ari doing a great job. You know, we praise Matthew's Ricky, but Ari's also owning. Oh, sniped!
Well done.
Get that helm creep.
And he just resummoned that too.
Beauty.
Yeah, well played. But as you said, defend mid and to take the other one.
Yeah, that was pretty free. I mean, there's only one place on the map where Beastmaster wants to play at this point in the game, and that's in the bottom half. So Tomato's getting a lot of freedom up top here because the Ursa, you know, he's not that much of a threat. You can always just sort of escape at this point in the game, unless he has a lot of ally help.
This is a big kill. If they can bring him down, see Smile. He's low, but the arrow, it's off the mark. They don't quite have the damage there.
Really gonna save him.
Oh, wow. Okay, Tricks of the Trade looks for the stun. Times it a little bit off the mark, but they drop the sentry. Get the kill, and now Bryle lifted. Whisper is just slain, folks. Panda gets level 6. The Glimpse pulls him back in. Whisper low with the Spirit Siphon, dodges the Crypt Swarm, but eventually it will be his undoing. So TSM, they managed to take that fight, lose 2 supports for the Beast, but
there's still a lot of exorcism left. Yeah, they can go for this. It's a bit scary because he has 3 points in Starstorm. Now he grabs the Crypt Swarm as well, so pretty good at clearing out these creeps. Potential glimpse. Oh, yeah, he's going to bring him back.
Oh, Kasane.
Oh, no. Oh, he did the lift in place.
They missed, and he gets blown up. Matthew, he's just everywhere. He is having an amazing group stage.
I mean, this hero is terrifying with exactly the situation at level 7. 4 points Fade Bolt and a stolen nuke.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's crazy. He by himself just nukes for 635, or yeah, 635 without any amp.
Yeah.
You know, obviously we got reductions and stuff, but it's just crazy, and that's on a 10 and 8 second cooldown. So if the mana is there, you are going to get smoked.
And it is definitely getting there. He has Arcane Boots done. Granted, the window when things start to look pretty scary is going to be that 15-minute mark. You can see they're giving space to Ari already. They're trying to give him the gold so he can get into the shard, because that is what makes this TSM lineup work so well and allow them to try and like pull ahead a little bit here. Of course, also it's just going to be Tomato getting into this like really untouchable place eventually.
Yeah, and Whisper feels like he wants to keep the ball rolling by getting to the helm of the Overlord, so he's in sort of an unusual spot for a Beastmaster right now, where he's had to abandon the bottom with all that move into mid, the double tower take. Now he's sort of trying to control this space up top, where Tomato's been relying on this for a lot of his farm. And he can't really venture much further into dire territory, so we're probably going to see like Tomato rotate back around to the other side of the map, and then the question is, will they be able to get a Roche based off of that? Like, whoever controls up top right now between Exorcism and Ursa, Roche definitely opens up between like 15 to 20 minutes, especially with the shard, as you were pointing out there for the Ricky when that comes up.
But I think that you're pretty happy with this to some extent, though, with TSM. I mean, granted, EG's still a little bit ahead, but it is, you know, keeping Pakas on his side of the map. You're farming somewhat with the TB illusions, whereas Ursa, it's hard for him to walk into the Radiant jungle right now. You could see that every time he has, there was like a DP, there was a Ricky there, and now, EG, they're like, okay, we need to make some space for our Ursa. We're going to run in with 3, try and find some big offs.
They hit a timing with the Helm of the Overlord, and they still have Crypt Swarm for a bit too.
They need to be careful, though.
Oh,
Ari.
Sentries are there.
He sees him. Gets right on top of him. Roar out onto the Terrorblade, but they don't have the damage to bring him down. He's got a Sunder ready. Ari is super low. Walking back through that Fireball, it's a good chunk of damage. They do manage to bring down Whisper. But Smile, can he clean up? He's going to be able to at least take down Kasane. And now trying to find Bryle. Bryle in trouble. Can they get him? The Fade Bolt. Matthew does it again.
Oh, the dust doesn't hit though. Ari was trying to make a sick play where he would get in and catch the Disruptor before Glimpse was back up, but
it feels good to be this.
Wasn't quite able to get the save there on the Pango.
And you could see, like, there's maybe a moment there where Terrorblade, like, could have found, like, a Sunder play into something, but Tomato knows if he dies, this game just becomes almost impossible for him. And so is playing much more conservatively right now. I think he has the Dragonlance coming out to him at this point and is trying to get into the Scotty next. Needs to farm, try and keep pace with that Ursa, who, I mean, isn't the highest net worth in the game. That's actually the Beastmaster. Whisper's had another amazing game.
Oh, Ari, though, stalking Panda. Yeah. Helps set up the free kill. And Paka's going to know that he was, of course, watched there as well, so.
A tithe to the impurities.
On my way here.
Right.
For the inner.
That's going to be, with this creep wave done, Ari finishing off the shard. So they can start to play together with this nasty combo, but Roche is going to be taken now by Bacchus. He's got Battle Fury done, while EG, I mean, this timing, this is a deadly timing.
All right, I don't want to fight Beastmaster here.
Yeah.
What does he have for a helm creep? Does he have one? Oh, he's the dragon. I see.
Yeah.
There it is. Flying around.
Well, keeping track of this, both this match and the match of Execration versus Spirit, deciding, obviously, these teams' fates, but also the Tundra waiting in the wings.
Oh, the Leshrac, he was so isolated.
He couldn't get him.
With only Bloodstone. You know, that's crazy. Dart into arrow there.
Yeah.
That could have been it.
He was so close. But a 4K gold lead 16 minutes in. This next couple of minutes is maybe going to decide TSM's fate in the rest of this tournament. And EG as well. It could catapult them into position to try and secure upper bracket.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But can they do it? EG starting to take down this tier 2 tower in the top lane, while TSM just need to buy more time. They need Tomato to get into some of these bigger items. And at the rate he's farming, I'm not sure if it's going to happen quickly enough.
It feels like they need that Blink Dagger for Bryle.
Yeah.
To set up a nice fight, you know? Like, you have the Greaves on DP, so Xane's hit the time that you're expecting. He's actually buying another Wraith Band just to sort of beef up a little bit here, because these next team fights are going to be so crucial.
Yeah, a Wraith Band on DP at 17 minutes.
Yeah. That's desperation right now. Typically, you
the
would
wraparound.
Yep.
Pacus, he's there. He's ready to join his team. He's trying to bait it out right now. They wrap around. They find one. Able to get the roar onto the Marauder. Can they bring him down in time? Greaves pop. Jumps away. Double leap. Static Storm. Everything fallen. But they've got him caught. Tomato in no man's land is going to die. Everybody else says, get the hell out of there.
I thought Tomato was kind of owning, to be honest. Like, I thought his positioning was sick. He was on the other side of the tree line. They weren't quite sure where he was. They missed the Static Storm. I thought they were going to commit.
Decided not to take the fight. They didn't want to do it there. I mean, that's going to be one of those moments that either comes back to haunt them or it's the thing that wins them the game, right? If they can dodge fights for the next couple of minutes and get into that Blink Dagger that you're talking about for Pango. But he actually switches and goes for the Aghanims?
He has switched up, so they're going to go for these, like, crazy long fights. Because if you think about it, if you bleed the mana on Beastmaster, Leshrac, and Ursa, I mean, Leshrac's kind of hard to do, but
right,
it is pretty good.
We'll have to see what happens. I mean, holding out this long feels very scary. Because they're going high ground. It's 18 minutes. They need something now. And maybe it wouldn't have been enough there, but we'll have to see.
Like a shark, you know? Blood in the water.
They don't have Exorcism. They don't have any of their heroes home. They're giving up a lane of racks.
Yeah,
it's gone.
There's no way.
They do not have the items that they need right now. TSM saying we need to wait for more. They need more time. And I don't know if they're going to get it.
True BKB delivered. EG are playing so well in these two games.
They're absolutely slaying it. Wanting to wait out this Aegis. Oh, the sidestep. Not going to get caught by that one.
Can't
Still a
catch
minute
him, huh?
and a half left.
Dude, I gotta turn off the winter terrain. I barely saw that arrow coming. I'm getting hit right there. But it's so pretty.
Pay to lose, Trent.
Bold and sweet.
Okay, EG. They know what they need to do. They know when they're strong. They're trying to close this one out right here and now.
Question.
Yes.
Have we seen Sleeping Dart?
I don't know if we
I
have.
actually don't think we have.
There might have been. There's probably one in the bottom fight.
Are scanning.
Oh yeah, true. That's true. But like no pickoffs though. No tradition.
No.
You know, nothing where this Ricky's starting to do his thing.
Radiant are scanning.
They have Exorcism. They're gonna try and run in and buy some more space. Tomato is one component of his
this is
item,
it,
and this is the pit. No, they broke him. They woke him up. Oh,
It's okay,
and then
it's okay.
he's stuck.
It's okay.
Trent is not okay.
It's okay. This
Trent,
is me when my kid falls.
Trent, it is.
It's okay. You're okay.
Oh.
You're okay. You're okay. Don't look at the blood. You're okay.
That is not the combo.
For the record, it works with kids. So,
Oh,
You know,
man, and the glimpse. Kasane is going to fall. That one hurt.
yeah, but these couriers are about to get owned by Ari.
They are.
Yeah.
Ari's got him.
Bam.
Bam.
Oh, BKB, 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 BKB.
They got it before. They are able to shut it down, but Ari can't quite get in range.
Radiant's middle
And
tower.
that...
Oh wait, he's TPing. He's TPing.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's TPing.
Dude, the
Ari,
TP play,
Ari,
the play.
Ari.
Oh,
Yeah.
he
All right, all right.
Dude,
Chances.
that was sick.
All right, chances are there.
That is actually game salvaging for
Oh
Ari.
my god.
I can't believe he TP'd
That
to
is
kill the
so
BKB
funny.
courier.
Live. Oh no, he's hunting.
Yeah, they're
There's
pissed.
sentries everywhere.
He got dusted. Oh, Ari's gonna pay for his transgressions. They try and get away, but no.
But he wards.
He
Oh,
gets
that
a
was
ward
their
down.
ward. Never mind.
All right.
I thought it was his.
A tie.
Whew.
That actually buys some more time.
It really does.
That was so needed.
All right, we got 2 minutes of no BKB on Leshrac. You gotta go.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower has
And an
been
Ags on Pango. All right, this is it. This is your timing.
They saw last time, okay, Sleeping Dart into Arrow is actually the combo that they want to go for. And he doesn't have a BKB to deal with it. Like, this has to be the moment. Tomato is, 300 gold away from Scotty? I don't know if he can wait for it. That's the problem. Like, I think that it's so tough.
And these off-sentry combos again here. Scanning out, already moving through, seeing Kasane. Great vision to help Choco this map here from EG.
Wow. 22 minutes in, a
Ooh,
10,000
Matthew.
gold lead. They find him. This time they set up for it and will get the pick off.
Boom.
Easy. Easy as pie. I legitimately am feeling a lot better about TSM's potential here. Even if they get the BKB back
Dude,
on
they're-
Z-Smile,
Yep, they're going though. Is this it?
this has to be it. They've got to get something here. But I think that like the Aghanim's Brile actually makes enough of a difference. Like obviously he had a big mess up there waking up the Lesh, but like they could do this.
Oh man, did
Pakas.
he notice that?
They see Pakas. They see him.
Radiant's top tower.
They're hunting.
Now he has the BKB.
The Sleeping Dart.
Dire's middle tower.
He didn't get it off in time. Arrow.
So- oh, he
He
does
gets stunned. Oh, they woke him up right beforehand, and the control is there. They get him for the kill. They take down the Bear Man. They pop Exorcism for that. Like they're not wanting to give him up.
I guess he just assumed he's dead anyway, because like he could have done the BKB out of sleep, right?
Yeah, I don't know what ended up happening there. That was
I
weird.
think he just didn't hit it. I think he probably just thought I'm dead anyway,
right.
I guess. But yeah, I don't know, because then couldn't he have had BKB TP maybe?
Yeah.
I guess he would have been stunned long enough. Then yeah, okay, maybe not. Either way, see smile.
Oh, right, because it would have been enough damage that the BKB goes off, but he's still stunned.
Yeah. But I mean, it was a fresh BKB, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. My brain says that he could have just BKB'd and lived, but I don't really, you know.
Right.
He's a pretty good
With
player,
Exorcism,
guys.
probably
So I'm gonna
not.
make some assumptions that he
Yeah.
kind of knows what he's doing.
True.
Or sometimes you just miss a button, you know.
Well, this again is in the context of all the matches that are going on elsewhere. So spoiler alert, if you don't want to know what else is happening, spoiler alert, in that Spirit Execration game. All right, spoiler alert's done. Spirit very far ahead. If TSM can win this, it would be a two-way tiebreaker if the other match holds the way that it currently is set up. But TSM, they have to get a win here for that to actually happen, for it to be tiebreakers against Tundra, and for EG wanting to help secure their spot in the upper bracket. Ari scouting it out. This next Roche could decide the game. It's 8k gold lead for EG, but they have a lot of ways to fight with TSM if they have their ultis up. By ultis, I mean Metamorphosis and DP. Ultimate.
Yeah. You know, important spells.
Right.
Well, the initiation, though, from EG, it's been upgraded. Got a Blink Dagger there on Beastmaster. No Shard yet. I'd like to see that pretty soon, too. On the Beastmaster. And obviously, Ursa will be getting it from the next Roche, very likely, as that's going to spawn here in 2 seconds.
Oh, they see Bryle.
That ward.
That ward.
They placed when they were hunting Ari earlier.
That one hurts. That is a... Oh, and that's as Roche respawns. They're going to know that he doesn't have
high
buyback.
ground, though?
I think they just go.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Oh my god, he gets caught, and they are just going to take another lane of racks. They can't fight without Bryle.
The wards.
The vision. EG playing so clean. This team, they're really impressive. They're dangerous to face off against, and they have built a draft that punishes so hard when they win. The stun, Marcus does not care, and they're just going to walk back, don't want to go for the Megas. Instead, with the respawning Pango, they're just going to try and take Roche. TSM have to go.
Yeah, TSM would love if they decided to stay for that mid lane. But,
Yeah.
You know, not
Kasane, go. Go. They got to get there. They've got to run immediately.
I don't know if they need to be honest. I don't know if you need to throw away the whole game on this attempted Roche. What are the odds you get there in time versus Ursa? It's pretty low.
Well, they're feeling like they have to go. They're moving out. It's in there.
Dart.
Gotta make the move. Arrow on to Rubik.
Oh, he's
Aegis
stuck.
in hand. Bryle is stuck again. Oh, and now he's on the wrong side. He's stuck again. Bryle is over there. See Smile, the turn on to Death Prophet. They've got the stun on Tomato. Full duration. Paka's trying to take him down. The Sunder onto Ari, trying to keep his carry alive. It is not going to happen. EG are so strong right now, and they will not be denied. Ari throws out another dart and will manage to escape, but the towers, you can't escape from them. Can they bring down C-Smile in mid?
Huge.
Gets the Bloodstone off. That's the type of kill that they need to get. Delay this game if at all possible. They
my
get the
God.
gem too.
Bryle's gonna be so irritated right now. Like the bounce into the cliff, the bounce again on the cliff, and then he just hopped up on the pillar, just
Yeah.
sitting there the whole time waiting. Just like couldn't do anything but snipe some couriers. Thankfully, they get a gift of C-Smile mid.
Right. Matthew
Oh, stolen arrow.
looking for it. Doesn't connect though. And I think right now for EG, they can play it very relaxed. Wait, head out together as a big unit. Bryle.
Bryle and Ari just know they have to find plays.
They need to find somebody, and they're going to get him. Matthew right at the start, but Whisper moving in. Again, bouncing off that cliff edge.
That might have been on purpose.
That's a chance. Yeah.
Because he might have thought Roar's backup was only like 5 seconds away.
Right.
It actually might have been like the sickest angle.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was about to get roared, but it wasn't quite ready yet.
Heads up play to get him out of danger. They went for a punish, but now it's just really tough to defend against this. Paka's heading down bottom lane, pushing in the waves, and the rest of EG centered around the mid lane.
Gotta watch for the halberd on Kasane.
Lift after the Force Staff does get sleeping darted. Arrow going out, nobody to save. Matthew trying to do a little bit too much right now, and TSM not willing to go out. They're holding.
Abyssal Blade picked up though. The initiation just gets better and better for EG.
Yeah.
It's like one tiny mistake. Although maybe he doesn't preemptively BKB, gets aggressive with the Abyssal. As an arrow connects mid. And maybe the halberd saves someone.
Right. Well, and the other thing to consider is that, like, these fights, it's, you know, no joke, the fights haven't been going great for TSM. If they do start to go a little bit better, if they can execute their draft right here in the next couple of fights when they're trying to go high ground on EG, there's definitely a turnaround potential. This team has so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, this kiting with the Scotty from Tomato.
Yeah.
It's probably going to come to a head when we eventually get Basher,
Right.
I would assume, for Bryle. That's like the dream right now is the Capa de Llamas drops.
Capa de Llamas.
See Smile.
And a smoke up. TSM willing to take another chance at it out on the map.
See
They get the
Smile.
sleeping dart. They find him. The stun is there. The roll back, and this is the danger.
They've been playing very isolated lately. They're not giving a lot of respect, I have to say.
Yeah. We're not anticipating TSM moving out on the map. And they did use Metamorphosis there, but did not use Exorcism.
Shadows, take us.
The Wrap, are they going to try and take another fight now in the Moonlight Shadow? They're running on in. Pakas, he is under a smoke. Matthew. Sane spots him. Smoke breaks, silence out, Force Staff up on the high ground. Pops the Exo, tries to get him. Static Storm down. Onto 2, the control. Bryle, he's fully controlled. They get him caught, and now Tomato turned upon. Does have Sunder available, needs to back out of there. The Force Staff, but there is going to be the glimpse to pull him back in. And Tomato in trouble, wanting to escape, but there does
Almost.
not. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Kasane doing good damage. They did bring down the TB, though. And see Smile, he's too strong. Pakas comes back to life. They have Whitemon in their sights. Will glimpse him. They will kill him. Bryle buys back, but it's only going to be 3 there. And EG, they might have finally broken this game open.
Ari's running down to catch the next wave mid. He's just waiting, maybe for couriers, maybe for waves. So Bryle's going to have to find some way to deal with these creeps.
Able to dodge the dart. Throws down the cloud. If there's one thing that's true, it's that the EG lineup doesn't push super well with right clicks, but see Smile there with the Diabolic Edict. They're going to force out the glyph. As long as Beastmaster's dead, although Whisper's coming to join him now.
Yeah, EG, though, they're going to play it a bit safe.
Yeah.
Don't want to tempt fate here.
And it's only a 12k gold lead. You know, at 31 minutes, these things start to look a little bit less bad.
It really depends on if they can catch another one of these like little picks.
Yeah.
You know, the picks have been a bit too free, I would say. They've definitely given more hope to TSM than I was expecting. From EGC Smile just being a little bit cavalier, assuming that he's going to have enough backup in time or that his defensive items will save him, but that has not yet been the case.
15 to 21. Evil Geniuses in very strong position right now.
If TSM lose this game, they are out, right? 100%?
Yes.
They're out 100%.
Yes.
There's no chance.
There's no chance.
So this is it. You know, fight to the bitter end.
Absolutely.
Trying not to be bitter, though. Trying to get a sweet ending here. Have a glorious comeback.
See if they can do it. It's difficult, though. This is incredibly potent team fight lineup. They find another Sleeping Dart and a connection onto Panda. They're going to use the Rolling Thunder, bring it down the Disruptor.
Can't even see him. He's just doing it from invis.
Right. And when these fights start like this, you know, you take out one at the beginning, then you can maybe play out on the map, get some more farm. Even if they're not, like, you know, winning a big 5-on-5, it does have that feeling of, like, okay, we're at least going to get some farm, get into that next set of items.
Yep. Just a hit job at this point.
Right.
Just keep getting picks. I mean, Ari having the gem is huge for them. If they lose that, this gets so much more difficult to do. But he's really been abusing that to get around the map safely. Try and set up these little plays. Potentially grab another courier here as well.
Spoiler alert for everybody out there that is wondering about the outcome of the Execration Team Spirit game.
Oh, I'm wondering.
It has ended. Team Spirit has won a 2-0. So right now,
Oh.
all eyes for everybody at Tundra are set onto this TSM match. TSM are now down 11k net worth. They have a lineup that have a couple of moments where they've found greatness. Could this be another one now? Catching Matthew, these Ricky Dart arrow combos. Whisper
Aeon.
jumps forward, though. He's ready. Force Staff keeps him alive. He didn't even assemble Aeon there. Dude, Matthew.
Animal.
Unbelievable. He's not afraid.
Actually, yeah, that's crazy.
It's like, guys, I got Spirit Sight. I'm fine. Can they find another opening, though?
5-0 smoke out. Bryle pops.
So again, what this would mean in the context for TSM, if they lose, they are out. If they win, they force a tiebreaker with Tundra. And for EG, it puts puts them in a really good position, 10-6 if I'm not mistaken, to be up there in the upper bracket. Still waiting on the outcome of those other matches that are going on as well. Or they might be done. I'm not keeping track of those ones as much. If you want to find out more, you can check out the ePulse Gaming Twitch channel, where there is more action about it as well. But the jump forward, Bacchus finds him. Cloud already down.
Oh, nice. Good
All right.
dodge.
Oh my god, they go on the illusion. Oh my god, they went on the illusion. Oh no. TSM. They thought it was real C Smile. It was not. That one hurts. Can they do anything else here?
Oh, God,
Do they pop anything? They still have Meta and Exo.
They're so weak without the Rolling Thunder, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's so crucial for what they have. And he
Like
has
they
the
dart.
bash, too.
Abyssal. Lightmon done. They need to get away with everybody else immediately, and that's going to be another Roche. Oh,
Aghanim,
man.
too.
Further and further ahead EG get with already 2 lanes of racks up.
They're just too good.
They
Some
are.
small mistakes for sure in terms of like getting picked off and stuff, but it feels like a trade. Yo, Panda!
He is gifted. He's blessed.
Doesn't TB not even have items though? Just kind of funny.
That's-
Oh no, he has BKB. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. My bad. Is that his like? Yeah, it's still 9 seconds. Oh my god, that's so funny. I hope he ults him. I hope he doesn't get to use his 9-second BKB.
Why are you preying on their downfall like
Because
this?
it's funny. Because he just gets angry. You're like, I'll have that late BKB. Everyone else's BKBs will be down to 6 seconds. Not mine though.
Dude,
I'll have a nice fresh one, and then Panda's gonna be like, "Hacha!"
Panda has a Blink
I was
Dagger
gonna,
now,
yeah,
too.
yep.
Dude, that
Oh,
actually is
no.
terrifying.
Oh no. Okay, if they jump on Tomato, what's the save? Ursa. Oh no, he put in his BKB. I was gonna say if he doesn't have
I
BKB,
don't
maybe
think they
Ari
have
saves him.
anything. Yeah, I don't think they have anything to save him. If they see Tomato here, they throw
No, they're
out
setting in the birds.
the Hawk. Gotta be careful. Pop the meta. He has some good
There it
damage,
is.
but there it is. There's no BKB. See Smile. They all snowball onto Tomato.
BKB for what?
They reveal the Aghanim Scepter and no buyback. Oh no, and Kasane gets done. They still are holding off, holding their high ground fairly well. They kill off the Disruptor. But now they don't have their Terrorblade to defend high ground. What a choice to go for the Disruptor Ags.
Oh, the arrow.
Wait a minute. A chance. Oh, but the bait! Bacchus says no.
Where'd he go?
They find him there, force out the buyback, but now your Death Prophet doesn't have Exorcism. They're going to try and silence the lift, the pull to the side. Bryle, he needs to do it all himself. Can he do it, though? Finds the Rubik for the catch. Bryle trying to back away, but the bash, the control, it is going to be there. The Bear Man takes down the Pangolin. Another glyph used. They want to desperately hold against Mega Creeps. But EG, they have enough. They're going to take this full set here. And they are going to potentially clean up this game. TSM, they don't have an answer. There's no buyback there. They had already popped Metamorphosis. Tomato does not have the damage. And as EG set their sights on these tier 4 towers, that will be it potentially. Do they have any way to get C-Smile here? I don't think so.
They're just looking too good.
They pull him in, the lift. They're just focusing, trying to take down buildings. EG want to secure this upper bracket. They want to play in front of the home crowd.
Not
They
again.
drop down another Static Storm. He does pop the BKB finally. Tomato wanting to do what he can. A Hurricane Pike, but he too is melee. Wanting to kill creeps. Wanting to stay in this game. Bryle comes back, pops the Pango roll. And you can see the respect that they got, although no, the turn. Okay, Bacchus ready to battle some more. Chases forward, finding hero after hero.
Nice save.
A jump in, an arrow connects. Do they have Metamorphosis back up in a little while? He doesn't have it. 10 seconds away. No Sunder used. Buybacks now. 8 seconds. They're going for the all-in play, but these sleeping darts are very annoying. Holding. Trying to keep the throne alive to the best of their ability, but Ari, he is going to get caught and killed. And Tomato
Stay dead already,
is
says
trying to
Bacchus.
kill it, but GG is called. TSM are going to be eliminated. EG are going to move on.
Oh, Evil Geniuses repping the region. Everyone very excited for the first major in South America here in Lima, and you had to wonder, will they be able to do it? Some inconsistencies from players before. Whenever the fans get hyped up about the lands, they're never quite sure.
Right.
The regional strength is always very hard to gauge when it comes to South America because they don't get a lot of international play, even in third-party tournaments. So, yeah, you better put some respect on them now, that's for sure, because it's very, very likely they're going to be in that upper bracket now.
Yeah, and like you said, I think that this is one of the teams that is the hardest to draft against right now. The
Yeah.
Matthew Ricky, the Whisper Timbersaw, the Whisper Bat Rider. You're going to have to deal with Brood. All these things are terrifying. And this was the best possible scenario for TSM because they had first pick, so Evil Geniuses banded Brood, and they got 3 other bands, and it still didn't matter.
No, it's I have to say, incredibly impressed watching their games. They I don't know. I don't want to get them too excited, but SA fans, I feel like this super team's working out.
Yeah.
You look at Bet Boom, that could have been you. That's the concern, right?
Oh,
when the
no.
super teams come
Dude,
out
catching strays.
and they crush the region, and then you show up at land, and sometimes you're Bet Boom, and sometimes you're Evil Geniuses.
Damn, dude.
I mean, am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
It's so similar.
All right, well, we do have more information for all you wonderful people out there. If you want to keep track of all of the tiebreaker scenarios and what it all means, you can head on over to twitch.tv/EastPulseGaming, where the panel is going to be discussing it. The entire slate of matches are done. You can take a look here that everybody just gained to, because it was all 2-0s across the board. So Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit going to move in out of Group A. It is EG and Talon that are there as well. Tundra dodge a bullet, and LGD are going to be right there with them in the lower bracket.
So
Thoughts,
we're
Trent?
all sorted then.
Exactly.
We're all sorted. They are guaranteed upper bracket on EG.
And no tiebreakers.
Do they tiebreaker for EG and Talon?
No,
They don't? Okay, just making sure.
no tiebreakers.
Whew.
That was only 27% chance.
What
Or was that
about-
the 41?
That was the 27%. That was
Okay.
the less likely one.
Dude, we're halfway there. Can we get through the whole day with no tiebreakers? Can you imagine?
It's looking possible at this point. Yeah, obviously with Group B having the higher chance of no tiebreakers. So, I mean, coming in, looking at this Group A, everyone, feast your eyes. Is this what you expected? Are these the teams where you thought they'd be? I think overall it's fairly close. Probably Tundra you were expecting to maybe do a little bit better
Lynn
just based off stuff.
Callahan.
I mean, some of us put GG in their top 4. Some of us being
That was,
mean.
if anybody was wondering, that was Trent.
Yeah, I definitely didn't put Bet Boom though. That would be crazy.
You definitely
I
did.
definitely did. I cast their games.
Hey,
Wait,
they
they're
can
not
still
out
get
yet. They're
upper
not out.
bracket.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
No, they
but
can't.
they could still survive.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, surviving would be great. but-
Actually, can they?
yeah, because they could get 2. They'd be 7 wins. They can't. They can't survive. They are
Wait,
eliminated.
no. There's something going on there. I think they
Oh
definitely
yeah.
can.
No, they only have 2 more games, so they'll be 7 and 9. So they definitely are done. Right?
Those are supposed to be 6s for Aster and Geek Slate.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just into the future already.
Okay. That I was a little concerned.
Don't worry about it. Flip those 2 numbers around there, and we're good to go. Okay. Well, at least for Geek Slate, Aster is at 8 and 6. So we do have more matches to come in just a little bit, all you wonderful people. We are going to go to a break. The next set of games, 4 of them. Shopify Rebellion versus Beastcoast, that's going to be on this stream right here. Geek Slate versus Bet Boom is going to be on stream B. Knights versus Hellraisers, and Liquid versus Aster. Lots of tiebreaker scenarios, and again, if you want to keep track of all those, head on over to ePulse Gaming, twitch.tv/ePulseGaming. We will be back in just a few. See y'all then. It always had to come down to this, didn't it? Shopify Rebellion, the last hope of NA versus Beastcoast.
What happened to the other NA team?
The other NA team, we don't talk about them anymore. That was the one we just watched.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Can you imagine right now if Beastcoast were the team after so much time of NA beating up on SA all those years ago, if they can be the ones to now send Shopify Rebellion down into the lower bracket off of 2-0ing them? Can you even imagine? It would be a pretty crazy storyline here at this Lima Major. And already you can see the standings right there. It does say that Geek Slate is at 8-6, but they're actually at 6-8. The thing to keep in mind, though, is that the match that we're looking at right now, it's not a potential for that 4-way tie right there, but there is a potential for a 3-way tie. And because Beast Coast are playing against Shopify Rebellion on this stream, a lot of different things can happen.
Yep.
Trent, do you want to walk us through some of those?
Well, if you 1-1ing is kind of bad because then, well, actually, is it bad?
So 1-1 would
1-1, yeah, that's what messes with the Aster stuff.
Right.
Because then if you guys 1-1 and Aster 2-0s, then it would be Liquid Entity Aster, and then you guys are going to be doing tiebreakers for upper or lower between yourselves again, essentially.
Which would be pretty hype.
With potentially other teams as well.
With Geek Slate.
Yes, yeah, potentially, depending on how their series goes. So that's, well, Geek Slate can only get to 8. You guys would be at 9, so...
Right, that's a good point. Yeah, they would be out, so it would just be with...
They would just have to play again.
They would just play
so
again.
So if you guys 1-1, you're going to essentially a best of 5 at that point.
Yeah, you're playing the best of 5. Which is pretty hype. To be fair, that's actually what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That would be sick.
I don't mind that. And by best of 5, we mean they're playing 2 games now, and then they play best of 3. Just to be clear, guys, it's not a best of 5 after.
But the thing is I don't think Aster is going to 2-0. I think Liquid are going to take this seriously. I think they want to assert full dominance here.
I think they do, but I think it's also known, and they've said before that if things are guaranteed for them, they will. They still try, but they do things intentionally, like they might give Brood or they might give Lina, for example,
to try it out and see if they can work, treat it as a way to learn and get better throughout the whole course.
Exactly.
Of the
they're not going to pick their best thing. They're going to pick this idea of they're going to give the best thing.
To be fair, they've been doing that this major though,
yes,
and they have still been winning.
Yes, they have done that on some other games that weren't necessary.
Aster's looked a little bit shaky at times.
I'm an Aster believer.
I am too. I had them. Actually, I didn't have them in my top 4, but I thought about it. It was close there. But I definitely think that that's been the best looking team out of China so far. But back to this game, at least, and what this series is going to mean. For me, when I look at it, I think it could go any of the 3 outcomes. Oftentimes I come in with an idea that, okay, this team's just going to be an easy 2-0. The next one, it's going to be probably a 1-1. This time around, I think that I think Beast Coast and EG have very much been together a lot in terms of finding their footing against each other.
Right.
I think that they have been battling a lot. I think they're influenced by each other. I think Shopify has very much been influenced by Liquid, the way that a lot of the European teams are playing. And now we're finally kind of getting that first instance of a meeting of those metas here. I want to see how it goes and how these teams place it out. You can see we're already into the draft now. But yeah, I think it could go either way.
Well, there's a lot of history as well between these 2 rosters. Obviously, when Shopify was previously EG, Beast Coast have done quite a few things to help out our tour.
That's right. Take care of Mucho Aterito.
That's right. There's a lot of love there.
The Arlington Major.
Yeah, he helped them out. They helped him out. So, no love, though, this time. This time, it's all for the W's.
That's right. There can only be one.
Wow.
It's really...
Crit's got some anime stuff going on here. I don't know anything about anime, but I know that looks anime. Getting the little finger things.
Look at him. He's cracking his knuckles right now. He's ready.
Bust out some drafts here.
We gotta go. All right. Well, beginnings, Brood, Enigma Band, as well as the Snapfire and the Bat Rider. So leaving open Lina. Say, take it. We don't want it.
Dun dun! We had 1 Lina game I think we've cast so far, and it was the Lina Earthshaker in a lane together, and it was pretty hype. Not gonna lie.
Dude, they're happy about it. They're happy to be getting it. Is it going to be a poison pill though?
I will say, it's not really someone who I would expect from Hector. if he's going to be playing it.
Yeah.
You know, there's definitely a reason why they're giving that up. You look at what they banned. I always say, Snapfire versus Beastcoast, that's a good ban. That's what I'd say. I think they play Snapfire so well, so get rid of that thing. And this is going to be it. So Shopify, obviously, guys, they know they're going to take Lina. I don't know if you're aware of this, but they know. So they should have a plan here. Step 1 appears to be the Nature's Prophet.
I like this as, I mean, it's sort of Lina light, right?
Yeah.
And a hero that can definitely get on top of her. I think it's a hero that Arteezy's very comfortable on. Obviously, you can flex it if you want to, but I think you probably just put this on him. And now you get the other component to what has been seen as like the broken combo,
Yes.
which was Lina tree, now it's NP tree.
And you can't give up the tree. Like,
Right.
100% you need to take the tree in these two. At least according to popular opinion of the pros here, is that they all pretty much feel that Lina tree is what's truly unbeatable, and you're a fool if you give that up. So don't let that happen. Yeah, I think the NP is interesting because, like you said, it is very similar to Lina in some ways. Lina can just get this big ball rolling and like keep her momentum going through the engagements and the fights. Like if you get one kill, she just easily snowballs in the next ones. Prophet can be like that, especially once you get Gleipnir. But more importantly, he can get the perfect positioning at the opening of the fight. That's something that Lina can sometimes struggle to do. But next up, it's the SA Classic.
Dude, I'm so stoked about this because this is what's awesome, right? Like you have these teams that are meeting, and this is what like the majors are about. The entire DPC, you see the evolution of the metas from each of these different regions, and then when they finally come together, it's a question of, okay, which is actually better? They give up Lina, say, we think NP Tree is better, and Beast Coast go with the Classic. They pick up the Timber Saw. This hero has looked insane on Sacred. It has looked insane on Whisper. Can they do it again?
I mean, there's a reason why it was being banned in the first phase a lot of times for these two teams. Just trying to keep it out of their hands. Nobody wants to deal with it. It is surprising because he also feels so bad sometimes, and yet they make it look so good.
What's interesting too is that they're opting to ban out the Ursa now, so they want to ensure that he has a good lane. They're respecting the flex potential of this NP.
Yeah, you have to, I think. It's just not worth making that mistake, you know?
Yeah. So now they're trying to take out the laners that are going to become an issue that make Lina's life that much easier.
Probably the Clockwork as well. I mean, if you're banning Undying, I feel like leaving the Clockwork is perhaps almost just as good anyway. Like, gives a lot of space for the Lina. Could potentially be something that they opt for in that next pick, and they're going to get rid of that Spirit Breaker, something that Shopify pulled out earlier, as Crit tweeted out. Sometimes my stop charge key wasn't working. I don't know. I believe was the quote. So little disappointed that's banned out. I want to see some more wild charging.
Yeah, just get rid of the Q key. He needs it.
Guys, insider info. When I was coming up here, I ran into Abed in the elevator.
Yeah.
And he looked like he'd been to the gym.
Ooh.
So, you know. I mean, looks like he's pretty warmed up for today. I'm just saying.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Warmed up, ready for battle.
These are the tidbits I know you guys need.
You know, there were points in that last series where things were looking a little bit messy. In this one, everybody's had a time to wake up. It is 12:30 currently here in Peru. And everybody is eaten. Everybody's been watered. They probably had a warm-up game, maybe a warm-up ability arena, as depending on how some of these players have been doing it.
I hope they're playing some Dota.
Yeah, probably. It's Overthrow is actually the one that I think a lot of them play.
They actually do, yeah. It is done. And the Pango now banned out.
Look at that great
gone.
shot of the coffee cup.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. That's great. Now put it back right in front of the camera. That's what we want to see.
It's too wise.
Oh, yeah. There it is. That's where we want
That's
that.
close enough. I could sample some DNA off of that. I can make a little Arteezy clone.
Oh, no. Please. God, no. All right.
I mean,
Pango,
he's really good at manting, so
that's true.
I feel like it would be helpful in real life.
Mars also taken out of the pool, and now the Tiny. So trying to deny a couple more of these heroes. Was it, I think it was Beast Coast that we saw ran like the Mars Timber the other day, too.
Yep.
It was pretty strong.
Did. Pretty good versus Nature's Prophet as well. I like that idea, banning that out. And, oh, there it is!
The Dark Mago.
You wanted it!
I did.
The Dark Mago Conquer of legends, a sailor of the seven seas, feared across the reef.
Fair. I'll be honest with you, though. BKBs look real good on Shopify.
That's true.
I mean, I guess you still have Lina damage, which is just insane. But I'm pretty worried about when the BKB timing comes out from Shopify Beastcoast just having nothing to do into that timing.
I feel like they just had 3 cores they wanted and they got them.
Yeah.
They pick them straight up, but hey, these are our heroes. We're going to play them. Show us what you got. And it'll probably be a last pick. Probably a 5, I would guess, right? This is probably 4 Phoenix playing with the Timber, and then that, like, I mean, they don't care. It can be a Clockwork. It's probably going to get banned on the last couple, though, at this point. But
Yeah.
maybe they'll try the Shaker. That would be pretty hype.
I wouldn't hate that. That would be pretty sick, yeah. That would be a nice way to round out this draft. Because then that gives you an answer for the BKBs, too.
Yeah.
I would imagine Shopify banned the Clock and the Shaker out, though. That seems pretty good.
Clock seems really good. But Shopify, for themselves, whoa, the Abed Storm blast from the past. Abed, let's see the facial. I mean, I see Bulb in the back. He's looking. Do it. They have a special keycap, you know?
Yeah?
Press the button. Pick the storm.
Get it out. We've waited long enough. It's time to make it out here.
So that's probably 4 Tiny.
I mean, I'm looking at this, and there is so much jump from long range on the side of Shopify. You know, Tiny finds an initiation. You're either going to have Wrath of Nature, you're going to have a TP in with a Gleipnir, you're going to have a Storm Spirit zipping. But very tanky heroes on Beast Coast. Lina, crazy HP pool. Timber, crazy HP pool. Kunkka, crazy HP pool. And then Phoenix, percentage-based healing. I'm not going to lie to you, Trent. I'm worried that this Storm isn't going to be able to take down targets.
They're very tanky. And if there's any sustain on that last hero as well, or
Yeah.
even just disruption, like we talked about, like the Clockwork, who I'm just going to keep bringing up because Clockwork rules, keeps winning games. Yeah, you need to finish the jump. And ensure you, as they say, finish your play. Now, that's a good disruption hero as well, the Nyx. That would have been very solid. They go for the DP and the Beastmaster band. It's kind of interesting. A little bit different. I mean, definitely have some push. That's like the main thing that they're worried about, is making it easier for them to get objectives in combination with this position 1 Nature's Prophet. And I do think that's the play. I think Saberlight's probably getting that last hero here, but of course they'll at least get to some idea of what's left. They're thinking through those big picks that Beast Coast like. Like let's ignore the Clockwork for a second here. What other heroes could be better?
Out of position
Like,
5.
Oh my goodness, they actually take care of the Earth Spirit instead. Saying they could 5 the Phoenix, but
Oh,
oh snap! Oh forgot about that guy. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Oh damn! Whoops.
that's pretty strong.
I feel like that might have gotten forgotten. Just a thought.
That's a big pickup. Hands up.
That's a big pickup. That is a good looking rookie game. Storm going to be very cautious. I mean, like you said, BKBs, baby. It's
Yeah.
BKBs all over the place.
The BKB timing is very strong for Shopify, but getting there could be
Oh!
dangerous. What?
Oh, the mix-up. They say, I don't know about this one. We got to find a new hero for our TZ. Saberlight, you're taking the Nature's Prophet.
Dude. Into Lina? Okay. I mean...
These are some EG heroes, man. Some old EG. There may be Shopify now, but I see Storm, I see Luna, I think EG.
Right.
I know they just finished here, but the spirit, it lives on. The geniuses of Abed and Arteezy. But I feel like I have bad memories of these heroes, though.
I definitely do. Yeah, well, an interesting one. I mean, Hector, he looks happy. He looks very pleased with the outcome of this draft, and I can't blame him. I mean, how does... Who gets... I guess it's going to be Saberlight that has to get on top of Lina. Like, they need to be able to combo them together. Because the other thing that I'm seeing is that, like, until Saberlight is huge, until Storm is huge, Lina pops BKB herself, and how do you kill her?
Well, we're going to find out.
We'll have to. As we
Or
get
maybe
ready
we won't.
to go into this game number 1. Bulba, he can only look on now. His giant brain can no longer assist them as
Why he
we
wears
get
the
into
hat.
this. That's right.
He's got to keep it under control.
That's right.
It gets too big.
It's too much. Much too much. As we head into this game number 1, Beastcoast versus Shopify Rebellion, both teams vying for a spot in the upper bracket. Again, if they trade games, they can maybe make it together. If they 2-0, they can knock the other crew out. It's like a prisoner's dilemma.
Ah, yes,
Trent.
of course. Some game theory, perhaps.
That's the one.
That's the one. All right. I'm thinking like, okay, what is it? What does Shopify see here? And maybe they see lanes going really well.
Okay.
Because I'm not like, what is the setup with the supports on the side of Beast Coast? Is it just gonna be Ricky and Timber just trying to pull lanes the whole time, and so Luna just gets a free lane?
Maybe.
Like, you know, Luna's a bit of a classic versus the Timber because you just have the constant ability to just like ping and spam a little bit. Immediately coming down here, yeah, that's not fun for a tree player, huh?
He's just whirling death.
He's just
to
whirling
a whole
down the
patch.
entire forest.
Goodbye again. Sacred took out the entire row of trees. Yep. That's Timbersaw.
Doesn't seem fair at all.
No, and the trees down here like, wait a minute. Wait, what happened? Wait, what? It's all gone.
Fly's like, I'm just going top, man. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Not about this.
I don't want to go down there.
A lot of good lucks, a lot of have fun. You're all washed up. The Dark Mago spam. What's interesting is that he's only gold on this Kunkka. But
He likes to keep it hidden.
exactly.
You know,
I mean, everybody knows.
he busts it out in the pro matches.
Hector showing bottom. LSA realizes he does not want to stick around for that, and they're dodging. So they're going to run Lina for a moment bottom, and then the old switcheroo. The old doop-a-doo. Interesting.
I mean, they have a lot of vision down there on that pillar, so I guess that's, you know, they're playing off of that and deciding what they want to do. But yeah, I was not sure what the support situation was going to be.
Arteezy, he's running back top. And now, Hector shows here, and now he has to TP back bottom. Okay. Interesting. So he wanted to dodge it out, and now they're going to have to TP another up top. That's going to be Crit playing together with them.
All right, so we're locked in here at this point.
Yeah.
Everyone's TPing, deciding where they're going to play. All right, very interesting. But as expected, Ricky's just going to grab waves and pull. You can see Fly also trying to do a similar feat here. These shenanigans, man. Why does he have so much armor? Why does he have 6 armor? This does not hurt him. He can just do this forever.
He's Mr. Agi Man, okay? He's pretty happy with
That would
it.
be the worst superhero.
What do you mean?
Other than like the elastic people who just like stretch a bunch.
No, dude, he's really strong. What's his name? Mr. Fantastic.
Oh, that was like Stretch Armstrong.
That's just
I don't know what that
a
is.
children's toy.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Oh, deny. There on Abed in the mid lane.
Easy
against
courier
Mago.
for Schofield, thanks to that ward.
You'll
That
love
ward
to see
doing
that one.
doing work down here.
And first blood. Sorry, that's my bad, Observer. That's my bad, everybody. I was dragging him away.
How
Shout
dare
out
you?
to me. I know. I'm sorry. But a good kill. They take down the Phoenix. Obviously, really well timed to do this with the low armor and then all of the harassment you can do with that Blightstone from Saberlight.
And this is kind of why I was worried about the lanes a little bit too, though, because they have this combination of Phoenix and Lina, which
Right.
seems pretty weak, right? You like to have that melee hero in combination so the Lina can actually bully a little bit, but the Phoenix isn't set up for anything.
Right.
So you often are just trading your own health versus the opponents, and there's quite a bit of damage there when it comes to Nature's Prophet and Tiny.
Can do this pretty well, though. Try and mess with the creeps and sort of farm up a little bit when the pulls do get off and slow down the harassment coming from the Nature's Prophets. Stinger having an okay time there.
Is this what supports are now?
Yeah,
This is all we do.
pretty much. I mean, you get shards. That's pretty cool. Schofield, gonna get a pull. Yep, this is what the sports are doing. And at least at the early going, you can see out of the mid 17-0 versus the 16-2. Side lanes going a little bit better for Lina, as we have come to expect. 11-1 versus the 9-4, although Arteezy does have a few more denies there on that Luna. Pretty good base damage on that hero.
It's up top, we're watching here. The trees are out.
Yeah.
LSA helping to try and control them, but the toss
Toss.
back, the damage is there. Remember, very low armor on that Phoenix, with the Blightstone especially. Man,
wanted to
hurts.
dive. Not going to happen. They bring him down. We'll have a TP at the very least to come back home to this lane, but a very annoying time.
So, the reason why I would say Beastcoast were still just banning out offlaners and like not really assuming that this would be the offlane Nature's Prophet is that I think that the offlane Nature's Prophet is it's less of a like game leader. It doesn't dictate the pace the same way the safe lane one does. It gets less items often because obviously it doesn't get like the full greed aspect.
Right.
And I would rather play versus the offlane Nature's Prophet. It's stronger laner than most offlaners, but I don't think it like snowballs that well. And I think that under their assumption, oh, what?
Trouble. Brought down low, has another whirling death, and that should do it. So Sacred comes on and cleans him up. But you're talking about the laning versus the game.
Yeah, I just think that under their assumption that like they probably thought Arteezy's still just gonna play it because of how much stronger the hero is in that role. And I mean I would rather see that. So I'll be curious to see how Saberlight transitions into that mid game and what kind of build he does. Like, does he go for that Agnums eventually? Like we tried to see it earlier, but it never came online for TSM in game 1.
Yeah. Can see here in mid also, Dark Mago playing around a little bit. Did give up Storm both of those runes. Maybe had an anticipation that Crit had made that rotation up top and didn't want to run into any issues there. As well, down bottom, there's more action going on Arteezy. Also a toss back into a dive up top, and Sacred able to get some separation. So nothing in terms of death going on in that top lane. But did get some harassment out, and Stinger could be in some trouble now. Needs to be very wary about his positioning. The toss throws him on to Hector to get some more harassment. Crit, somewhat low himself, does have stick charges, and the LSA the turn. Oh, K1, he finds a moment to try and bring down Saberlight, and he's going to get him.
Oh, nice.
That was really well played. And now a courier snipe? Oh, he hides it. Crit, and he gets it lost anyways.
That was such a small window where that was going to work.
Yeah.
Very nice turn.
Ours.
Meanwhile, down bottom, Schofield and Sacred not having quite the same luck in terms of bullying here. Both pretty low in the HP pool.
Low on the reactive
Dude, I
armor.
don't know,
Stacks.
You gotta commit for this, though.
Can they get him? He gets the other side.
Dire's courier
We'll get the
has
courier
been
snipe,
killed.
though, as the tree.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, not something that we see all that often, but Shopify Rebellion down in the laning stage, across a couple of them at least, actually pulling ahead now as I say that. So they were down a second ago. Now it's still relatively
Dire's
even
middle tower is under
as Schofield taking some punches from Fly. This boots first on the tree and high movement speed is just chasing this Ricky everywhere. Get out of here, Schofield. Can he kill him? He's close to it. Denied.
Nice.
Well played. Dark Mago has 6. Abed, though, has a DD rune.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key aspect here for Shopify Rebellion is ensuring these runes go the way of Abed.
X trying to bait something. Didn't connect there with that Tidebringer hit, but does have the slowdown here. Abed dropped low. They want to bait him into using that DD to regen.
That was so cheap, too. It didn't cost like anything outside of Beastcoast.
But he wants to get a kill with it. Sacred turns onto him. Low mana. Is it going to be enough, though? They pull him back in, and it is enough for the kill. Abed, good recognition that he could get that with a limited investment.
Ooh, that was really sick. No TP, though, so he's on the long walk back somewhere else.
And they took the bounty, too, so he doesn't have any regen there either.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm sure it'll still be worth it. He can like, sort of like farm his way back home, but
Radiant are scanning.
how's Hector doing though? Top of the last hits, pretty high in terms of net worth. He's looking all right there. As he clears through the jungle, and Dark Mago might be looking to use that boat.
Yeah. Obviously, hard to do it with just the 1 point in the X marks the spot, but can also farm up the jungle pretty quickly now with 4 points in Tidebringer. Sacred is going to pressure this bottom lane, and up top you saw there as well. Lina playing together with Stinger.
I like Dark Mago's build though, going the blade mail build. You know, I feel like the Kunkka specialists I've seen in like top tier pubs have been building this a little bit more often, whereas most people who are just picking it for like lane matchups go double brace or BKB.
Yeah.
But if you look towards that blade mail, it's a really strong game for Luna, Storm, Tiny even.
Yeah, it's really good. Has a lot of value there. Schofield is just harassing away Arteezy
Got
here.
it. Let's go.
Moves in. Will get control, but Sacred from the high ground, wanting to bring him down here. Don't know if he's going to have enough damage. It's a free kill onto Schofield.
Yeah, Saberlight snags it with the Wrath of Nature out there. Stinger's getting low up top. Look at the TP in for the last plink of damage.
Trying to also go on to Hector. Abed's right on him. They blow him up. Can they take down Stinger? Yes. So big rotations coming out from Shopify Rebellion will bring Beastcoast low.
3 straight for the hat trick here, and you know why? He's got runes, baby.
Yeah.
Runes on Storm Spirit. The necessity. I mean, EG probably, sorry, Shopify Rebellion. Probably the best team in the world at playing around Storm Spirit, one would hope, because they have the most experience.
Silence. And immediately they run away. Showing the danger. And Stinger's just trying to hold on to this tower for all that he's worth. He has gotten a lot of levels, though, as there has been some movement away from this side of the map. The slow pops the stick, turns, dives, gets some separation. Sacred makes the move. Abed, low mana right now. Wanted to jump onto him, caught for the moment, but they got him. Abed is going to die. Well played on that rotation, and all set up by Stinger. As Schofield tries to run down Crit, catches him there with the Chakram through, has Avalanche in 2, does pop it now, trying to get away, but with the slowdown there, they're going to leave the kill over to Sacred.
Wow, one nice support player. It's Hector. It's just on this side of the map here, farming away. Fly puts down a sentry, and of course they do see him under that obs as well, so they're well aware this is happening at the moment. And what do you want to do though? Like you weren't able to grab top. Kunkka, a very good hero versus Nature's Prophet in terms of like holding towers as well. He likes to make his rotations, but it's also really hard to actually like punish a Kunkka who's just sitting under tower. Right, because you have X-Mark plays, if you overextend a little bit, obviously the boat comes in, heals him up when you expect. And we have this very tanky dual core of Timbersaw and Kunkka, so like forcing anything into them feels bad, but they have a Luna who could just farm away.
Right. Saw right there too, the little bit of the battle between Arteezy and Hector of who's going to get that last hit on the creep, and Tor just throws out the Lucent Beam to secure it against Hector.
Dire Obs saw Storm moving through. I believe it also just saw Arteezy, so they know there's so many heroes down bottom, and that lets Dark Mago have a little bit of fun mid.
Also can see right here, the creeps blocking out the Ancients in towards mid. They're going to go for the all-in. Blade Mail out, boat out. Does he just walk away? Sacred throws out the Chakram. The control Stinger tries to turn this one. Doesn't have any points in the Sunray. And wouldn't be able to keep Dark Mago alive anyways.
Yeah, no Sunray and no Egg quite yet. You know, the downside to Phoenix.
Yep.
Really XP dependent.
Dire structures are
And, man, these fights, these Wrath of Nature is helping out a lot. Oh, look at this. This is a classic Shopify play. Smoking up Crit and Arteezy. They're trying to get this kill with the ulti. The dynamic duo want to play together.
Can they do it? They see him. Crit broke smoke. Hector trying to dodge. Mass TPs. Mass TPs. Hector's like, y'all don't get down here. It's going to be a problem.
And they just watch him retreat over their vision there. So nicely done. He's going to try and punish here Saberlight by moving into this tower. But of course, instantly Hector's up here. And Saberlight, not much he can do. Schofield here.
Oh, they revealed. He revealed himself. They revealed that they had vision. And now,
we'll see.
Counter rotation. They make another move. Schofield trying to get away. And looks like he gets some separation from him in towards the river. Fly. Going to be brought down pretty quickly by that Lina. Hector continues to farm as eventually the tier 1 tower will go down.
Just making space.
Yep.
They do need to get Schofield some gold. He's still pretty far away from the shard as we're at 12.5 minutes, so he's going to be sitting on this lane for quite a while. And Saberlight and Abed.
Yeah, that'll be an easy bring down. They do still see that these ancient, or the hard camp is blocked right now. Mago pings it out, and Hector moves in to take the Ancients. So that at least has not been blocked out. But very annoying, and you can see another one of these treants coming in right after Hector leaves. Oh, God. Oh, wait, it's just going for the hard camp, though. No, it's going for the Ancients. Steps back in, sees it. Oh, that's annoying for Hector. Damn.
Well, I mean, if you're going to maximize this here on the offlane, this is the kind of stuff you need to do.
Yeah.
Because he's not doing the Gleipnir build that we saw earlier from Kasane. He's going for this drums into the eggs, which I would say is the most popular one that, like, when Europe was really dominating with the offlane Nature's Prophet, this is the one that you'd see a lot. The Agnum's just, it feels so good. 60-second ulti. Like, already his ulti is so important for everything they're doing, but you lower that cooldown down to 60, so you get 25 seconds knocked off, and then you get a minimum 2-second root.
Right.
From the ulti, which is really nice, and it scales all the way to 3.8.
Yeah.
So it's really strong.
That's incredibly good. And, well, they've been setting up for this one for a little while now from Crit, or rather from Schofield.
Yeah.
We'll secure that kill with him. But those types of plays, if you make that move with 2 heroes in the future, and Abed's on the lane, there's a chance that maybe later on, you know, they could turn those types of things around. Dude. Mago is so good with this hero. Another round of Ancients being blocked for Hector.
Another rune, though, for Shopify.
Yeah.
They're certainly not putting the respect on taking those away from the Storm. They don't really seem to care about it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they actually end up getting punished for that. But because of that kill on Crit up top, Crit, of course, in the exact same situation. As, you know, we have Schofield just trying to farm up his Shard, and Crit trying to farm up his Blink. So the kill onto Crit gave him lots of gold for the Shard. So in 30 seconds, he'll be totally fine to purchase that up. And typically you want the Boots of Travel finished on Lina for the kills with the Shard, right? But, you know, position 1 Lina these days, she doesn't really like to go for the boss that early.
Yeah.
So their Shard killing isn't that great. It'll mostly just be Sacred.
Can they bring him down? The heal, it's pretty good. The boat gets off in the end, but Dark Mago, he's going to die. Sacred trying to control. Find Abed. They blow him up, actually. Oh, that was well done. So they end up trading 1 for 1 there. The interesting thing about that was that's all set up because Lina ends up farming into the area that Kunkka was because those Ancients were blocked. Then he had to run mid for the wave, gets jumped on immediately.
Right, it's Saberlight's fault. Is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
exactly.
Gotcha.
That's
okay,
the real
cool.
reason.
Make sure we let him know later.
Yeah.
That his incredibly good play is punishing his team. His Crit dropping a ward there and the enemy Ancients.
Dude, they're
Keeping
doing
an eye.
such a good job of keeping an eye on that area.
So far, though, I mean, they might be keeping an eye on it. They're invading on the side of Beastcoast. Dropping some wards, going to find Fly.
Hello? This is the reveal here.
He hates trees.
Does. Not a fan of him. And Fly throws one last armor onto mid
on
before
top.
it's away, and, well, that is a big kill. Taking down the Lina. Dead for 40 seconds, but they're going to try and collapse on this now. Abed runs away, zips out. Does look like he will escape.
Dark Mago finally going to get a rune, and thankfully it's the regen. So at least taking that away. A big kill onto Hector.
And finds Saberlight. Nothing to stop this one. The boat, it goes out. The connection there. They have a sleeping dart if they need it. And going to use it now onto Abed. Oh, they want to chase for more. They will find Schofield, get him killed. Can they get any more?
Mago doing?
Dark Mago, he's just walking away. Zip in, find Stinger, throw out the X, backs out. Sacred onto it, out of mana. Abed in trouble. The toss back though, oh, the save was there. It was very good. That keeps him alive. And Abed going to escape, but can they keep the tower alive?
Was that a Lucent Beam save? That was crazy. I thought he was dead for sure.
It was,
Stopping that Timber Chain was everything.
yeah, really good play there. Oh man, they need.
What do you do about this mid tower though? Because like, you have a tree, right? They're just gonna give it
kill
up.
Hector.
All right, that's pretty good. Oh my god, that ulti!
So much damage.
He just respawned. He took 620 damage from Wrath of Nature.
Dude, and with nobody there, if he was there mid, they go on it. But yeah, he's calling it. Good play, buddy. Good play.
Let me reiterate. He took 620 damage from Wrath of Nature.
Okay. I hear ya.
What?
Yeah, it's balanced, man. Don't worry about it.
Well, that's a blink for Crit. God, that vision, man. Crit nailing it with those wards.
And he gave him the tip afterwards.
That is everything.
I will say, they didn't finish off the tower mid. You know, Beastcoast.
That's shocking.
That is a problem. At the end of the day, this is Kunkka, this is Timber. When Lina's not there, there's no chance for a kill. Sleeping Dart turn. Jumps forward, finds the finish. Abed dies oh so quick.
The Agnums now being done here for Saberlight, so more and more ultis.
East Coast, they're looking pretty solid right now.
The dart, look at this damage. This is why they love Timbersaw.
It's really, really strong, but they
not
will
enough?
not quite get there. The tree armor keeps him alive, and Saberlight now gets the Aghanim Scepter done. A big window here for them to make the plays here. Because now you're also rooting them.
They just need that little bit more. Can we just get like a veil or something on Schofield? All spell damage, you know?
Yeah.
Is that the play? Have I unlocked the meta? 'Cause I feel like they just need that tiny little bit.
Yeah, I'm down for it. Why not? By the way, the mid tower did go down in all that time. They're having to throw living armor on all their heroes. They can't do it on the towers.
Schofield.
But the moment we've been waiting for, BKBs. They got one on Luna.
Aha. True. Well, they got one on Lina. And I believe we have one on Kunkka as well that's still fresh at 9 seconds. So it's just BKBs everywhere. Who gets the job?
Why? Make the move in. They find him. Dead on Sacred. Boat out. Dark Mago pops the BKB, turns for the fight. They throw back in Stinger. He needs to get the dive away. Does have Egg Force Staff.
Oh, nice.
Up to the high ground to keep him alive. Abed, does he want to chase in for this? Or are they just going to give up their tower? Stinger hiding, dodging, but the damage. It's enough.
Yeah, no teammates are left alive. He does not want to waste that egg.
Well, that is the BKB reveal for the Luna. Looked pretty good. And Hector?
I can't believe they still have a lead on the side of East Coast, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's how much they've just been farming across this map right now.
Yeah. They make the move down bottom for Saberlight. He TP's in and
He has no
immediately
BKB.
Dark Mago's ready for him. Ready with the torrent. Pulls him back in and an easy kill there.
And look at the rest of Shopify, too, smoking up, running their way down bottom. Are they just going to run right into Schofield? This Ricky, persistently annoying. Where's the detection?
They spot him immediately, but now that guy's time for the rest of the
LSA?
team. Although, LSA turn. Do they have enough to kill him off? Arteezy, he's got his BKB still. He looks like he's going to be fine. The X, they find the pullback onto Abed, but can't find the follow-up stun. Now the chase coming from Sacred. Stinger wants to run at him. They get the pull. He can't get the Supernova off. Fly. Back and forth they go. Another X. Arteezy held his BKB that entire time. The Blade Mail is good, but will it be good enough? Boat for the damage mitigation has to back out, and there's no way for that to work. Shopify Rebellion's team fight is very clean.
The patience on that BKB from Arteezy. If he pops it earlier versus the Lina, he doesn't have it there versus the Blade Mail. Maybe Dark Mago was able to find at least something for them, but nothing was there. And blowing up the Ricky is probably the worst case that you can have as Beastcoast, right? Because like you need him for the consistent control in the team fights. Popping out these smokes, forcing bad BKBs, getting the sleep darts for the easy setup for the Lina. It all just gets taken away. Like Lina and Timbersaw are so reliant on Schofield getting these sleeping darts.
And losing him at the start also meant that it was for sure that Stinger was going to go down too.
His brain is just too big on Schofield. He put a sentry up there, saw the enemy sentry,
Yeah.
and he left it there. So we'll see if he gets away with this and brings back the ward. Because I think he knows they're going to end up obsing that.
They have one.
Or you do the worst thing and your teammates think it's D-ward when it's not really. But we'll see. There we go. Checking it out. Beautiful. Oh,
back.
no.
In trouble. Got fully controlled. Great play coming out from Crit. He made that one perfectly. Now the Avalanche, Sleeping Dart onto one. Abed can't chase. Rest of Beast Coast trying to run away. They have a Gleipnir fully completed now. Do they want to come back in and take this fight? Shopify Rebellion in a position where they want to close out this game, try and take a firm lead in it.
Sometimes you gotta wonder, you know, oh, but they're not taking down our sentry either. Like, you
Yeah.
know, like they know that we know, so I guess he just thought he'd be fast enough on the BKB. I mean, to be fair, so did I. Like, how many times have you seen a tiny blink in?
They catch him. No BKB. Abed's gone. Just like that, and now Shopify, they have to get the hell out of here. The chase is going to be big. Sacred tries to back away.
Beautiful
Supernova
egg.
up on the high ground. The LSA connects, but it's going to be a BKB. Ortiz just turned and hit it, and now look at these glaives. He bounces back and forth. You get close enough, you start taking him down, but they get the sleeping dart after the
crit.
BKB wears out, but crit. He comes in to clean it up, and Schofield in trouble, needs to get out of there. How did it work so well? How did it go so well for Shopify? No Kunkka. He was not there, but he might be there now. Drops down, 1 round, no BKB, throws out the torrent. They can't Roche easily. With Tidal Wave here and no BKB, they can't do it.
No, there's so much vision still remaining here for Shopify, and they know that. I saw Schofield. Oh, Schofield!
Ooh,
You're dead.
jump, Avatos. Crit and Arteezy, the dynamic duo. They take him down. So much vision.
Yeah, they'll finally get a D ward here. It's getting low. Is there any way you go into this? I don't think
can't.
so.
Wow. 24-13. This game has been an absolute banger.
It feels so close this whole time, but man, the item use is just like night and day. You know, like the BKBs are just a little bit off on Beastcoast, and they're flawless on Shopify. Like that egg coming out of that exact moment. If it wasn't for Arteezy, that could have been a very bad fight.
Crit is going to get caught here, but as soon as they show up with the rest of them, yeah. Stinger, gone. Saberlight catches Mago. Has to try and Quelling Blade get himself out. We always knew this BKB timing was going to be good for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, this could be really good.
Finds him.
If they bring back with the shard on Kunkka,
Sleep in.
they're kind of ditching. Oh, but look at Arteezy.
Yeah, he's making sure that they're safe. And the toss back. Gets him. BKB tries to run, wants to get out, but he's dead. He's gone so quickly. The little crit to end it, and they find him. Hector in trouble. The TP in. This BKB timing was so strong. Arteezy, he's not stopping, going in for more. Why not? They find Sacred, tries the Timber Chain to get some separation. The Sun Ray, the heal, a Timber Chain. What the hell was that? One more hit. Does he get the crit? The trees are there. The trees, they're not healthy for you. A triple kill for Artur.
Oh, they do have to actually deal with the tier 2s, it turns out.
That was the Hurricane Pike. He had vision so he could right-click him from infinite range.
There you go. Man, and it really is just the BKBs. Everyone has them, but you know what they say. It's not the size of the BKB, it's how you use it. You know?
Fair enough.
And very well manipulated here on the side of Shopify.
Dire's middle tower is under
Man.
attack.
25 minutes in, a 5,000 gold lead. I think that there's still the danger of Lina. It's ever present in my mind. It's this haunting specter that can't be dislodged. Am I wrong to be worried about it, Trent?
No, this is only a 5k lead. They have a sieging team for sure, but they still haven't gone high ground, right? And all it takes is like one scythe or something from the side of Beastcoast. Storm goes in, sad times, so... Yeah, nothing is certain at this point in the game.
Crit's been doing so much in this game. Sleeping Dart there finds the Luna, but they don't have the follow-up. No Mirana arrow. They have vision from the trees. And the Wrath of Nature root, super annoying to play against.
It really is.
Yeah, they need more items on the side of Beast Coast. We'll see if Shopify Rebellion give them that time or if they can close this one out.
I find that's often my problem in Dota.
Yeah.
Just need more items.
Yeah.
Just farm a little bit more gold.
If you look right over at Crit right now, too, as we're in this pause, if you look by Crit and Fly, up on that pillar, how did that dragon get there? You see what I'm talking about?
He's just hanging up there, you know? Hey, it was throw. You accidentally went to throw. I saw
did.
that too, you know?
That was weird.
Oh, he's on EG. Well, sorry, he's not on EG. He's on Beast Coast, even though it's Shopify on the Radiant.
Well done.
I don't know. They're big fans, I guess.
Yeah.
They just love that throw courier.
Interesting.
Hector's really into it.
Well, go is the call. Saberlight calling for it, and it looks like Beast Coast are going to attempt.
Look at that ward in behind.
Another move. They go up and now farming ancients.
The gem on Schofield. Very much needed there. They were all under vision. Arteezy looking from above. Come on up the stairs, he says.
Yeah, that is the danger zone.
He's dancing up.
And they find him. Dude, how many times has Dark Mago been tossed back? How many? I want a number.
Oh, wait.
They find another. Saberlight's there. They get him. The Torrent, the boat, but the jump forward from Abed finds Stinger, kills him off. They do not have the Lina with them. And the Timbersaw, he can't do enough right now. Sacred tries to get away, but the Avalanche is there to interrupt his Timber Chain to get out. And now this 5k gold lead is a 9k gold lead.
And immediately Saberlight's just TPing directly on top of Hector. He's just teasing him.
Threatening him. Aggressive positioning, but has to head back home. That one was not going to work. They look for a toss back again, not going to get it. Leipnir throws out a sleeping dart.
Did you see RTZ run up and force that him out? What a bud.
Yeah. Make sure protecting your support.
Right.
Crit's been doing everything this game.
Schofield needs the big setup.
You said he looked like he was in his anime pose. Crit has been doing anime things in this one. Tries to pull him back. They have it. The Torrent, the control is there, but the BKB is out and immediately turns onto the egg. Can they bring it down? The answer is yes. Crit is dead. Can they find any way to shut down this devastating launch at them? And Saberlight, he pops the newly minted BKB. Tied away, pulls them in. The boat's down. The overgrowth onto everybody. Lina can't do anything but throw out an LSA. Okay, the buyback from the Phoenix. They're on Saberlight. The Torrent, it comes out in time. So an overextension, they get the melee racks, but Beastcoast able to punish.
Someone's gem is still on the ground there. RTZ tucks into a little nook there for the TP out. And that was near the end of his Aegis, I believe. Yeah, only 3 seconds left. That'll be expiring. So, kind of costly for going high ground. The fact they got to keep their gem was also huge because they really need that in the Dire.
Right.
Wait, where is it? Wait, did they lose it?
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, is it flying out on a courier somewhere?
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's on Phoenix's courier. Okay.
All right. So they'll have the gem for Beastcoast.
That is Fly's gem. Abed, though, he's currently holding Schofield's gem, so it all evens out.
Fair. The call is to run it down a lane and then cut back over, apparently.
There's also a DD top, so...
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
It is also nighttime right now for 30 more seconds, so bad time to fight if you're Beastcoast. Not really something we've talked about, but obviously versus the Luna, it never hurts.
Yep. Getting that bonus damage for all their heroes, no matter what the range. But to be honest, Shopify have been playing very close to each other, too.
Yeah.
Crit. Again, looking for an opening. The fact that he's found those tossback plays by just like getting immediately onto the hero too, with all those like Mago's got a BKB, so if it's an avalanche
doesn't
initiation,
look like it, you know. Yeah.
If it's avalanche initiation, he can pop BKB, but it's always opening with the toss.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to have an answer for that yet.
Of course, Shopify still holding all their tier 2s right now. There is a courier ward placed way deep in the base here from Beastcoast. That is something you can always do when you have the Riki, which is nice. So might give them some inside info, just seeing that. But it doesn't mean they can't take an outpost, unfortunately.
Yeah, gonna lose out on that XP for a little while here. Crit is playing behind the tree while Arteezy steps forward a little bit.
It's just TPing on way back to the tier 3. He's playing it so safe. He was worried someone might be like camping to gank. So he goes way into the base, smoked out here.
Schofield, smoke breaks, dust out, run away.
He's been working on this blink for a while.
So 9k gold lead at this point is definitely a lot, but it's not a like siege high ground easily lot. Like they need to sort of close this out in a safe fashion, trying to secure Roche.
They want to get the Roche. They want to go high ground with that. There's no point going without it, it feels like. But out on the map, there are opportunities for Beastcoast. And again, you just got to think Schofield.
Yep.
Like he's the big one. Leads into something. Arteezy is feeling safe enough to push out mid, and they just don't want any piece of this DZ Luna. Nope. No thank you.
Leave him alone. Don't. What's the phrase?
Don't poke the bear?
Yeah, I thought it was don't bite the bear. I mean, to be
You
fair,
really shouldn't bite the bear.
Yeah, it's not a great
I
plan
think they'd
either.
be even more upset. If you poke the bear, maybe it just thinks you're playing.
Yeah, maybe he's asleep too. He doesn't even wake up.
No, you bite the bear. Ooh.
Arr.
That would be biting the bear that feeds. You know, that's when you get an Ursa who just can't get the game going.
That's right. Is it? Actually, I don't know. I was not paying attention to what he said, sorry. It's my
It's
bad.
okay. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, as you said, Saberlight on the other side of the map, not wanting to deal with them at all. And every time it is this Luna that's the first point of contact. And I mean, normally if you find a core, it's like, okay, we can maybe go on that. But Satanic, BKB, like, they just don't have the tools that they need.
Also,
yeah.
Crit has like 2,700 HP right now
Yeah.
with an Ogre Seal Totem and
true.
being level 17. So he's feeling great. And he just got 18 as well. So now he has 20 bonus armor. In case you guys want to try and deal with that. But oh, look at this positioning. The full wrap around here. Schofield.
Toss him back, but the X, good play, good play.
That was sick.
Gleipnir afterwards tries to get out of there, keeping him alive, but Schofield already dead, does not have buyback. They need to make something happen here. The Tidebringer pulls him back forward. The disarm, though, long duration onto Lina, hasn't been able to attack almost at all. Saberlight's TPing out with already two dead, and the buyback, the control is there. Fly has the overgrowth, connects onto all, but the BKB pop and then the turn away. They've already killed Arteezy. This is working out perfect.
He's slaying.
Hector has come online. The DD Lina, the triple kill for Sacred, and now the Aegis.
Oh man, they lost Schofield early. Stinger forced to egg because creeps were about to kill him. With neither of the supports really able to help out other than tanking the slightest bit of damage at the start, they turn
Lina
around that
cometh.
entire fight. Lina becomes.
Lina cometh. She
Oh
is
my
too
goodness.
strong.
The DD rune, I believe, as well. Yes, that was kind of huge. Yeah, bottled DD there for Hector in that fight. Finally getting themselves some runes.
What a turnaround. Dude, we were at 90%.
Radiant's middle
Holy moly.
I mean, it was crazy because like she's running an LSA and everyone I look at it already has a BKB pop, but it didn't even matter because the damage was just so absurd at that point, and they couldn't stabilize on the side of Shopify. Like it looked like Abed was gonna have a good setup, but they didn't have the finish, and the overwhelming damage is really what it is, right? It just takes an instant, and that's what they've been waiting for. Like Sacred, we've seen this Timber Saw multiple times now with its Aghanims. Like it's like 2,000 damage.
You know what it feels like almost? It's like there gets to this point where she, you know, finds her talent. She has level 20, so she always has damage. She's got her 15 for the health. Finishes that Satanic like I was talking about. And then it's like you run out of the damage. You run out of damage for Shopify. Normally that's made up for by this Luna, but if you can't stay on target, if you can't consistently hit, it's just too much. All it took was like a few seconds of Lina right-clicking from range, and it was over. Because she was disarmed, she was stunned, saved BKB for when the tree ulti came, and then just went ham.
Shopify gonna have to reevaluate how they take these fights now.
Yeah.
And this is where, you know, I talk about the off-lane profit and some of the issues. Like when this ultimate stops being like powerful and feeling like it's controlling the engagements, it just gets weird. You become this like split push bot, you know?
Right.
Because he doesn't really have the right-click damage anymore, at least not in comparison to this insane burst from Timbersaw and Lina.
Oh, you know what else? If it matters, if the fight's spread out, the Supernova is kind of the answer for the Lunar Blessing
It doesn't
damage
hurt.
too.
Doesn't hurt, that's for sure. Every little bit counts.
Well, ready to try and take Arax of their own. Now, the problem that they're going to have to deal with eventually is split push galore, and then also, like, bots maybe for Luna. Like, tier 4 towers are getting hit right now. They need to deal with the split push.
There are issues, though, in terms of, like, now that the Lina, like, this position 1 Lina, when they eventually grow and grow and grow, they do get the bots, and now we have a setup with Aghanim's Timbersaw and Lina with bots for the Ricky Dart. So if you're separated, like even just this position that Arteezy's in right now is very dangerous.
Yeah.
But he has to take some risks obviously out of the map, but the Shadow Blade's there now for Hector, so he wants to hunt as well with Schofield.
Can we check something out real
Please
quickly?
do.
Just as an exercise, since we have some downtime.
Uh-huh.
Let's take a look real quickly at Luna's third skill, shall we?
Okay.
Lunar
all right.
Blessing.
Yeah, good skill.
28 damage,
Yeah.
1,000 night vision, nice little radius.
Oh, I see what's about to happen here.
Let's take a look at Lina's third skill, shall we? 55 bonus attack speed as she is going to turn on to Abed, try and blow him up. The 4% movement speed. Now that's 55 attack speed per stack. Sharon, what's going on here? What's happening? How is this?
Well, you see, she has to do stuff.
28 damage versus the other way. Oh my god. Oh, wow.
Well, trapped in the base now. Their pathetic skills that aren't the skills of Lina.
Unbelievable. 35 to 21. And the next round of neutrals up. I mean, again, all it takes is one fight. If you're Shopify Rebellion, things are looking rough. You see this unwieldy monster of a hero, but if you can kill her, if you can get the toss back, but the Ricky silence! Oh, Schofield with the save, but it doesn't matter. That's Aegis down. They have the Sunray onto Sacred. They couldn't get the toss back, but Arteezy's in pretty far. He's disarmed. And Hector's like, I don't want to be here anymore. Leave me alone. Get me out.
The safety egg disengages them. 83 seconds of no BKB on Luna, but they still feel compelled to leave the base. There's still BKB on Kunkka. There's still BKB on Lina. This is not an easy fight to take as Shopify, especially because there's the Invis. The Silver Edge is there, right?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of vision do they have right now? I mean, it is nighttime, to be fair, so that's going to help them out a lot. Arteezy wants the first jump.
They get the toss back. Catches him in the middle of the air and completely blown up. 80 seconds.
He needs more keys bound to BKB.
He couldn't get it.
Just put it, get a foot pedal.
Foot pedal. Dude, they know this is their time. If this match lingers on too much longer, Lina really does become too much to deal with. But if they can do serious damage right now on Shopify Rebellion, they might be able to close something out. Creeps in the base, ready to go high ground.
That's actually just so crazy. And they still have the gem as well there. Onto Abed too, so he's way back pushing the wave. He's not here at the moment. He can't initiate from this far back. Where's Abed going? All right, they're just all leaving. Okay.
Yeah, they're still feeling confident.
I'm kind of seeing your screen. I'm seeing Abed. I'm just like, he's just not here, huh?
Yeah. Interesting.
Ooh, tier 4s though. Only got one of them or two of them so far.
I wonder if they feel like they can still keep this going super late game. I mean, it is Storm with Nature's Prophet. Maybe I'm underselling how strong that combo is going to be in the late game, but I just always see these Luna matches be rough.
All right, if Crit tosses one more person before they BKB though, they just win.
Okay.
He's the GOAT.
Cool. Find one. Don't manage to get the toss back. Stinger gets a little bit away. He pops his own BKB because that's a thing. Big amount of heroes caught in the smoke stream.
Sacred, he has no stacks.
Up on the high ground. Silence, root, disarm, everything. All dropped for Lina. Can they do anything against that, though? A position that Arteezy knows well in the midst of the Sprout. And Beastcoast, they're just going to back away for a moment.
They become tree people.
They do.
They're moving into the forest.
Dude, they don't want to be here. Lina doesn't have BKB. Shopify, they've got to buy time on Beastcoast here. Lina needs BKB. If she gets all in,
You're stuck in your base. You're stuck in your base.
This game is so tense.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Abed. The BKB coming out now. The 40-minute Storm BKB.
Again, this match, it's for upper bracket. If you lose one here, it's out of your hands of if you are guaranteed upper bracket or not. You can still get there, but it is going to come through tiebreakers. It's going to come through maybe not even any of those. It's going to be rough. And so for Beastcoast and for Shopify, every match so important. This one more so than any of the rest of them. AC done on the Nature's Prophet. I think that was something completed. Was it the Silver Edge done on Luna? She's almost level 25. Other 25s that are coming out soon, Lina's already gotten to hers. Laguna Blade damage is pure and pierces spell immunity. Okay. Nifty.
Man, I don't even know.
Double damage.
The gem is still there for both teams. Schofield having one. Abed does not have the other. Where's the other gem? Oh, Crit has it. I see.
Okay. He wants to be able to catch the Ricky too, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's also just the Silver Edge on the Lina, the Silver Edge on the Luna.
Oh, and he has the toss requires no target now too. Level 20 on this Tiny. That's also crazy.
Everyone's smoked up.
Smoke on smoke. Crit sees them all. Avalanche can't find the toss target. BKB out. But the big catch from Abed tries to blow them all up at the start. Sacred turns. The dive forward. The egg up on the high ground this turn. It is not good for Shopify.
Arteezy
they
slept?
need to disengage. Arteezy, he's in no man's land, but might just be able to glaive everybody to death. Lena's dead. No buyback. Arteezy, he did it. Oh my god. Sacred trying to get out of there, but 3 dead. The turn was huge.
It's like he got slept in the trees and he just hibernated and waited.
Oh, they don't have buybacks. Lena doesn't.
Arteezy's just walking right now.
They
He's
might
going
have
straight
done
down.
it. I mean, Dark Mago has it, but the Lena.
Schofield? Oh, he's TVing back. He's not going for the darts or anything. He doesn't know the vision.
And no BKB for this Luna, but I don't know if it matters. I think that they can just try and close this one out. 60 seconds is so long. They have to imagine that he has it, though. So they're just going to try and play this one safe. If
Doesn't
they can
matter
go all
with
in.
Luna. Like,
Yeah.
after the glyph, you just chunk.
Do so much damage. The Sleeping Dart is going to try and delay this. But it is really hard to imagine that they don't at the very least get Megas. And if they keep going, this game just might be over. 35 seconds. They use the glyph on this, so they're trying to get them to make a play, but the toss back, he was there. He finds him. Sacred. Double Chakram out, trying to separate. Does have a Timber Chain again, but he's gone. That's 1 death. Does have buyback. Gonna have to use it here. This is Megas at the very least. Do Shopify try and go for more? I mean, if they knew that Beastcoast didn't have buyback, that was the end of the game.
Yeah, potentially he's able to run it down. It does take a long time versus this Ricky.
Yeah.
Consistently annoying. I don't think they have any Dispel either.
What a huge
They
opening.
can just like keep chucking all over each other, so. And then popping Satanics and BKBs, so. Back to Roche. Refresher Shard, not the Aghanims, unfortunately.
And now an Aegis in hand. Shopify wanting to close this out. The fight was looking bad over there on that high ground, but Arteezy sticking around and was just in the midst of all of them. A huge overgrowth and all the right clicks from the Luna. Tore him to shreds.
Maybe they can find another DD for Lena.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, maybe they can hold out for 46 minutes.
They're going to need something.
Ooh, the Storm Illusion. Not going to fall for it.
Nope.
Another one. Taking the creeps in. Oh, they're infiltrating.
They have
Arteezy.
the AC
Arteezy.
done. Looking, the pull. He's on the top of all of them. They immediately pop all their ultis. The Supernova is ready, as well as that Sunray. They're keeping them back for the moment. Saberlight down super low. Wait a minute, have they gone in a bit too far? Trying to kill him off. A couple hits, it's good. Abed goes in for another round. The catch is there, though. Lena needs to pop Satanic, trying to live. K1 Hector is dead. Gone for 100 seconds, and with that, it is going to be Shopify Rebellion taking game number 1, trying to secure their spot in the upper bracket. What a clutch performance.
All right, the next time you see a Luna from Shopify
Yeah,
or Storm Spirit, don't groan.
true.
Think back to this and why it worked out so well. So much team play around this Luna. Timings, I mean, they are great on the timings. The tiny little pairing plays they did too, but, you know, I'm talking about Storm, I'm talking about Luna. I don't even know why. This was just Crit. Crit just broke this game.
He did.
Like, he made Tiny look like the big problem. You know, there was a Ricky on the other team, in case you guys didn't notice. You know, not able to connect with all those dart plays, unfortunately, from Beast Coast. We've seen this setup work really well with the Timbers on the Lena.
Right.
Wasn't there this game at all.
I will say this is one of the better performances I feel like I've seen on Arteezy with Luna also. I mean, I think that Crit and him comboed together to make a bunch of those kills happen. Obviously, Crit was the one that was setting it up, finding him with those tossbacks. He ends 10, 6, and 20. Arteezy ends 16, 1, and 17. Just overall a really, really good game from them. And for Beast Coast, there were a couple of moments that just felt a little bit off. Stinger getting caught a few too many times. I mean, that's kind of what him and Schofield do, which is
that's what they do.
But it didn't end up working out fully. Going into game number 2, I mean, the one last thing that I'll say is when I saw the Luna pick, I'm thinking, how is she ever going to get on top of the Lena? But the fights just got so crazy, and Abed,
Crit.
yeah,
And
crit,
Abed,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like that's how you do it. Damn.
All right. So, well, they secure themselves upper bracket with a 2-0, or will Beast Coast bounce back, force the 1-1, and get things all funky for us?
Find out soon. Of course, keep track of the main panel on twitch.tv/ePulseGaming, where all of the tiebreaker scenarios are going to be talked about and figured out. So go check that one out. And for now, we're going to go into game number 2. See y'all in a bit. And welcome back, all you people out there in Dota 2 world, getting ready for game number 2, Shopify Rebellion facing off against Beastcoast. It is here. You do not have to wait any longer. Shopify Rebellion feeling pretty good after that last game. There were a couple of moments in there where things were, what's going on here? They blew it wide open. It could have gone either way, and then they threw it away a little bit, and then Beastcoast pulled it back, and then Shopify was like, no, not anymore.
And can you go to the lobby chat? Sorry, my good sir.
Oh, lobby chat.
What were the choices? Because if you notice, first pick once again, was chosen by Beastcoast and Shopify Rebellion. They chose Dire.
Okay.
So they're swapping on over.
Interesting.
Letting them have that first pick again here.
The old Swapperino.
Yeah, I believe one would assume that. Well, yeah. They chose second pick game one then. For Shopify then, right?
Potentially.
Yeah. But they're willing to give you the hero. Like, do you think they do it again? Just give them Lina? Because that's kind of bold. I don't know. It got scary. You saw one mistake, one DD rune, and Lina just mopped up an entire fight.
The other band they had, was it Bat? Well, they stick with the same bands on Beastcoast, Enigma and Brood. I think that there's a decent chance that they do give him Lina again. But if you do,
Do they take it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there's a chance they might not take the Timber. Because otherwise you give up Tree Lina.
Yeah, that is the issue. Let's see. I wondered if they would do this, but I don't know. I'm down. I'll take Lina and some other hero.
I don't know. I think the Beast Coast might be too up in their own heads now.
Well, they're kind of now they're putting the pressure on Shopify to play Lina. So I mean, without the tree, because now Shopify have to take Lina, right?
It's true. No.
Unless they're willing to beat Lina
they're
and
giving
Tree.
Tree Lina? Or are they taking Nature's Prophet Lina? Okay.
Dun 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 dun.
Okay. All right. I think. Wait, didn't this happen earlier? I feel like I think that Shopify gave up Tree Lina to Liquid, if I'm not mistaken. I want to double check that real quick. And
No,
I think
please
they
do.
lost, if I'm not mistaken on that.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah, so Shopify... Oh, no, they didn't.
They just gave up Lina. Or sorry, they had Lina with no tree.
Yeah.
And they lost.
And they gave
How
up...
many Lina games have Shopify played? Out of curiosity, if you scroll on down there. One.
Yeah,
And then they played it in the Pro Series before this tournament.
Right.
So, yeah, they're out.
Mm.
They take...
It took Lina second phase against Liquid.
Yeah, they still grab themselves the Kunkka, though. That's kind of crazy.
Okay. They decide not to take the Lina. They're like, we don't like that hero anymore. Dude, what the hell's happening?
This is great. The draft is broken down. I mean, first pick out of this phase will be Shopify.
They're going to get last pick Lina.
Well, we had our last pick
Beastcoast.
Ricky, so.
Yeah, it's true. I
not
actually,
win, though.
you know what? I take it back. I like what Beastcoast is doing here. Because,
Defying the meta.
yeah, that's always been the staple of this team. It's been the thing that's worked for them well, is saying, we're going to play what we want to play. Hector don't want to play Lina. Hector don't want to play Lina.
Hector, strength hero.
Yeah.
Press stun. I mean,
Get-
Lina's kind
get
of a
bold.
strength hero. You seen that gain?
It's true.
She's got like the same strength gain as like Bristleback.
It is kind of crazy. I can't praise Crit enough after that last game. I think that he had one of the standout performances that we have come to expect from him on his Tiny. Super duper solid stuff. And I'm excited to see it again.
Yeah.
I think the danger is that now you could also put Arteezy on the NP here very easily.
Yeah, that's definitely the concern again. And when they start banning out these heroes like Batrider, Primal Beast, these heroes that come in that off lane and can really mess up the Nature's Prophet, that's why you run into these situations where they're so concerned about it.
Yeah.
Instantly into the Timbervan too, though.
Okay. Takes that one out of the pool. Phoenix was a little bit annoying at times. Yeah, an entirely different draft this time around. The Kunkka still sticks there, though. And I think it's still very good against NP. It's kind of weird against Tiny, because the Avalanche sort of messes up your combo, and you can hit it from pretty far away.
But he did have that one sweet save on the toss back.
That one was really good.
But doing that consistently is nigh impossible.
It's really rough.
Like, if you can hit that, you probably hit BKB.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, not if he just tosses you right away. Yeah, it's been crazy.
Fly's Hero probably the next choice out of here as well.
Okay.
You know, so lots of options here. Had a pretty chill game on the tree. I feel like he didn't have to do too much.
No.
Like he was chilling in the back, waiting to do some overgrowths. Didn't feel necessary. Pressured the BKBs with his overgrowths when he did. Kept some towers alive.
Was very much just doing the business of tree. I think I mentioned one time that he tended, I felt like, to use the armor more to enable his carries, to enable his team in fights, as opposed to trying to keep towers alive, which I was kind of impressed by. I was wondering about the Naga. I think the other danger here is that you've got this Treant Protector. What if they just go like illusion spam heroes and just spam you out?
Just be a total nuisance.
Yeah,
Well, you have Nature's Prophet, so it's okay.
that's true.
I mean, Leshrax's also still in,
Right.
so there's definitely still the options available.
Well, first phase out of the second round, Lina still in the pool, but they're going to take the Shadow Demon.
Ooh. Okay, could be Fly, could be Crit. Benefits of the Shadow Demon, pretty good versus the Kunkka combos to ensure there's not a big save there. You can also get the Shard for the Cleanse, for like mass dispels, constantly versus Tree. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Sets up for a potential Crit Mirana as well, coming out of this phase, if it looks good.
Also, super annoying to play against for Kunkka. Kunkka wants to go in on that single target with the X Torrent Boat stuff, and Shadow Demon just interrupts that combo completely.
Ha ha ha. Laugh in your face.
Exactly.
Alright, finally. Missed this guy in game one.
Did they take Lina? I don't see why not.
The backstab is relatively weak right now from Shopify, other than like Nature's Prophet just TPing in there. But you saw what happened last time with crit.
It's true, but a lot of that was on Mago. I guess that nothing really changes though. I guess that you could ban out the Luna in the last phase if you want to, but they could also just take Shadow Demon Luna here. And now you've got like an even more annoying way to try and deal with this stuff. Yeah, this is a tough pick for Beastcoast. They're going to use some reserve time here.
I don't even know who I want to pick my hero for right now. Like, do I want to pick an offlaner that's strong versus Nature's Prophet? But there's not many.
There's so much flex. Shopify could still run Tiny mid.
Yeah, exactly. But do I just want to grab, like, is there a Hector hero he just wants to play? Like, does he just want to play CK? But then that looks kind of bad into Shadow Demon. But other than that, it looks alright.
Okay.
Okay. So it could be 3, could be mid, theoretically, if we were going to get real crazy and get some wild Sacred Kunkka or something. But probably just going to be for Sacred. It's one of his best heroes, so one would assume that this is the Sacred Pangolier. Dark Mago Kunkka. And Hector will have to wait a little while before he grabs his hero.
How do you punish this? Because Pango, a very weak laner, I feel like there's at least some potential considering they have any hero that they could want right now for Arteezy. Just run Saberlight on the MP again. And
yeah.
Beast Coast are also not going to have last pick.
I actually was gonna say Leshrac.
Okay.
That was my go-to. So this has some choices here in terms of just like a solid hero. This could be mid. This could be safe lane.
Yeah.
I kind of like the safe lane. I'm not gonna lie.
We could still be seeing all 3 of the cores right now on Shopify.
Yeah. It's probably Abed's Leshrac, and they're just gonna use it for the push and stuff. But
okay.
they got some serious choices, and they also just have a lot of coverage versus whatever hero Hector's gonna play this game. You look at all the different like archetypes of carry, and they're all sort of covered there. Like the big individual, you have Shadow Demon, the Illusion Hero, Shadow Demon, the Illusion Hero, Naga Siren. Leshrac, like versus like the Naga Siren or something. I think he's probably gonna try and play TB or Drow, or maybe Lina.
How many more you want?
Big. I see the beefcakes this time, right? I see the space. I see a Clockwork saving you. I see, look, they just have, look at these 4 heroes.
Yeah.
They're designed to protect a long-ranged hero. Surely you ban Lina now.
I know a long-ranged hero that's pretty good. Dude, they're banning the CK.
They're like, we know Hector.
Yeah.
They'd rather see him play Lina.
That's
oh my god,
so
they're
funny.
Screaming we're going to pick Lina. We'll do it.
Yeah.
No, we will.
I promise.
Yeah. Please don't ban my actual
Dude, I
heroes.
told you that they were going to last pick Lina. It was going to come out. It was going to be a last pick Lina. He's like, guys, really? You want me to play that? I mean, if you want me to.
Can I just play Lifestealer?
What if he just like switches up and plays Sniper or something now? They give it to him.
Do it. You won't.
Hector.
You won't.
He's like, come on, guys. Do I really want to play Lina this game? Ooh, I don't know. We'll see. He's thinking about it. Let's see if we can read his lips. What's he saying?
Lina no bueno.
No bueno.
No bueno, Lina. Lina muerta.
Muerta mucho.
Pick me muerta.
Let's see.
Muerta.
We need the hero. That's the new hero.
That's what he's hoping for here.
Exactly.
Maybe he'll get it during an All-Star game. Are we gonna do one of those? Valve?
Who knows?
I'll put in some questions.
All right, he's nodding his head. Hector's made his decision. It's like, all right, we got this. It's
Drow.
Yeah.
How badly do you want to pick Lina right now? Like, come on. You have Shadow Demon set up. You're versus the Drow. It's gotta be tempting to take a 10, like just for the swag points. Yeah. I don't even think it's the best. But ooh, it would feel so good. Mm-hmm. To say that you I feel like Bulba would just be so tempted to say that he chessed his way into someone giving them last pick Lina.
I mean, he's gonna say that anyways. There's no doubt about it. Even if they lose, it doesn't matter.
Just give me something gross. Pick an Arc Warden or something.
All right, Bulba. talking together with Fly, with Artur, trying to figure out what they want to run. How are they feeling about this one? Keep your eyes over there on that draft.
There's a lot of time.
Hovering over it.
A lot of discussion here.
Spectre?
Oh, jump the back line. They got lots of push already. Looks pretty good to me.
I wouldn't mind it.
Actually looks really nasty.
Super annoying hero.
Morphling is also still in, speaking of really annoying heroes.
Yeah.
But not that great versus Drow, obviously.
Oh, getting down to the wire this reserve time. Shopify Rebellion, if they can win this match, they will guarantee upper bracket. Force Beastcoast to deal with whatever else is going on amongst the rest of these tiebreakers.
Now Saberlight's talking. Is it his hero? Who are we getting it for?
No.
It's the Spectre, lyrical with the snipe. The classic counter pick versus the Drow Ranger.
It seems pretty good.
I have to agree. It looks very solid. I love the other 4 heroes on their team for just making space.
Yeah.
You get the Nature's Prophet in lane versus the Drow as well, which is probably one of the best offlaners to be, just because you're ranging, you're outspacing her. You don't just get bullied as hard as everyone else does.
But will it be enough? You also have some avenues to deal with the spec. If you can keep your distance, if your team can have 4 staffs, if they can cover you, Sacred playing on his Pangolier. Oh, a little bit of a captain speech right here coming in from Fly. You can rip her to shreds.
Look at this finger stretching he's got going on, man. He's
Gotta
figuring
keep
it
them in
out.
good order.
Oh, wait, do I want these on? Yeah, what's that, Boba? Okay, we're good.
But yeah, you can rip her to shreds, burn right through all that armor that she's got. The marksmanship can be very dangerous. And the other big thing that I think is scary about this Spectre pick is a hero that, kind of looked good in the early stages and fell apart later, the Dark Mago Kunkka. I freaking think this hero is so good against Spectre in the early going. You make that rotation down there with your boat, you find a kill on the spec pretty easily. Could be a dangerous point.
You can't expect to have that same performance out of Crit again as well. Like you can't count on that happening in a game of Dota 2 where you get so many tossbacks with no BKB action.
I mean, I think you can count on it.
You can't. It can't happen. That was superhuman. There's no way.
That was just Crit regular.
You're not allowed to believe that can happen again.
We'll see. Regardless, Abed's going to run on out, smoked up, and with some boots. He drops the boots, lets his courier pick up the boots, and then gets the ward down that much quicker. If any of you guys were wondering about how they do that and get that ward out so quickly, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I get what you mean. Like, if you're depending upon a crazy tossback play every single time, your strategy's gonna run into some issues. But I feel like they definitely have prioritized making sure that Crit gets into that blink dagger at a good timing, giving him as much space as they possibly can, so at least he has the opportunity to make those plays. So we'll see how this one goes, but a little bit of news from a little birdie in our ears. Spoiler alert for all the other series that are going on. BetBoom did just win game number 1, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Keeping their hopes alive.
So for anybody that's wanting to keep track of all the stuff that's going on right now in this tournament, a lot of different possibilities for where it could go. If you want to find out more about all of the tiebreaker scenarios, go check out twitch.tv/ePulseGaming, or you can just stay here and keep on watching this game, which is sure to be awesome, as Shopify Rebellion going to pick up 3 of the bounty rooms.
Yeah, toss there in the mid from Crit to assist on that one. And any surprises for our laning setups? It does not look like it. Scopefield going to go up top here with Sacred. And Stinger playing in the bottom lane on that Train Protector to protect the Drow Ranger. Should be a pretty quiet laning stage overall, as Crit has a bit of a surprise maneuver mid here.
Looking for him. And get some good damage. Dark Mago does have that Fairy Fire ready, tries to walk away.
Dude.
That is another stun. That is a first blood. All right.
Who does that?
How? How?
Okay, the level 1 gank, as you would expect, obviously, running into that lane. So they're going to know there's no vision down there, I'll tell you that much, where they had their ward.
I mean, he checked it earlier. They walked up close, and Abed made sure that there wasn't. And I'm like, all right, there's an opportunity here. They try and punish. Saberlight takes a lot of damage from Stinger, but, I mean, that's pretty bad.
Well, up top, Sacred also.
Oh, Beastcoast, they're struggling right now. There are a lot of issues across the lanes to start this one. Shopfire Rebellion. I mean, at the very least, the last hitting's good for him on the side of Beastcoast, but Shopfire Rebellion looking pretty solid.
They're trying to bully Arteezy as much as they can. He's down bottom. The bullying continues. He was good, but he's not that good.
Yeah, that was needed. They needed to make that one come out in time. Sacred and Schofield still playing around with Fly up top, who is going to eat another dagger. Has to back away as Fly had already gotten him with the disruption. And trying to block out this camp to make sure there won't be any spawns. After the first blood, things looking a little bit better for Dark Mago in the mid.
Crit. He's running into Stinger. He just has to get away or toss him as fast as he can because he's sitting on 0 armor versus 94 damage. That's not a winning trade. And if he gets slowed, he only has the boots, so he still takes quite a few hits before he can get away.
Well, they started off a little bit better mid, but it's definitely coming at the cost of this bottom lane where Drow is having a really good time. 15-6 so far versus 3-0 for NP, who had to TP back home.
Radiant are scanning.
Crit runs in and does a double sentry as well there. Kind of interesting. Making sure there's no wards on that bounty rune, seeing if he can make his rotations. He does have the early boots and wind lace. He is pretty quick, as that's his only option versus this tree.
Crit looking for a toss play, can't connect onto it. Ball mid, there's still battling going on, and Dark Mago has pulled the wave. Trent, it is going for a walk.
Yeah, you got to get that bounty rune.
Able to pick it up, and now Abed looking for the stun.
You know, who said jungling was dead?
Right?
You know, suddenly there's 2 heroes jungling.
He's doing a little bit of a dance move there. Didn't manage to get the deny, but yeah, creep wave meeting in the river and creep wave meeting in the mid. The courier is going to deliver over to Abed some stuff. Looks for the stun, isn't going to connect it, but does go in with it there. And guess what? They are both missing an entire wave mid while this is happening. Crit making the rotation back around. The torrent's going to be there, and it looks like Crit's not going to be able to move in time to try and punish this.
All right, haven't had one of those in a while.
Nope.
If they were paying attention, they would have seen where Dark Mago just placed that ward, but it was been in the midst of everything here, so
Yeah.
he might get away with that one. So Crit returns the ball, and he does do the toss into the tower.
Not bad. The avalanche afterwards throws out one, though, maybe setting up for some Saberlight damage, but it will be Stinger going down.
Yeah, that ring of protection not enough to save him. Saberlight just dancing as he TPs back home.
Yep.
Using those trees to try and punish Hector a little bit there. But 8 armor makes it hard to harass.
Up top, we get the control now onto Sacred, and he is going to try and swash out of there. Does have stick charges, so that keeps him alive, and Schofield steps on in and now catches on to Fly. Hogs, ready. Gets the pushback, a little bit of a whiff there. That's unfortunate for the Clockwork.
Yeah, that was looking pretty guaranteed. Maybe he could have mangoed to get in or something and help share the damage just in case, but unfortunate there for Schofield. So the things I like more this game about going for the Clockwork versus the Ricky. The number one thing that I find is that if you're a little bit behind and the enemy is pressuring and pushing, the hook shot save, you know?
Yeah.
Like, try and go on your Drow. You're such a good hero at breaking that up. And obviously, if you're winning the game, he's one of the best heroes at just forcing fights and initiating. And that way he can be the first one in, which makes it so much easier for a Kunkka to play their game.
Right. No, it makes things way easier because you don't have to
toss.
be the only point there. As yeah, Hector trying to get away from Crit and will manage to. Yeah, and I find that the vision, too, is such a big win in the late game scenarios. Like, so many of those moments in that last game where things were sort of decided by who had vision down and who didn't. As a stun's going to connect mid onto Dark Mago, and will X and TP himself back home.
Shenanigans. Nature's prophets and Kunkka players.
Crit taking a beating there from the tree, but does interrupt the pull at least for a moment. Can't get any of those on Stinger. Wanted to redraw aggro if possible.
So, differences in terms of the support duo as well this game. Beastcoast, not very item dependent.
Okay.
You know, Clockwork doesn't really need a whole lot. Sometimes we'll see them just raw rush for the Aghanims when it's really good in this game. Could also just go for a 4-staff in a game like this and be happy about it. Tree likes items, but not necessary. Dire, pretty item dependent, right? You need the Blink Dagger on Tiny to feel useful. We saw what Crypt was doing last game. And
down
Saberlight, ooh, that's nice.
Tried to TP, but Gust, a good answer for that one. As towards mid, Dark Mago, Avalanche, toss back, Abed finds him underneath the tower, but the creep's keeping him alive, and now the turn dodges up to the north, but will die to the tower there.
Oh,
Was
the
a neat
haste.
move. And yeah, that's going to be a haste. He's playing with the... Wait, Schofield got it? Wait, what? Oh, fly.
He tried to save it. He was hoping he could grab it before the clockwork did. Whoops.
There's a battery assault tick in there.
Yeah. That helps send Abed back.
Yeah, he has to now. Okay, but still, another kill on the Dark Mago.
Yeah, really the thing that actually matters.
As Drow still sitting top of the CS charts at this point in time in the game, and top net worth. That's about 800 gold
you
ahead
wondered
of
if this was
Arteezy.
coming. Schofield's in behind them as they TP Abed down here.
And also a battle going for Saberlight. He's going to TP away. Abed now making the move. Wanting to go all the way in for this? No. A little bit too scary to run a Drow under tower with TPs available on other heroes.
Yeah, they were hoping for the full-on commitment here. Just like dive onto the Drow and get the kill with the help of Tiny, but they run into the Schofield clockwork instead, so kind of breaks up their plan a little. They're going to have to wait instead for maybe the 8-minute rune. They're trying to give a lot of space to Fly in the mid because he is a greedier support. He wants levels and gold. He's definitely looking for the shard this game for the demonic cleanse. It's really strong.
Yeah, if he can get some time to himself, that would be clutch. Or stacking up those camps, of course, as well. The other avenue that he can find some gold in these games. But at 7 3/4 minutes, Schofield is going to find Crit again. Tries to get out of there, but we'll have him caught in the cogs. And a little bit of help from K1 Hector. He dies as the pause comes out. Saberlight gonna let him think about it for a second. Okay.
Clockwork up in the air there. Whee! Back down he goes.
Stun, fly, caught in the X. So another one. Beastcoast starting to come online here in this game number 2. They were not able to keep up that momentum in game 1. But will this one be any different?
Yeah, Dark Mago finally getting on the board there. 1, 2, and 0 after dropping a couple times here.
Yeah.
And items this game, he's going the same way. We've got the wand coming out now, and then he's opting for the blade mail once more. I mean, hey, if there's a Leshrac in the game, it's a Tiny. Looks pretty good. Maybe catch a Prophet ulti as well.
Toss back, Avalanche, Stinger, Saberlight playing up close. Can they catch Crit
Mago.
though? Body blocks there, doing what damage they can, and they don't have another level, but we'll throw out that torrent, and that one connects onto Saberlight. So the boat coming out, it will be enough to secure the kill. This is why this guy's good on this hero.
Man, they need these plays so bad right now. Now Arteezy, he's just a Spectre. Forced to pull some creeps to the jungle. Farm up the neutrals a little bit here. He's not doing too hot.
Catches one. Fly in some trouble, and now looking for Abed. He gets the roll back
Nice
the other
angle.
way. Yeah, and that's going to be enough to secure it. Soloed by Sacred. He said he was a good Pango.
Yeah, this is one of his best heroes. Timber and Pango, probably the ones that you want to see him on, so didn't work out game 1. We're going to try option 2.
Did manage to take that entire bottom tier 1 tower too. You can see K1 going immediately into the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, and it's a big gap here between the Spectre and the Drow, right? Like,
Yeah.
Spectre just left completely isolated the whole time in the lane. 1,500-ish gold behind now at this point. But it has the Blade Mail, so
Right.
might be looking for some ancient stacks here pretty soon.
None
Mid lane.
built. Schofield, we'll just catch him in the cogs. A torrent's going to follow, but yeah, Shopify. Wait a minute. Stinger? Just made sure that he didn't get any runes. And Crit actually might be in trouble.
Yeah, Hector's positioning's been great.
The toss back. But Crit, he's going to pay for this.
Oh, dude!
no!
How many times this major have I seen this happen? Like, everyone's just getting too good, too fly. They think they're like, he's dead.
Yeah. Was not dead that time.
No, he definitely was not. I mean, maybe he lives anyway. If he chases, he goes in the trees, and you're scared of a turn. I don't know, but
Right.
still. Don't make it that easy for him.
Sacred, somewhat low, getting the tree armor up top while Arteezy heals back up. And they make the TP rotation with Mago, has the Aster in ready. Does have 3 points up in the X marks the spot. If they can find the angle, it would be pretty good time to catch and kill the Spectre.
Yeah, I've kind of been waiting for the counterplay down bottom here as well from Shopify, where they want to move into this tower. It looks like it is coming now as I'm saying this. Schofield still has the hook shot as the trees are dead.
Hector, they see everybody
it's
now.
him again!
The toss, they toss him in! And the haunt afterwards. Gust, try and get away. Crit looking, they will run down Schofield, although he gets the hook shot the other way, and it's Stinger that kills Arteezy. Schofield running out of there, they toss Saberlight on top of him.
Making space.
He is going to die eventually, but while that haunt was going on, they caught Spectre up top.
Yeah, I guess he didn't manage to finish the play, huh?
The X-Boat combo, too strong.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bad news there for Shopify. I mean, they eventually get the push on this tower at least, but you were expecting this to come earlier when you have a Leshrac lineup like this. At the very least, you see the power of Leshrac versus the Train Protector because you can finish it. You don't want to leave these lingering structures nearby that you can just heal up, so happy about that as they glyph the wave mid. They are also still healing that mid tower.
Right.
We'll see if Shopify are considering any sort of a play towards that mid lane.
I mean, the other scary thing is Schofield will get out of that one. He bought the Quelling Blade after that last fight didn't go so well for him. The other thing that I'm curious to watch for is, while Crit's been having a good game, he's been making a lot of moves around the map, his Blink Dagger is delayed. It's going to be a little while before that one comes out.
Yeah, he has nowhere to farm it.
Right.
Spectre's sitting in the wave because she can't really farm the jungle that well. They don't have big ancient stacks. I mean, they have a little bit. They have what looks like a double stack in there for him already set up, so it might be time to head for that soon.
Well, Abed, he is now trying to get into the Bloodstone. He's going to take these Ancients for himself, it looks like, and wants to finish that off. If they can play around his Bloodstone, that feels like a pretty good window for me where Shopify can take a little bit more control over this game. It's just going to be a matter of getting on that Drow, I guess.
Oh, he just gets it for the respawn as well.
Nice.
Much needed. Yeah, you want to like lead with the Leshrac convoy.
Yeah.
And then when the fight starts, that's when the Haunt is supposed to come out. And obviously a combo we haven't really talked about that much. If they get the Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet this game, you do Haunt into Nature's Aghanims.
Right.
And that's just gross.
That's
Everybody's getting hit. Everybody's getting rooted. And plus, when you're getting rooted like that, you end up still being isolated, and so the Desolate damage can be pretty ridiculous.
Does seem like a pretty cool dynamic there. And also Arteezy going in for this Aghanim Scepter. So even if there is the Hurricane Pike to get some separation or a Gust, you afterwards have that Shadow Step. So Hector, it's going to be tough for him to play around this, and they're doing a really good job of blocking out these campuses. Well, hookshot in, though. They find him. Saberlight, he goes down dead. Crit, he's going to get caught by that boat. Schofield staying alive with that damage mitigation. Eventually, he's going to fall. But yeah, that is... and the tree armor, look how long he lives. And that buys space for mid.
He is doing so much work this game. Just give this guy clockwork, man. This hero... You do so much. So good versus the Nature's Prophet. So good at protecting these heroes just in case Drow gets into trouble. Obviously, not a problem so far. She sits there, knee down, getting the big old crossbow out.
Can just full commit in for this, taking all of the Tier 1 towers by 15 minutes. All right, Shopify, I don't know if they saw that smoke. They're going to head up top and try and kill this Nature's Prophet. Saber looks like he's fully aware of what's going on and immediately TP's out. So... Shopify, are they going to make a play now? It looks like it.
They're moving up for a smoke and Prophet A.
Toss him in.
Play.
That's the perfect jump. They get him. Hector, mega dead.
Careless of me.
I mean, that was too easy. Shopify slayed it.
How? This is where like you die and you look at your allies on the map and you're like, all right, my bad. That was on me. I was playing Drow. I'm sorry. Thought he was somebody else this time. I'm not sure who, but... Not what you're hoping for your Drow. So that's going to knock him down a couple pegs.
Yeah.
And he'll pick an order here. Fly under Visionaries. He's trying to find some good wards, but he is quite dead.
Hook shot in. Cogs caught, and Save for a moment, but this is going to be a dead fly trying to get some vision down on the map. As about 16 minutes in, Beastcoast look pretty good. They've got this Greaves done.
Yep.
And, you know, on the side of Shopify Rebellion, it's going to be waiting for this Aghanim Scepter on Saberlight, waiting for the Aghanim Scepter on Spectre. But they catch Spectre again down bottom. Arteezy in trouble, but do they have enough? Can he TP out afterwards? They have the Overgrowth? No, he cannot. Tries to run, but the tidal wave is there.
Yeah, and they were also all clumped on the other three, so they were waiting for a potential haunt attempt to escape.
Yeah.
But there was no way he was getting out of that. Yeah, you're right. The Shopify, they got some shopping to do. You know, they're trying to make it as easy and efficient as possible with Shopify, but they need to find an Aghanims, 2 Aghanims, as well as Crits Blink. You know? So they need some help from the sponsor.
Okay.
They need some discounts.
Okay.
Because he's still a couple 100 gold away right now.
That's fair.
I mean, this turn-up is going to be gross, though. Like, Aghanim
Yes.
Spectre, Aghanim's Nature's Prophet, Blink on Tiny. Then their heroes actually do something. Because they already have the Shard on Fly. That was a big thing that he needed. He's level 9. He would love an eventual Aghanims, but that's obviously a pretty tough one to get.
That would actually be amazing against, just to throw it onto the Spectre.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Gust, whatever, he's fine. In the Hurricane Pike. Are they setting up on him again, bottom? Also, the talk about turn-up. You've now also got the
turnip.
Tiny.
Did you know that?
What's that?
I actually really like turnip.
Turnips are
It's a
good.
very good vegetable.
Vanish. Stunned. Dark Mago gets the Blade Mail off. Tries to get away. Not going to happen. And chasing for more. That was Haunt used.
Chris
Okay.
is trying to get his courier faster. He's like, hurry up. No speed burst yet.
No, they need it. I think this is maybe a sign of things to come, though. They're going to try and take this fight without Haunt. Is it going to work, though? Sacred rolls in, is in trouble. Greaves, he can't get him off. Couldn't cast it. Schofield now caught. He's going to die. K1 says, get me out of here. Look at this turn from Shopify Rebellion as they swarm him down 4 dead.
Everything online.
They're ready.
Ultimate powerful combination of spells. Plus 30 Wrath of Nature-based damage. Yeah, everything's come together now for Shopify. The shopping cart is full. Purchase has gone through. And I feel like the team fights just went from, like, kind of Beastcoast favored to, like, really in the favor of Rebels if they have any of their cooldowns.
Arteezy, he jumps in. He is actually pulled in by the Kunkka, but now Hector trying to run away. They have the X for the pullback. Tries to get him with the Pango roll. Oh my god. The tip to get bodied combo. It's happening. Oh no. They need to be careful. They gotta run, or are they ready to go for more? Overgrowth comes out from Stinger. Tries to step away, but it is Abed that shows up and cleans up that drought. Takes away so much of their damage. Dark Mago is gonna die. Sacred trying to kill off that hero, and well, it is going to be Spectre dead. They hook shot in, try to push back Abed. The big bad Lesh is way too strong. A Force Staff away, but Shopify Rebellion, they have so much control. They have the tree armor, the heal, they throw everything. Schofield's actually managing to escape, it looks like. Has another battery assault, connects there for the moment, still living. Cogs push back, trying to deny it, but well, is he going to die? He gets under tower range. That gives him even more armor. Just to Tumbler's Toy away.
Oh, almost.
How?
If he dodged the avalanche with that Tumbler's Toy, that would have been so good.
Trying to buy space.
He is doing everything he can right now for the Beast Coast loyal.
Fly. He's
There you
going to
go.
be found.
Doing the little warding mission by the looks of it here, and instantly dewarded by Stinger. Good eye.
Okay, I don't know how to assess what just
All right,
happened.
I'll tell you one thing. We can just, praise Crit a bunch again, because, start of the fight, good initiation. Middle of the fight, he Avid the Drow and tossed Abed on top as well.
Yeah.
Like, when he was, trying to get into the tree line, too. And just ensure that he was going to stick to him like glue.
I can't believe that they weren't able to stay alive through Greaves. Sacred needs this hood so bad. Like, if he gets Greaves off, I feel like that looks so different.
Yeah. And we're still at the point where Hector doesn't really feel like he has that much damage on the Drow,
Right.
He's not that big force that you're fearing. There's no shard yet either for the hypothermia. Like
Yeah.
that's obviously something that's been really propelling these drows in recent days. There's also still no Roche eyes really so far this game. Should be easier for the Radiant overall, but Dire are certainly at a point where they can do it now.
You ready to see like an entire
Oh,
team
dude,
just
here it
die?
goes. Haunt into tree or to Nature's Prophet ulti.
They are all as Sacred's like, look at that treant. I'm gonna kill it. Avalanche, toss, stun, dead. No Greaves, no Hood, no nothing.
And they don't even need to use the Haunt because they just want the one kill. They just use the Shadow Step instead.
The seeds of
They have to immediately run away. They're gonna try and gank him here, but Arteezy knows what's coming. Gets out of harm's way.
Called Spidey Sense, called Spectre Sense this time. Getting out, and well, you all go bottom kill our Spectre. Where are we gonna go? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Shopify just looking really good this series. They're looking incredibly strong. Now the Rocket Flare is gonna go out. I think it takes them too
Schofield.
long to get there.
Empty the inventory slot. We're going in. Oh yeah, he's smoking.
He's
oh
looking for it.
yeah, Schofield.
Can he get it though? Flare, TP.
He's flare and he's TPing. This guy's a legend.
Oh my god,
he's
dude,
a
if this
legend.
works, if it works, they're haunting.
Dude, he's gonna make it.
Looking, he's trying. Schofield jumps into the pit. He's a second too late. No, and then the fourth staff out of there. Wait, the roll? They're going for this fight? Okay, they've got Dark Mago control. Stinger is already dead. The Drow trying to do what damage she can. Actually catching onto Abed there. Four staff away from Saberlight. The Gust is out, but Spectre on her case. They already burned through the Aegis. Sacred and Dark Mago, they need to come help him, but no, they get away.
Okay, that was crazy. Schofield's so cool. Who does that?
That was a really cool
So,
play.
to reiterate, he smoked mid, threw a flare, so they would think he was sitting in the mid wave and coming from that angle with a hookshot. Then he TP'd up top to come from a separate angle, but unfortunately didn't quite get the timing. But then he escapes out, and he helped break up that fight.
Yeah.
Because like they were forced to use the Sprout on him. They kind of tried to chase him a little bit. Other people started chasing onto Hector, and
Because otherwise you just all in the Drow,
Yeah.
right? Or you all in the Kunkka, maybe. Man.
just gaming all over the place right now.
At the end of the day, though, it is still just going to be that Spectre versus the world in a way, right? Like, doesn't this just get better and better for Arteezy as the game goes later and later?
It does. I do think there's like a break point though, where like at least you can fight. Once you have some, you got a BKB now on Drow. That's pretty huge.
Okay.
Haven't had that before. Sacred. Unfortunately, with the offlane Pango, like you don't really get much in terms of your improvements. That is one sad thing. Cause like the blink comes pretty late. He's going Greaves into the pipe next.
Okay.
So that part hurts a little bit.
Getting AC and Dark Mago will be good, but he's still really far away from that.
Yeah, they need to find something that's gonna change the dynamic of these fights a little bit. Honestly, it kind of feels like it comes down to Schofield.
Right. And for Shopify, closing out this game and trying to take this lead that they have and turn it into sort of a substantial one, already 70% win probability. They're going to look to take down one of these tier 2 towers, take a good fight at some point, although Abed, can they bait out any BKBs from him right now? It's pretty hard to imagine that he's in any real danger, and in fact, they just turn and kill Mago if he's not careful, although hook shot in, the Cogs, creating some separation, boat is out. This has turned into a bit of
Hector.
a fight, and Ava, toss, BKB out, trying to do what damage they can. Saberlight, he's on him too. They're bouncing back and forth though, and they find Arteezy, he's dead. Hector is gonna fall too. The overgrowth is there. Control now onto Saberlight
They have no damage.
from the overgrowth, and yeah, with no damage, they just have to run.
Nice jump there from Sacred. He was almost gone.
And they're gonna get another return kill here on the Stinger. So 3 go down, Shopify win that fight, but they do again lose their Spectre.
Yeah, at this point, he's kind of just a setup. Just
Lesh
makes
is the
everything
real
else
damage.
easy. Lesh is the real damage. Prophet after the ult, he's got some pretty sweet damage a lot of the time as well.
Yeah. They have so many issues in this game on Beastcoast to deal with, and for Shopify Rebellion, they have put together a solid draft in a dominant placement.
I mean, they are really farmed on Kunkka and Drow, though.
Yeah.
Thrice as the torch.
It's true.
How does she get back into this game? She's trying to go for a Lincoln's, try and prevent some of the initiation plays.
it feels like it needs to be chaos. And somehow finding some success in that chaos.
Abed thinking about popping his ult. He's worried about getting a hook shot here.
Sacred,
Alright,
spotted, jump in, ulti immediately. They all in Hector. Cannot get away from that one. He's walking away. Creating some separation. He actually does get out. I can't believe that that happened. But it's really hard to fight without Drow. And I mean, when you see, like, obviously she lives, but down to 300 HP, you can't fight at that point.
And Abed is just so confident right now, knowing
Yeah.
he's got this BKB to back him up. He's sick of the tree line, like going to Edict.
Yeah.
Just in case I could jump, and then in he goes. They have this ward in the mid the whole time, too, watching that play.
When BKBs get low, does that get to a point where maybe Beastcoast start feeling better, or is Shopify pretty happy with it too? I feel
Yeah,
like
I don't
you got
know.
Abed, right? Like,
Yeah. It feels like they just need nothing more than Monster Hector.
right.
You know, that's truly the big dream for you right now. The best thing that they have going for them is that Arteezy just keeps getting slowed down.
Right.
Like, he's the lowest of the cores right by the Pango. Like, he's only
Yeah.
500 gold ahead of the Pangolier this game. He is truly just enabling his Leshrac, but I do worry about the constant Haunt play into Prophet ulti. It's just so much.
It feels like it's a moment and you just suddenly could be done. Sacred, he doesn't have Rolling Thunder for another 3, 2, 1. He's got it ready now. Boat to pull back an illusion. Okay, no problem.
Oops.
It happens. Probably next Roche is going to be... I mean, I say that. If they smoke up with 3 on Shopify, they could take a fight before next Roche is capable of respawning.
Crit just smacked that courier with the secret shop.
Yeah.
It was empty, though, thankfully, I believe.
Specialist array.
Cabo de Llamas.
Love that one. And a Hex going to be online soon for Abed.
That is painful.
Yeah,
It's feeling like a bit of a GG one there.
right.
It's gonna be really hard to win those fights once that's there. And yeah, you're talking about Dark Mago's AC potentially coming out. It's already there from Saberlight, so the counter AC already up. And a Shadow Step down bottom.
Oh, the root. And now needs to run. Does not have a TP. Dark Mago pops his BKB just to run out of there and take the dagger off of him. Too afraid.
Well, better to pop the BKB than not pop it like last game, I think, is the main concern, you know? Oh, Curse of the Deadwood.
Old growth.
Alright, I was close.
Schofield tries to
I was
get out
reading
of
the
there.
Spanish.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Schofield is gonna likely go down here. Tries to hook shot some creeps, but not gonna be enough.
New life will make
Only
its home
4K
amongst
gold
your
separating
bones.
these teams, and this is what's weird to me about
It
this.
does
is that
not feel like it, does it?
it is such a stronger position right now for Shopify to be in, and this happens, right? You just jump, and Pango almost dies off of the 2 ultis right at the start. It wasn't even the Wrath of Nature.
I mean, Hector's still farming, shockingly enough.
Yeah.
Certainly the most impressive thing that's going on this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
This is one of those
attack.
times where I'm like, all right, I need to get 60 minutes.
Crit's been playing some pretty sneaky wards down as well from Shopify.
Radiant
Just like
structures are
some
fortified.
deep ones, but not like the really obvious
Radiant's
spots as
bottom
well as he
tower
plants
is
another
under
one there near
attack.
the Radiant mid.
Right.
Keep an eye on... He just wants to know where Hector's farming. Like, they are keeping an eye because this this ward up top as well that he placed earlier by the secret shop, so they were always seeing the couriers fly there. Seeing where on the map Hector's trying to farm, and there's an item that I wasn't sure we'd ever see, the Blink Dagger on Stinger, because he's queued this up forever, but the game
Okay.
has been a little bit rough. That's a pretty massive item, right? Trying to lock down this Leshrac.
Radiant
It
are
might be
standing.
something that's going to be there to save Hector.
Toss. Finds Hector. Force Staff. Tries to get away. Gust. Run. Tree. Throne. Sacred. Pops everything.
Ogre Seal!
Ogre Seal gets him away. Sacred. Does he pop his ulti? He doesn't have it back off cooldown. And Hector just trying to run. Crit throwing out another avalanche, but won't get him. So they burn through the Pango.
Oh, good news. Well, sort of good news. The Roche spawn isn't instant.
It's pretty quick. And I think they're going to stick around. Seems like they'll at least keep one of those in there. See how quickly they recognize what's going on. Hector under wards by creeps. And Shadow Step still at the ready. An MP ulti still a little ways away from being done. And Roche does respawn just now. Shopify.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Go on into it.
It's gonna go so fast.
And they have great vision here too.
And Schofield doesn't flare it. Not that it matters.
Yeah.
There's no chance.
Yeah, this one's going to Shopify. Abed takes the Aegis for himself. And ready for the fight. They're here again. Okay, hook shot forward, overgrowth connection. Sacred tries to get his ulti off. Does manage to make it happen. The Shadow Demon's already dead. Can they find any more afterwards? Saberlight under control here. And, I mean, Drow, he's been able to live through all of that. If he can re-enter the fight, this could actually look okay for them. Stinger's being controlled and taken down by Saberlight. Schofield gets the Cogs pushback.
Nice.
And Drow from the low ground, they make the kill happen on a crit. And now chasing down Abed. Drow's on top of him. Abed's gone once. Can they do this
There's a Shadow
again?
Step in a few seconds here.
Maybe
Saberlight's
a
coming in
chance
behind.
for a turn. Looking for him. Saberlight trying to get him, but the Manta the turn. The BKB, the force step, gets away. The tidal wave rather. And then the walk away, the blade mail trying to get on top of Abed.
No.
Abed is too strong. Triple kill for the Lesh, and the tip from Crit, appreciating what he's seen, although he did walk into 2 Cogs. Still a huge win for Shopify.
Oh man, that late fight just presence and the way he played that from Saberlight too, TPing right into the tower, popping the Curse of the Old Growth, and cleaning it up and encasing it a little bit more secure. Now the scythe is delivered there to Abed. God, they just have to work so hard to try and win these fights from Beastcoast.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
A perfect draft, executed very well. Abed will get away from those Cogs. They try and pull one back in. They will catch on to Saberlight, and, well, boat gonna go out. It will land. Some good damage. Find the finish there. Onto the NP, but the first tier 3 tower to fall. Schofield does not have hookshot for 20. And if he's not careful, he might just die too. Oh, Beastcoast, they wanted it all. And they're gonna lose this clockwork again. Shopify, much too strong in this one.
Very impressed by the both the lineup and how they allocate the resources on Shopify. Just knowing that it's not the Spectre's job to be the most farmed this game.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the Spectre is for the vision and just like tanking a bunch of damage and making the fights easy for Abed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clear example of it. In that last fight, you know, Hector got jumped on by Saberlight, he got jumped on by the Spectre, and as soon as all that mobility had been used, Abed, all right, well, I'm just going to get on him.
Yeah, really
Kill him
cool
off
map.
quick.
That was hilarious. Great job.
Oh my god, Quinn.
Thank you, Quinn.
I have not heard that voice line before. That's the worst. Oh my god. 20 to 30. 14,000 gold lead. And Shopify Rebellion on the verge of securing upper bracket. For Beastcoast, they need help from other people if they want to make it in the upper bracket. Might have to play through tiebreakers depending upon what's going on, but not out of it yet. If it continues this way, that would be the situation, but maybe can find some type of something in the next few. But right now, it's Shopify that are in complete control.
Yeah, they're just cleaning up the lanes a little bit here.
A toss back. Ooh. Finds Sacred. Does have the Rolling Thunder and can TP out if he needs to.
He might stick around for some farm, though, you know. Oh, no, he's going to TP. Okay. He is indeed just going to be human. Not get too wild here.
Yeah. Beastcoast. They scout Abed here, who's kind of completely alone.
Alright, but maybe Stinger's Paladin Sword Tree Protection will be the big saving grace.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
The big heals. Never expect the 14% heals. They still have Ogre Seal on Drow just for the repositioning. She needs this to Ogre.
The Hex. They get the Force. There's the second one used. Dark Mago living through it. They don't have an Aegis this time around, but I don't know if that's going to matter. Dark Mago just TPs out of there. And I think there's one left behind, one toss back. They find The clockwork, catch him now in the cogs. Drow dying to do what damage she can, but it's not going to be enough. And
no.
the Hex is there. The stun for the follow-up, the control, the triple kill. Saberlight takes him down, and with no buyback and no heroes dead from Shopify, it is going to be a set of racks at the very least.
Oh, man. And now they have the leash as well there on the Sprout. It's been so annoying trying to lock people down, especially Hector. So just more and more and more opportunities here to try and grab them.
They have come up with answers time and time again. And now a second set of racks going to go down. Beastcoast wanting to hang on for all they're worth. There is no third set for them to go to because the Tier 2 is still standing. And with 30 seconds left until Drow is back up, we'll see if Shopify decide to keep going for more or if they're just going to push it out and sit for the Megas.
With the speed, they take a Tier 2, you know?
Yeah.
There's no real point of risking it.
That's true. Yeah, they are going to head on up there. Do also have the Scotty being completed and brought out for Arteezy. Another Shadow Step is ready for him.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Stinger, ooh, thinking about it. Trying to find a hook shot.
I gotta try to find something.
Ooh,
Stinger,
Fly plays a risky
a
ward there.
Hex, and a kill.
Oh,
They kill him so quick. Has to run away. And yeah, they're just cool, sitting back, waiting for that next taunt. If they want to, they can go high ground in a little bit, or they can wait for that next Aegis. There's a bit of a chase going on right now, looking for crit. But Beastcoast.
who's hunting who? They have hop back in 2 seconds.
Oh? Yeah, they're going to find Sacred. They're going to fight Darmago. The BKBs are out. Immediately TPing away. Sacred, he is likely going to be doing the same thing here in just a second. Does break an Aeon Disc, but Schofield also trying to run. They find him. K1 tries to get away. Not going to happen. Dead for 70. No buyback. And that is going to be the signal for Shopify to run it down the lane.
They're just squishing them like little bugs every time they come out of the base.
Yeah.
Get your fly swatters out.
1,000 gold away. And should be the Tier 3 tower for pretty much free. And if they want to, they can keep going for more. Yeah, blink in, find the kill on the Stinger.
Sacred tips him.
Okay, a little bit of stuff going on between teammates there.
Radiant's top tower
But
has
30,000 gold lead
fallen.
and
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
crit
Radiant's top
animation canceling as they are trying to close this one out. They will secure upper bracket. With 20 seconds left, Dark Mago does have the X for the pullback. Trying to delay this game. They get a tidal wave. The roll immediately caught in the Sprout.
Yep.
Manages to get out of it, actually, though. The boat's going to land. And Arteezy is getting a little bit lower. Sacred tries to get him. Oh, no, the leash. They got him. Avalanche looks for the toss back, gets him there. Onto Abed, tries to get away. Schofield, he hooks shots forward and does do some damage now from K1 Hector. Trying to kill off Arteezy, seeing if they can bring him down, and they will. Okay, the Shatter doing some good damage there too. Tossing him away. Still trying to survive, but it was a buyback. It was the game. GG is called. Upper bracket secured.
Shopify very clean coming to this one. Man, the drafting stuff of them very interesting because in our first series with TSM and EG, we talked about how TSM were prioritizing the Nature's Prophet, and it did not work out well for them.
True.
The setups there were too good from Evil Geniuses. They instantly countered it. They forced it to the off lane. Didn't look great. And then this series, the exact same situation happens. In both games, Saberlight just does a fantastic job. No Midas, by the way, on these Nature's Prophets. Just saying.
True.
Just saying.
Well, Trentster, that does reveal a couple of things for us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like what?
So Shopify Rebellion, they end... First of all, if you want to get all this in the current form right now, you can hop on over to twitch.tv/eastpulsegaming. But Liquid 2-0'd Aster
Oh my.
I know they did, and so Aster end at 8-8. Beastcoast are going to end at 8-8. Hellraisers end at 7-9, and we're waiting for the final tally from the Bet Boom versus Geek Slate matchup to figure out what it was over there. But it tells us that there's going to be tiebreakers. It's going to be a Beastcoast Aster tiebreaker, best of 3 to get upper bracket.
Dun dun.
Interesting. And both of them come into it having lost 2-0.
Oh, true. Yeah. Time to turn around the mental game here, huh?
Exactly. Who's got the sort of quicker reflexes? Will that tip that we saw earlier come back to haunt him? You never know. But for that, we're going to take a quick little look at what those standings actually are now, because they have been updated. And we can get ready because there will be tiebreakers to be played in Group B at the very least. So as we said, Beast Coast, Team Aster. It looks like Hellraisers, I don't think they end 9-7. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I think that was impossible. They're at 7-9. So that one should be flipped, which is why they're below Aster. Bet Boom, it looks like they are going to be the ones eliminated. Is that correct?
That only adds up to 15, so I don't know. Maybe they haven't finished their other one? Are they? Or is it up?
Oh, yeah, they're still in the midst of their game.
So they need to win their game to then tie with Hellraisers for a potential tiebreaker.
Another tiebreaker.
To see who gets eliminated. An interregional matchup for a potential relegation. And I believe Hellraisers 2-0'd them.
Oh, no matter what, there's going to be a tiebreaker for Hellraisers because they're either going to have a tiebreaker against Bet Boom or they're going to have a tiebreaker against Geek Slate because they're both
they're playing each
6
other.
and 9.
Of course.
So that's a hype game. Go check out that one right now if you're not right now. Bet Boom versus Geek Slate for the last spot in the tiebreaker against Hellraisers. So 2 best-of-3 tiebreakers. Trent, anything before we close out?
No, go watch more Dota. Watch those tiebreakers. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one, and we will see you all later.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the tiebreakers between Team Aster and, of course, Beastcoast, and it is MLP John X5 joining you for this one. Jonathan, we have tiebreakers for the final upper bracket slot here between these two teams. One of them is going to make it to the upper bracket of the playoffs. The other has to go through the lower bracket. Sir, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. Should be an exciting one to watch out for, of course. Beastcoast carrying that hope for the local crowd in Group B. At the very least, we already have EG sliding through in Group A. So already looking like strong form for the Peruvians, for the South Americans here in the Lima Major. For Aster, I mean, it's their chance to rally and try to get a stronger start for China, because it's been a bit of a struggle for all the Chinese teams. We saw Knights just not find any series win, and Aster just kind of getting a few more wins themselves to climb through. This should be a pretty big brawl. I think the last time these two teams faced off against each other as well was a 1-1 split. So it did end up in a draw. And that's the one thing with the group stage, that it doesn't give you that satisfaction of knowing who's really better. You know, it's a best of two. You don't go all the way to a best of three. This time around, we have a chance to prove which team might be a little bit better here. And I do expect this to go 3 games, but considering that they've played against each other before, who knows? Maybe that experience has given one of them the edge to look for that clean 2-0.
Yeah, and if you didn't know, like John just said, it is going to be a best-of-3 series here between these two teams, so there's no chance for a draw to come out. One of these teams has to win. So one way or the other, like you said, 2-0, 2-1, doesn't matter. Someone's winning, someone's going to the upper bracket, the other one has to start in the lower. At the very least, you aren't fighting for your place at the major, so it's a guarantee that both these teams are going to be in the playoffs. It's just a matter of starting with that safety net of the upper bracket, because nobody likes starting in the lower bracket, as you and I know very, very well, Jonathan, being the dudes from SCA. It's very, very sad down there. Still, we are going to have game 1 underway between these two teams very, very soon. Like you said, Aster have been struggling quite a bit here. Most of the Chinese teams have. Beastcoast, I mean, I can't say they haven't been struggling either, John, but I suppose the expectations weren't as high for them as they were for a team like Team Aster, who were top 4 at TI 11. With Team Aster in particular, it almost feels like there's a lack of game plan almost, right? Like they look kind of lost in the games. It doesn't look like they have a proper plan, or if they have maybe a proper understanding of the meta. It almost feels like they're just a little bit lost when we watch them. And well, I hope they've got it fixed up here, Jonathan. It has been a few days of the group stage, but that's not too much time to get it together. Let's be fair.
Yeah, it really isn't. But we've seen a couple of things, at least from, say, the games that we've seen from Beastcoast, right? Like, we've seen teams completely shut down Sacred, and we've seen them shut down Dark Mago. But if you leave Hector alone, if you leave K1 alone, you're going to have issues. You're going to have to ban his illusion heroes. You're going to have to ban a whole swat of first phase heroes, and you only have 2. And the tendency for Beastcoast is to like shoot for their offlaner early on, or offlane in like mid, kind of flex them around, and then have this big win condition coming out for Hector in the end. So you might be able to counter out Dark Mako. You might be able to counter out Sacred, but they do it in such a way that Beastcoast just enable Hector as much as they can. And good guy carries games. Like he is absolutely insane with how he can work the map when he's given the space. We've seen stuff like his PL slide through. He loves his illusion heroes. His Drow has been something he's been going back for. So I want to see what Aster will kind of ban out, because he can out everything. The first phase just doesn't have enough to take care of a lot of these heroes, man.
Well, we'll be coming up with a good draft of game 1 soon. I do agree, John. Like K1 with his illusion heroes is pretty insane, and it's just his comfort, right? Like even if these heroes aren't in the meta, he just knows how to play them precisely the way they're meant to be played. And you get to a stage in the game where you just can't really control them anymore. I mean, you and I had the pleasure, I believe, of watching his PL yesterday. Mm-hmm. And it just gets to a point where he's just too farmed up. And it's still, while PL isn't currently a meta pick, it's still PL, right? Like you get a hard up, suddenly you can't kill the guy anymore, especially with all these defensive items like the Mage Slayer that comes out as well. And it's just like, well, we can't actually kill him. It's a rather problematic thing to be up against. We'll see what Aster do try to do to deal with it, because I'm sure they've done their homework and they understand exactly how to draft against a team like Beastcoast. But still, like you said, there's only so many ban-outs you can make here in terms of heroes. You've got to concentrate you've got to just focus on who to concentrate on throughout these games. And well, you can shut down Dark Magu, you can shut down Sacred, but then you've got to learn how to shut down K1. So it's a matter of making your choice. The draft isn't on screen yet, but I can tell you right now the Team Aster have banned out Batrider and Nature's Prophet. Beastcoast, they have banned out the Broodmother and the Lina, of course. Mind you, Team Aster, I believe they had 2 opportunities of playing Lina today. To be fair, it was up against Liquid, which is arguably the best team in the major right now, but they did not have a great time.
Yeah, it feels like when you are free to pick a Lina, it's usually only in the first phase, and if you first phase a Lina, chances are there is going to be a counter coming out. Stuff like Primal Beast, stuff like the NP, if you don't manage to take care of them. Love the Shades coming out there as well. Beautiful Shades coming out. I believe that's Bakaz, if I recall correctly, and he's looking like he's in style here. As Beastcoast, they do manage to pick up that Rubik. Also one of the more highly contested heroes here. Something that we've seen Beastcoast themselves pick up multiple times for Schofield. And Schofield's been a monster on the Rubik. Like, all his spell steals, the last time we saw him, just really sets up for the team. Again, he's one of those bounce back conditions that just, if you're having a rough game on your mid or off lane here for Beastcoast, if Schofield's on something like his Rubik, he will be able to set up for those 2 cores to catch back up, to set up these fights, to get that engagement going their way. So I like that comfort pick coming out for Beastcoast. For Aster, and they've got a ton of options left. Stuff like the Ricky's still there if they want to kind of get that going for themselves. We've seen Siamese Cat play that. The Enchantress still on hand as well. So they have a few more tools. Heck, even something like a Techies for Boboka if they were feeling spicy could come out. Don't go with the Undying. Nothing too spicy just yet. Again, one of the more popular heroes here in the Lima Major. Sustain, and lots of laning presence coming out, and can tie into certain teamfight heroes if you do slide that way here for Aster. So it's a pretty strong opening. Doesn't reveal too much yet. Gonna have to see how they tie it in.
We shall. I mean, the thing is, you don't really want to leave a hero like Snapfire in the pool if you do pick up this Undying. It is going to be left because they go down the Enchantress route. So now if you did want for Beast Coast, you could just pick up the Snapfire and have a guaranteed way of dealing with the Tombstone throughout these engagements. Mind you, they do have a pos 4 Rubik, so if you did pick up a Snapfire, it's either going to be in the mid lane, safe lane, or mid lane, off lane, or pos 5. I suppose either one is fine, just depending on what you prefer. I think generally these days we tend to see it in the off lane, but every team has its way of playing Snapfire these days. These damn new heroes that come into these patches, John, they just can play them basically anywhere, but instead they are going to go ahead and take the Naga Siren. It's a K1 special. I mean, they're just going to go ahead and just take it before it gets banned out. Why the hell not?
Yeah, again, I'm more used to Beast Coast gunning for like Sacred or Dark Mago in this phase, but just going for Hector's here straight up, why not? The supports don't counteract you. Undying doesn't really deal with Naga. Enchantress certainly doesn't deal with Naga. You have some play in the laning phase, to be fair, depending on what sort of partners these supports have on Team Aster's end. But now you're going to have to look for like a core-to-core matchup that works here for Aster. And you have a lot of room to ban here for Beast Coast. That second phase set of bans, there's enough to protect the pick like this early on. So what are you going to be looking to ban? Something like the Ember is going to be taken out. You already see the Pangolier taken out as well. Maybe range cores that can kind of deal with illusions. Drow is something that comes into mind that can handle that, whether or not Beast Coast wants to try to play into it. So yeah, you have a lot of opportunities to just protect, and you pick your win condition on this part of the draft. It feels good because you can just build around it. You can just set yourself up for success early on without having to guess what the enemy team will try to do, because you're showing your hand early and you can just adjust from there.
Well, the shades are off now. He's getting serious here on the side of Beast Coast. Just no more messing around with the shades. Just take them off, get rid of them. I miss the days when you and I used to wear shades, Jonathan, but those days are gone now. The bat chest days, those were fun.
Yeah, my eyes are healed. Your eyes. That's the issue. Yeah, and maybe I go back in surgery, Mike. Maybe my vision doesn't stay steady. Who knows? Who knows, Mikey?
Maybe I'll get some surgery this time, John. You never know. Anyway, final banouts to come before we can see these drafts continue. A bit of a mix from both sides. Looks like Beast Coast are focusing on the mid laners here of Team Aster. Kind of the opposite here for the side of Aster, though they are just banning out some supports. One more for Beast Coast before the draft can continue. You know, I really do wonder how Aster are intending on trying to deal with this Naga Siren, because we've just seen these illusion-based heroes over and over again from Hector, and he tends to really put on a performance. And again, Team Aster, they should have definitely seen one of these heroes coming. I mean, Naga Siren, it's not like a new hero in China. They actually pick it quite a lot, so they may feel just confident against a hero like this, but it's K1 Naga. That's my problem here, John.
Yeah, he's a specialist. I'm also finding it a bit funny Aster bans out the Disruptor, because I don't think Beastcoast has played that at all in the last DPC Tour cycle and in the Major. But they see the Naga, they play against the Naga so much in China that they're like, all right, Disruptor is going to be their pick next. Because that's what we always see in China. That's what you and I, over 3-4 years of casting China on and off, it always goes back to either Gyrocopter Io or Naga Disruptor. And they see it's just a knee-jerk reaction. It's a Pavlovian reaction at this point. Naga, all right, just take care of the Disruptor. No more of that. But, for Beastcoast, it's like, that it just frees up another ban slot. It frees up one more hero for them to sneak in. They'll take care of the Primal Beast as well in Aster, which is an interesting one because it does, out of all these heroes that can get on top and clear illusions early, Primal Beast does feel like a one big one, but instead they'll pick up the Timbersaw for themselves. So that's one way to get some illusion clear on hand. You don't have the best of hold from Beastcoast, but you do have some solid hold with the net and the lift. So you have some ways of focusing in on the Timbersaw. Laning into the Naga is not too bad for Timbersaw. It honestly, it's a little bit back and forth. I think the Naga can play that lane, but you don't tend to go for the value point in the Entangle early on, so the Timbersaw will have a little bit more play and just take the bite out of the Naga early by clearing out the illusions while they're weak. So it's a good way to just slow down that momentum from Hector, and it's a good solution coming out. The one thing is, we have seen Timbersaw lanes get crushed. Like, even in matchups that are a little bit more favorable, it's just the hero, we haven't seen it really pop off early. It still won some games, but certainly not win out the lanes. I think, at least in the series you and I have casted, Mike, it just doesn't feel like the hero has been amazing early on.
No, it certainly doesn't feel that way. I mean, it depends on the game and the laning stage, I guess, but yeah, it certainly has felt pretty underwhelming, to say the least, during this Major. Don't have the stats on me though, so for all I know, every other game that we haven't casted, maybe it's looked amazing. As they do pick up the Snapfire eventually, and I'm quite surprised that Team Aster left it. ROTK is not looking too happy over there on the side of Aster, seeing that Snapfire come out, and I can't quite blame him. I mean, it's just a direct counter towards the Undying. Does very well against the Ancient, also does decently against the Timber. Very confused as to why Aster left it, because now you have a great way of getting rid of the Tombstone throughout these engagements.
Yeah, it's a really big flex pick for Beastcoast as well. I think we've seen Sacred play it in the offlane more often than not, so it should actually just be your two core picks right now. No, they go with the Mars, which, I mean, you could still flex that as well. Dark Mago also has played it quite more frequently here for the side of Beastcoast, so they could just go for something like a Mars mid and a snap off and adjust depending on the matchups, but it ties in more with that team fight, right? Like, you've got Kisses in Arena ready to go now. You've got all of this damage, all of this hold. You've got the bailout in the Naga if you need to kind of back off from these engagements, and you can just constantly force these fights. Like, this is going into how Beastcoast loves to play. They love to play aggressive to get space out for Hector. You have room for Aster to pick up the puck. You don't have the hardest lockdown for the puck right now on this matchup. These are some really comfy sitting positions. Feet right up to the camera. That's what you want to see. Comfort, Mike. You're relaxed, you're confident, you're in your lane.
That's some gaming posture right there if I've ever seen it. My God. What the hell is he doing? What kind of posture? Look at how are they still unable to set up a camera? I mean, nobody knows in esports in general, nobody knows how to set up a camera. Like, if we just started a company and our literal only job was to teach pro players how to put a webcam in the right position, we'd be millionaires instantly, John. I mean, we'd be packed. We'd never have a day off.
I think you overestimate how many people actually care, Mike, unfortunately. There's a reason why they can get away with this. They get paid the big bucks to play.
True.
They don't need to be seen on camera. As long as their forehead's there, you can confirm there is a player there. Everything is good. You don't need much more info than that. The forehead is more than enough. Well, What isn't enough yet is our draft. We're only 4 in. So, speaking of the foreheads, I am wondering how you close out here for Aster. Like, the core-to-core matchups again. Up against a Naga, can be a little bit awkward. Like there can be some solutions. You have some wave clear on hand with Puck and Timbersaw, but like a pause one matchup, it feels a little bit uncomfy, especially since you don't know whether or not you're laning against the Mars or the Snap, depending here on how Beastcoast flexes. And the one thing with like Puck and Timbersaw onto the Naga, the damage, it doesn't scale as well, especially once you've got the Heart and Scotty up. Naga illusions will be a little bit more durable, although I guess you don't have to worry about the scaling armor. So it stays relevant. It just takes a little bit more effort out from Aster. Maybe once you get Ags up on the Timb along with the Shard, it feels a lot better to clear out. I like that Beast Coast do take out the Sven. One of the more straightforward melee answers onto Naga, just lots of wave clear. A lot of options though. I can see maybe something like a Drow fitting here for Team Aster. You don't have the biggest jump from Beast Coast outside of a Gobble Up play if you rush Ags or just the Mars blinking up to the Drow. So as long as you play the backline really well in Aster, a Drow can be a really effective answer here if they want to go for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, final pickup is here, Beast Coast. What do they want? It seems like they need someone for the off lane, unless they're going to run the Snapfire off lane. We know Dark Mago loves playing the mid Mars, so no surprises there if he just takes that mid instead. They're going to go for the Nyx Assassin, so another support to come out. Very, very good, Jonathan. You've done it again. Well done, sir. Team Aster.
I mean, the Nyx is such a great answer for what Aster has. Yeah?
Of course it's a great answer, John, because you predicted it. I mean, every time you predict something correctly, you've got to let me know about it. Every single time. I mean, even if I don't say a word. I don't say a word against you. Oh, and there's...
Oh, no.
Did you predict that, Jonathan?
No, I thought they'd go for Drow. I didn't think they'd want to give game one for Aster. I mean, the troll... Look, you and I have seen this troll so much. It's just not a hero that feels good. I mean, in lane matchup... I mean... It could be okay against the off-lane Snap, I guess, but man, I don't know. Like the core matchup just feels a little bit better for Hector. You can go Battle Fury for Monet. It just feels like while you're farming Battle Fury, your Nog is farming like 2 to 3 times faster with illusions. And once you hit Battle Fury, you're still farming to catch up to Naga. You're not going to join in these fights. XWY and XXS will have to really kick up the tempo, especially around, say, the 15-minute mark. They have to be aggressive. If you don't shut down Hector, we've seen this time and time and again, that guy will just run away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, I appreciate the Troll's probably a decent pick into the Naga Siren, like just in the carry matchup, but we've seen Aster run this Troll so many times now throughout this major, and every single time, at the very least when you and I cast it just feels so bad. And that's not on Monet. Monet's been doing a great job every single time. He's playing the hero as it's intended to be played. The hero is just not good. I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned for Aster going into game 1 here, Jonathan. I think Beast Coast have got their comfort going into game 1, and I think their draft just looks really damn good. Would you agree? Do you think Team Aster came out on top? What are you thinking?
I think Beast Coast came on top for sure. Like, they've got a lot of good hero answers for what Aster has. Like, this Nyx last pick is such a great answer to a Puck and to a Timbersaw. It's the hard control you need. Spike Carapace on all of these AoE spells will just get you to hold to set up for the arena, to set up for a cookie follow-up, and just allow you to run down. Like, there's so much aggression you can see coming out from Beast Coast without needing too much farm. The same thing goes with Aster. But Puck and a Timbersaw does feel like they're going to need a little bit more farm than, say, a Mars and a Snap. Because you only really need the blink on Dark Mago and then maybe some durability in this game for Sacred, depending on what he feels the team needs. Something like a Guardian Greaves and Snapfire is not too uncommon. Hit that. You can just start running. Heck, even just the mech timing on the offlane Snapfire is more than enough to carry that momentum. So we have to see. We have to see Aster face up and crush lanes. Crush Hector's lane as hard as you can. If you don't, I mean, we've seen games where literally the farm on Dark Mago and the farm on Sacred were matching the enemy supports, and it just doesn't matter. It's all on Hector, and I don't know if you have the lane to really shut him out.
30 seconds to battle.
It'll be tough. It'll be very, very tough, but we'll see what Aster have up their sleeves. A lot of work on their hands, I'm sure. Monet asking for a high five from his teammates is not going to get one. Only the tower giving him the high five, so not off to a good start here, Team Aster. Monet will be left hanging, sadly. Schofield, he's going to show up here top side. Meanwhile, bottom side, K1 and XXS are going to try and fight over the bounty runes. Bit of a fight across the whole map. Even Sacred going at it with the side of Aster as Dark Mago's going to show up now. But it is going to ultimately end in a 2-for-2 trade. Schofield being chased down just a little bit by Monet on the tail end of things. In fact, Schofield still being chased on the Nyx, but is going to be okay.
Just trying to drag some attention away. A little bit of time for Monet to walk back in. It's going to be interesting to see how the lanes break out. We are taking a look at that mid. I mean, Dark Mago is a Mars specialist on the mid. The matchup against the Puck, it's not as easy going for the Mars. Like, the Puck has a range advantage. The Puck has pretty good right clicks. She can poke and prod pretty nicely as well with the orb. Your opportunities for the Mars here to look for the God's Rebuke onto the Puck are a little bit more limited, unless XWY just overcommits in a lane. So it just feels a lot more manageable for the Puck. At the same time, and the Mars is fairly durable, so shoving away Dark Mago will take a lot of missteps on his part here to provide that opportunity to the Puck.
Yeah, so it should be a fairly even matchup here between these two heroes. As bottom lane, we're going to see Baboka going for a bit of a pull away in the creep wave, which is pretty stock standard, where you don't really want to have to go up against the other side. Stinger will just chase him down, and Baboka, of course, will meet the creep wave with the other. Creep equilibrium trying to be set here by the side of Aster down at this bottom lane. XXS going to feel a lot better farming in this area than he would be down towards the Radiant Tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, once again, both heroes getting quite low now. I still don't see a kill really happening here in the mid lane anytime soon, but they have been trading quite a bit of harassment.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, just poking and prodding. You have some opportunities for the God's Rebuke. I like the value point in the Bulwark here for Dark Mago to just cop a few more of those hits from the Puck. So it makes it a lot more manageable for Dark Mago to just walk up and look for that God's Rebuke in a 1-1-1. Even lands the spear, doesn't quite land a tree, but you get the damage out. You're forcing some early charges on the bottle. The top up is there, so you're not in dire straits here for the Puck, but he should really try to control the runes as much as possible. That's one big thing as well for this matchup.
Well, top lane, Schofield taking a fair bit of damage. Aster going to go for the bit of a chase past the tier 1, but will back off. Not willing to go too far deep, even with the Undying. Because that's the thing with the Nyx Assassin as well. Like, during the laning phase, you kind of struggle to find anything to do. But now that you've hit the level 2 mark along with Sacred, you could probably try to go for a gank attempt here at the top lane. You do have that double stun kind of combination. Though to be fair, Sacred has not scored up Cookie quite yet, but, you know, he's not going to go for Little Shredder, surely. Unless he's predicting a Tombstone to be dropped here by Undying, but he hasn't even skilled that up yet.
Yeah, it's not even a consideration right now for a Siamese Cat. The Soul Rip is pretty valuable in just sustaining Monet here. I think the one fun thing about this combination, which we're probably not going to see, but something like having a way for the Undying, for the Nyx to set up a Sun in Vendetta with a Cookie is a pretty good way to get things started. Heck, even an Ags pickup here with Vendetta, like gobble up Nyx into a Spit Out, into a straightforward Vendetta Strike and Impale, could be a really strong way for Beastcoast to start these fights if they get that build up. It's going to be a little bit harder to rush an Ags here from the off lane for Sacred, not something we tend to see. This lane for Monedo is going fairly good. He's not being zoned out. He's finding the CS. Creep Wave is shoving in his favor as well. Siamese Cat is providing a lot of room, and if you don't land the stuns on Schofield, then you're just free to farm up here on the Troll. Not much harassment Sacred can really pump out until he commits with a Cookie.
Yeah, and Sacred's still been holding on to that skill point just in case he needs a Little Shredder, so not going for the Cookie yet. So they aren't going to get aggressive anytime soon, at least till you hit the level 4 mark on the Snapfire, just so he can ensure he has both the Cookie and the Little Shredder. Just doesn't want to risk that Tombstone being dropped in an awkward position for them to get caught out. Baboka may rotate into the mid lane very, very soon. He's just farming around that Radiant jungle right now, nearby the tier 1 mid tower. If he finds a nice creep, he could easily rotate in onto Dark Mago. XWY should have the follow-up damage, depending on the creep he can find. But it does seem like Baboka's making his way back down bot, so he's left XXS alone. Give that solo XP over to the Timber. Obviously, XXS does not need his help any longer. And you do have an Ench that can just casually jungle. It's very nice.
Yeah, you can just get that build up here on the Enchantress, get some great EXP for yourself as well, take your level spikes, snipe a couple of couriers as well. So you can get things going. The one thing though, when you leave XXS alone is he doesn't really slow down Hector. Again, you're not going to die in this lane as a Timbersaw, but you're also not going to stop the Naga Siren from just getting this overwhelming start and clearing out the creep waves and the camps when given the opportunity to do so.
I mean, it seems like they've kind of accepted the fact they are not going to be able to slow that Naga Siren down. Top lane, Siamese Cat got stunned up for a moment, but he's going to be just fine. Just walk away. There wasn't really a follow-up stun to come out from Sacred. He won't even bother popping the cookie. Just in on making sure Monet does not have the easiest laning stage. And, well, to be fair, he's doing a decent job. Currently, he is just around 10 CS behind K1 of that Naga Siren, so they have given a pretty damn good start here on the side of Beastcoast. Mid lane, there is going to be another rotation here from Baboka, but not really going to amount to too much. It looks like he just wants to try and secure the 6-minute power rune timings. No kills to come out yet from either side. Both sides very hesitant to try and make any kind of play against each other, though I say that, they do go for XWY on the puck for a moment, but it's not going to lead to too much. Just making sure that they could try to secure the power rune, but XWY gets the arcane anyway.
That's a big rune for the puck to find. Could enable a side lane rotation if you want to. Baboka's coming in with the ensnare creep here, though.
That's a big courier Monet's lost. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are going to make the play onto Dark Mago. Dark Mago's still a very tanky boy. Going to go for the speed, but the orb is going to be able to allow XWY to jaunt. Dark Mago's still fighting with the arena down. In comes Schofield, but can he land a nice stun? He certainly can onto 2, but there's going to be a Dream Coil. XWY still trying. Dark Mago sticking around to help out. Silence is there, but has the puck gone too far? Not quite. He will be able to jaunt away once again, but Dark Mago, he does remain alive. So will Field and Aster, they're just not able to secure the kill they really wanted.
I mean, such a tough target to gank, even with all of that control coming out from Baboka. I mean, it's just a Mars. So much HP, a decent amount of armor being so close to the tower as well. So going for that first blade just... It takes a lot of effort, and you just don't have that throughput right now on Aster. It still drags some time away. Now you're forcing Schofield to show up. You're freeing the top lane a lot more from what you need to play. The threat of the Snapfire solo is not as scary in comparison to when you have that follow-up stun from Schofield. So it does allow some breathing room to come through there. On the side of Aster, they're getting some action down bot. They're starting to shove in with XXS. He is level 7. He could threaten onto Stinger if he's not too careful here.
Certainly could, but we are going to have to wait for the pause to end. Looks like Team Aster have given the go-ahead, but now the side of Beast Coast are the ones that aren't ready. The poor old admin has asked what the reason for the pause was and just never got an answer. Everyone just ignoring him completely. The Stinger is going to get ganked up bottom lane. The Rubik goes for a bit of a lift up. Baboka, though, does have the enchant up, and that'll be first blood to go the way of XXS. Nice pick off here for the Timber. Not really much they could have done to stop that, so they'll enjoy that very much.
Freeze up for a little bit of a shove down bot. Lots of creeps for XXS to clear up as well. Our Timbersaw is doing pretty damn well. Again, he hasn't been really contested in lane. He hasn't stopped Hector. At the same time, he's kind of popped off here in that we're not too far away from the full hood of Defiance now. So it's going to be a lot harder to pin down. And your physical output isn't going to be enough to overcome this Timbersaw just yet. You're going to have to try to land that Arena Kisses combo. And we're not seeing any big moves from Beast Coast out yet. It's Aster that's in the driving position right now. They're in control. They're kind of contesting every single lane. They're making sure that the mid lane for Dark Mago just doesn't pop off. They'll try for an Arena, though.
Yeah, Siamese Cat, the one to get caught, still alive, will go for a Soul Rip, and now Dark Mago going to be completely surrounded. He's trying to secure the kill, but he can't get it. XWY will take his life away for even trying. Meanwhile, Monet top lane, almost going down to the Troll Warlord, barely able to survive. Still Aster, they are going to go for the mid-tier 1 tower push. There won't be any kind of stopping them. They've got plenty of creeps, especially with the Enchanted Centaur of Baboka. The double damage rune allows XWY to have the bonus damage they require for this tier 1 mid tower. Pretty big loss here for the side of Beast Coast.
That opens up the map in such a big way. They lose Stinger down bot as well. The Rubik's just trying to soak up in this lane. XXS can just constantly punish. And now they can heavily impact Hector's farm. Just take control down bot, force this Nog in a very constricted part of the map, while that top tier 1 is still standing, and just try to smother out Beastcoast as best as you can. Like, they're just so aggressive. They keep moving around as a unit. They're really ready to move on XLEY. He just doesn't need as much farm, considering that your lockdown on Beastcoast is rather limited. It's all in on Schofield. If he doesn't land the Spike Carapace or the Impale, your puck is just free to dance here.
That's the thing as well, though, with Beastcoast. It feels like every game we've casted of Beastcoast, they tend to have these slower starts, where they give a few kills away, and it seems like they're kind of behind, and then suddenly K1 comes out online, and then you're in trouble. As Monet is going to run into Dark Mago. Like Schofield now the one to be chased down on the Nyx Assassin. Spike Carapace will be there to slow them down a little bit, and now the spear to come out. Still, the zombies are chasing down Schofield, so there's really no way out, but he is making it very challenging for them. They do secure the kill onto the Nyx Assassin. Monet, he'll continue his farm game here on the Troll Warlord. And in the meantime, while all this is happening, XXS, he's just casually pushing out the bot wave.
Yep, he's got all the room in the world to just get this build-up that he'd want in the Timbersaw. Full Hood of Defiance up, Kaya, Sanj not too far off. Once he hits that mark, I mean, he's going to be that mid-game tempo for Aster. He's going to be playing around with the puck, frontlining for the team, although...
Arena is down, Kisses are out, they've got a massive pick-off in the Timber if XXS does go down. He tries to survive through it with the Hood of Defiance, but isn't quite there. So Dark Mago will be able to secure the kill of the Mars, and well, the Timbersaw is the highest net worth on the board right now, so a very important kill for Beastcoast.
Yeah, they finally punish just how much he's been camping there. And a big steal as well here from Stinger to take. Has the Chakram, so more output in the middle of these fights. That extra DPS could mean the difference between finding a kill and having someone run away. Pretty damn good. In fact, pretty much all the spells of Timbersaw are really good for the Rubik to take. There's an argument to be made about Whirling Death, but even that has its value in the middle of these fights. So, just going to be a little bit better prepared for the next engagement coming out here for Beastcoast. Aster, they're still taking a kill lead. They're still buying space out for Mene. It does still go back to what we talked about in the draft here, Mike. You're a troll. You're farming up Battle Fury. The Naga is going to farm a lot faster than you until that Battle Fury's up. And even with the Battle Fury, you're still going to try to farm for an item advantage on top of that. It's going to be a while until Monet feels comfy here.
Well, that's the problem, because you don't want to allow K1 to get to the point, and I always say the exact same thing when it comes to Naga, but you don't want to allow him to get to the point where he has the heart up. Because once heart is up, you have trouble just dealing with the illusions on their own. Top lane, they are going to find Stinger here on the Rubik. Not too big of a deal, but another nice kill here for Aster. And they are going to try and open up the map even more by taking down the top tier 1 tower. And it's kind of the game plan it seems from Aster. It's just open up the map, and then we can hunt down the Naga Siren. But for now, they haven't really made their way over to the opposite side of the map. So K1 is still just casually farming. You can have your faith that the Troll Warlord will be able to deal with the Naga Siren, but it's not just the 1v1 matchup in particular I'm talking about, it's the constant split pushing you're going to have to start to deal with when it comes to these Naga illusions. Like, it becomes real impossible to try and actually have any waves pushed out at some stage during the game. Jump in, they've got the Undying, Siamese Cat going to get caught out, though a nice stun from Baboka's creep, but it won't make the difference. They still secure the kill, Baboka's still messing around with Dark Mago. Arena's going to be down. They're onto the Enchantress now. Kisses will fly out. Baboka, he should just be gone. And he will be. As Monet's going to show up and try to chase down Sacred. But Sacred, he's just fine to walk away because Monet is completely alone.
He's not protected. He can't really try to jump in and play with Battle Trance. We've seen that kind of bomb out for Trolls multiple times already in the Lima Major. Do want to point one thing out here, Mike? Sacred is rushing the Ags. So he's going for that play. You've just got a really sick setup. Spitting out either Namor's or the Nyx actually provides a lot for you in the middle of these engagements. And they're just trying to get their momentum going here for Beastcoast. Once that's up and running, you have some ways of getting a long-range jump outside of just Mars Blink. And going back to your point there about the split push on the Naga, for Aster, they're amped to come out from XXS and XWY. It's all about the magic damage on the puck and the Timber Saw, because it will still scale up against a Naga even with the stats. Like, the magic damage will still melt through.
Schofield going to get caught. Impel is going to be there on XXS, but Schofield will eventually drop. Not the biggest deal in the world again. Just another support going down here for the side of Beastcoast. Aster, though, they'll be happy to take his life away. The XXS still remaining at the top of the net worth board here on the Timbersaw, so having a very, very good time going for the Sergeant Kaya. Again, though, you aren't really addressing the main issue, which is the K1 Naga Siren. Like, Monet is right behind him in net worth from the Troll Warlord, and I believe he does have the Battle Fury on the way. We'll see if it ends up paying off here, because Aster, they are still playing quite passively when you consider the fact that they are only really finding supports with these gank rotations. It's Beast Coast, they are going to smoke up themselves now. Down towards the bottom side of the map, they'll see Baboka, but more importantly, they see XXS. Meanwhile, XWY actually ends up killing off Schofield once again on the Nyx Assassin. So another support kill to go the way of Team Aster. And this time around, Beast Coast aren't finding the target they really want. It seems like they're going to have to try and settle for Baboka. So Siamese Cat is going to show up and try to save the day. In fact, XWY is going to show up to boot. Dark Mago, he drops the arena defensively just to hold them back. And he will be able to walk away thanks to that. But they do not find the kill they wanted. XXS, he sticks around, so Dark Mago is going to make the jump in, but they are lacking the damage now.
Oh,
Lift again.
still here.
They have the kisses up on Sacred, but they need more lockdown. They're very reliant on having that arena up to make sure they can land those kisses almost guaranteed, and they don't want to waste it here on XXS because he might just chain away. Here comes Schofield. Scouting out the Timber once again. We've seen this before. XXS, he's a tanky boy. There's your stun out. They've locked him down. Kisses in. Spear, where do you land it though? Dark Mago is eventually going to get it, but they don't have the damage. XXS, he will survive through it, and now poor old Schofield gets baited by his team and is going to drop once again.
Man, he's having a rough one. 1-4 here on the Nyx, and Aster just feeding off the tiny bug that they're crushing. The one thing Beastcoast is achieving, as you've always pointed out, Mike, Hector is still farming. So it is going back to all in on Hector. Dream Coil onto Dark Mago, though.
They have a Dream Coil. Dark Mago still running away. XWY with the chase should have the kill, though Dark Mago trying to survive a little bit longer, but it's not quite enough. That's a big one here for the side of Team Aster. They do get the mid-Mars going down. But go back to your point, Jonathan, about the Naga Siren. What were you saying?
It's just Hector's left alone. You know, it's like every game we've seen from Beast Coast when you have the illusion here for Hector. You're going to lose the early to mid game. You're going to be very far behind on Sacred and Dark Mago, but Hector is still up there. And as long as Hector does Hector things, then Hector's going to be quite happy with the game anyway. Aster, we need to see them shut down Hector. They need to catch this guy out. And you've got the blink ready on XLEY. You can get that jump in for your team. You've got the follow-through ready on XXS with a full Kaya Sanj. Your output is there to handle Naga with some of the stat items she does have up. You just need to make that move onto her at some point.
He's going for the heart as we speak. Ensnare is out. K1 locking down Siamese Cat, and that'll be the Undying getting bursted down very quickly, as it seems like K1 now feeling ready to jump in for the mid-tier 1 tower, and he is probably going to find it, though XXS. Oh, that's a very nice dodge from K1. The mirror image dodging out the chains of whirling death. And that's the thing, like, he's got the Mage Slayer Manta up now, so he feels much safer to join his team. Has a song available as well at level 1. And will soon have the heart up, and that's when things get very concerning for Team Aster.
Yeah, it gets so much harder to try to nuke Hector down. This might be their opportunity, though.
They're going to try. Hurricane away as well. K1 going to purge off the silence.
Whoa!
The song is waiting. A nice arena is going to be thrown out. Dark Mago with the kisses to follow up. It's so much damage, but not quite enough. They need to pop the song. They need to run away. Dark Mago, he will drop for this. He does protect his Naga Siren, though I say that XWY is right behind him. And they do find K1. Huge kills for Team Aster.
looked like such a good opening as well for Beast Coast, like the 2-man impale into a really strong arena, but just after farming such an aggressive spot, not having his team right behind him at that exact moment drops him way too low. He's just not that durable yet without that full hard up. And they still have the damage throughput from Aster to take control, so they find the 2 big kills they need. Although,
They're going to find the Boka. Gobble Up is there. The lift was out to set up. The Boka, he does have the Glimmer Cape, so it is a bit of a slower process in terms of taking him down, but still going to be a rather simple kill here for the side of Beast Coast. It's a 5-11 now. 6k advantage the way of Team Aster. Still a very, very good-looking game for Aster. They should be feeling rather confident. BKB now up on Monet as well, so he can join the team fights if he does want. You have got that magic immunity now for the Troll Warlord. Lotus Orb being built up as well in XXS, so even more defensive itemization. Nice way to kind of get rid of the ensnare as well. And overall, Team Aster, like you might be approaching the point, Sue, where you think about Roshan.
yeah, doesn't take too long for them to melt it with the output you do have on Monet. Maybe just after the next team fight. If they find another big pickoff, if they take out, say, Dark Mago, that'll open up Roche for you for sure. Maybe we'll go for that smoke play now.
Here we go. 4-man smoke up from Team Aster. They'll head toward the top side of the map. I believe Monet did see Sacred earlier on, and Sacred was just showing on a creep wave. Still heading up his Team Aster. Sacred will show himself here. Monet pings him out. Aster, slowly but surely, turning back around to try and go toward the snap by, but Sacred is going to go for the TP play away, and he'll be just fine. Instead, they may run into Schofield, which is still a kill if they get it, but not the kill they really want. Schofield, he'll pop despite Carapace. Seems like he is still set to fall, but he will tank the gank for the rest of his team. But that may still open up Roshan here for Team Aster.
You don't have to worry about the Nyx scouting you out. You have a lot of room now to just, again, use this damage you have on hand. You do have to respect the team fight coming out from Beast Coast, but they're actually not in position to contest Roche. They have vision. They've seen everyone go into the pit. They're not around to contest. So surrendering that first Roche towards the side of Aster, 2 lives up on Monet. Gonna be a lot harder to pin him down with that BKB. Plus the battle trance. Like, that's the one circumstance where the troll can feel strong. He can drag out the first Aegis life quite well and save the BKB for the secondary, and still have the throughput in these fights, still have that presence in these engagements.
Yeah, you do feel much better when you have the BKB battle trance going rather than just the battle trance alone. XXS. We'll chain up to the high ground. We'll see Schofield once again. Barely missing out on K1 on the Naga. K1 going to go right back towards the top side of the map. Just wants to avoid any kind of engagement right now. Team Aster, of course, understanding how powerful they are, want to go for the fight if they can. You have the tier 2 bottom tower to go after, so Monet's going to get started on that. East Coast can't really afford to try and defend this, so they are going to have to just watch it go down. Glyph will at the very least be forced out, but that's about it. So Aster, they should be able to get away with this. Beast Coast, they're just going to keep buying more time. The net worth isn't too high the way of Aster, but it's high enough to make the difference.
It's high enough
Aster,
to really
though,
just show you. Oh.
I mean, they're going to go high ground. They're going to try. They want to force the fight while they're still strong. They don't want to give the time over to Beast Coast. Doomstone has dropped. They'll go after a T3 tower. This will force Beast Coast to try and go for a bit of a fight. Glyph will be forced out once again. And that might be enough for Aster. They'll see the Glyph forced. They'll just back off and wait for another day.
They didn't know is the big team fight for Beast Coast wasn't there. I mean, Dark Mago was just farming up top, trying to work onto that BKB. So you didn't have the arena lock-in to set up for Sacred here. They might have been able to find an opportunity if they pushed that, but they played safe. They still have TPs available as well. Instead, they'll just try to chase down Schofield a bit.
They will. Schofield going to be just fine. XXS even showing up there at the last moment, but won't have the vision over the Nexus. We do have a cheeky little gobble up there from Sacred. Still Team Aster trying to find as many objectives as they can. BKB now up on Dark Mago, so a bit of a timing for him. K1's going to TP in, wanting the fight now as he does have the full heart up. Seems like Team Aster very well aware that he's TP'd down here into the mid lane, and they will back off. It's playing a very conservative game is Team Aster. being very, very careful not to throw the lead back the other way. Beastcoast, however, they're going to smoke up as 3. It's like Schofield may bait for his team this time around the Knicks. He doesn't have the Vendetta to try and scout out. So he might be the gobble up, spit out target, and he will be. Who are they going to aim? XXS? No, they're going to go after the Enchantress. A double impale out, and now an Arena. It's caught 3 targets. The Kisses are there as well, but Boca is still surviving. Now the song being committed. K1 wants out of there. Meanwhile, Monet, he's still fighting, but needs to... Oh, in fact, he can keep going. The song is gone now. Nothing to hold them back. Meanwhile, Coil is going to land onto the Naga. K1, he's on the run, but Team Aster, they've got the numbers. They will take him down. And it seemed like a great setup, but Aster, they were just prepared for it.
And they were ready, and the output coming out from Beastcoast just isn't enough to burst down. They're forced to song in the middle of the Kisses just to bail out. So you lose that opportunity to try to burst, and you're just so durable on the side of Aster. Like, you've got an Enchantress with Nature's Attendant running, the Golem Cape up. Like, your magical burst just doesn't feel that great in Beastcoast at the moment because of all this defensiveness from Aster.
They just don't seem to be able to burst anyone down at all. Aster, they know this. They'll just keep going. Mid-racks, at least the tier 3 tower is going to go down. They'll try for the mid-racks now, and it doesn't seem like you have much of a chance to defend this as Beastcoast. No rule spells up to commit here. They are still chasing, but it's for naught. I mean, you don't even have Arena up yet on Dark Mago. He's still 10 seconds away. They might go for a bit of a chase, but it's risky without the song being up. You want to at least have that disengage potential. That'll be enough for Team Aster. They're 1 racks up now. 10k advantage. They are looking fantastic this game 1. No need to risk throwing the game.
Yep, just play it safe, play it smart. Keep building up. You're already ahead on Monet here. Hector's map is just ranked so much, and he hasn't been able to get as many kills as he'd want to as well. Still trying to scout around with Schofield.
They're going to find Siamese Cat. The XWY is going to make a jump in for a Dream Coil. They've got the Nyx Assassin. There's going to be a Battle Trance popped as well. Monet, he gets the ensnares off, and he's got K1 on the Naga Siren. Look at the damage output. The song's committed, but it does nothing. It does absolutely nothing as Monet just perma-stunned him up. And K1 was praying the BKB was going to wear off quicker than that, but Monet has his way with him.
Oh, it just runs him down. Really, really strong movement out from Aster. I'm surprised Beastcoast forced that issue. They don't have forward vision in that area of the map. They're playing really aggressive. They don't have the backup for their other cores for the team fight. And they just get taken down. Aster 12k up. 26 minutes in. With 6-15 in the scoreline. They're feeling great. Like, off their hero scale so well. And for Beastcoast now, with how far behind you are, it's still all in on Hector. That hasn't changed, but Hector's not #1 in net worth. And Hector just can't handle all these heroes when they're on top of him. Like, he doesn't feel that much more durable, even with Heart up and running. And that's already close to the peak of Naga in terms of stats. The only stat item you tend to get next is something like a Scotty. And we're nowhere near where Hector can consider farming that up even. He needs utility now.
No, I mean, Team Aster, they've just done such a fantastic job not allowing Beastcoast any leeway during this game 1. And even if you can tank through all the damage, John, it won't matter if you don't have the damage output against Team Aster, and that's certainly a problem here. It seems like just nobody on Team Aster dies. Like, maybe you kill Siamese Cat throughout these engagements, but that's about it. Even he has the Guardian Greaves and the Hood of Defiance. Just so much defensibility here from this side. Then we go again. There's going to be a 5-man smoke up from Team Aster. East Coast, down on the top side of the map right now, but Aster are headed right their way. In fact, K1, he's going to be very cautious here. It is his side of the map, but he's sticking around a bit too long. Mirror images are going to be there. Monet, he has the smoke broken. K1 is going to get spotted out, and in they go. He gets the stun immediately. There's going to be an impale out, but the BKB has been popped, and Monet, he will just chase him down. K1, he'll go for the song, but Monet is still chasing, hoping for an ensnare, but he's not going to get one. So K1 will still be on the run, but here comes XWY.
Oh, no.
He has the coil. Lock him down. Cancel the TP. They know the Naga's going nowhere. There's no way to survive through it. K1 is gone.
Oh, man. Like, Hector popped the song when he did. even at the end, he was still 2 seconds away from a TP. He had no angle out. Like, he just had the song to bail out, and Aster capitalized. They're just finding every angle onto the side of Beastcoast, and Beastcoast, they're just playing so defensive. Like, they have this aggression with Sacred and with Dark Mago, but after seeing their last few fights, they're like, we just can't take these wider team fights. There's too much sustain. So they go back to farming, but the map is just so small that anywhere Hector goes, it's more than likely Aster is just constantly on the prowl for him. And when they find that kill, straight to the objectives. Nothing to stop them without the threat of the Naga split pushing.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Aster just going to move right in. Top tier 2 is gone. They could just go high ground once again if they really want to, but again, they are going to play it a bit more safely. Maybe just wait for the next Roshan play, which is going to be up in about 2 minutes from now. But you control basically most of the map. You can just keep your net worth escalating here on Team Aster. I believe there is an Aghanim Scepter up now on XXS, and he's been doing a rather fantastic job of ripping right through the Naga Siren. Now with those double chakrams, it's going to be that much easier. And as you can see, K1 is currently being chased down here by XXS. He will back off, but XXS, he's just had such a fantastic game on the Timber. So much impact for the side of Team Aster. And, well, Beastcoast, they are yet to find an answer.
They're working the map, trying to recover on Dark Mago and Sacred, and they have managed to catch up close to XWY's net worth. So, you know, a while ago they were like a good 2-3k behind. They have managed to equalize quite a fair bit. There is some itemization that you can get to work your way here. Dark Mago is trying to rush for the refresh. He just wants the added control, the double BKB in the middle of these fights. They just need to get the right targets pinned down. It's just so hard to tell what's the right targets, because these two supports in Aster are ultra durable. Going down for the Timbersaw first, XXS is not going to die fast with his itemization either. Your best bet is trying to catch XWY out, but he stands so far away from these engagements that you're not going to get that initiation onto him first. He's not showing for Aster up front. The ideal circumstance for Beastcoast to start these fights, it's not presenting itself. It's just a slow chokehold from Aster. And they are still getting some build-up, again, at the least. And Hector's working his way onto the Basher, but it doesn't feel like that's going to be enough. Like, even with, say, the added control the Orchid will provide you as well, I don't know if you can really use it on anything big. Like, again, you jump XXS, Lotus Orb. You jump the supports, it just doesn't feel like they'll die, just with all the sustain they have. So, the pickoff game is also really hard for Beastcoast to figure out here as well.
It certainly is. Roshan is up now, so Team Aster, they can move right into that pit. Aegis Shards to go the way of Team Aster, as Beastcoast are not going to be contesting this. Will be a very free Roshan the way of Aster. At least because they do find the bottom tier 2 tower while this is happening. Thing is as well, now you have a full pipe up on Siamese Cat, so there's even more defense coming from Team Aster. Like, it's so much harder to burst them down with all the magic damage that was meant to come out from Sacred. It's just not happening. In Beastcoast, they are stuck trying to buy even more time. Or even a Shadow Blade being built up on K1. He doesn't even finish the Orchid off. Just straight Shadow Blade instead.
Have a way of bailing out. You really just need to cut your losses at some point. The break could be useful down the line as well, going for the full Silver Edge. So you can get a little bit of value of that. If you jump XXS first, take away some of that reactive armor, and try to make him a little bit softer to handle, but even without reactive up, with a Lotus Orb up, he's got enough to feel safe in the front lines. Master with his second Aegis now, just straight into the high ground. Unless Beastcoast can get an amazing team fight, this should just go.
On T3 tower, gonna be under siege here as Monet does move in. Beastcoast not really TPing back yet. They are really trying to drag this one out. Dump in from XWY. Dreamcore's gonna be there on two. They've locked down a couple. XXS immediately in onto Schofield, taking down the Nyx Assassin. They are still just trying to slow this one down. K1 has not TP'd back, and neither is Dark Mago. They are still just in the dire jungle at the moment. It's just three trying to defend, and it's going to be an immediate tieback on Schofield. Schofield going down once again. Here they come. Dark Mago finally joining his team, but K1 is still just pushing out lanes. He has a TP. He does commit a TP now, but he's just focused on pushing out the lanes instead, ensuring they can't go for megas, but they're still going to try for this team. Aster, they have a wave through the bot lane.
Oh
In
my
goes Dark
God.
Mago, but he's already down. The arena's no good without the Mars. And now Monet, he's on the chase. He wants the Naga. They'll cookie up and stun him up. But GG's call. Dark Mago's seen enough. They won't even try for the final team fight. Team Aster, they will confidently take game number 1 here off the hands of Beastcoast. And Beastcoast, I mean, they had their draft. You and I, we had faith in it, but Team Aster, they just show up today.
They played their lanes really well. They crushed the side lanes. Maybe not exactly crush. I think XXS's lane went a lot more even, but it was a free farm Timbersaw up against a free farm Naga Siren. I think the big thing for Beast Coast was just this lack of play. Like the moment they were jumping around, Aster's response was much more tuned in together. They played with this durability that both the Undying and the Enchantress afforded them with a Timbersaw up front. So it made it near impossible for Beast Coast to just find a burst target to go for. And when you stall out those fights like that, you just get so much in your way. You're denying the snowball for Beast Coast. You're denying them a chance for Hector to just get bigger and bigger as Monet is able to free farm into the Battle Fury and then eclipse Hector on that troll. And I think for Beast Coast, you know, what we normally see from them is Hector's hero last. They go a little bit confidently here, first phasing that Naga Siren. Maybe just have to readjust, go back to just picking some flex for Sacred or Dark Mago and then just leave Hector for last.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we can head to a short break before we do. In fact, never mind. We're going to look at some highlights before we head to that break. Of course, like you mentioned, I mean, Beast Coast, they got the draft they wanted. Maybe a bit of an earlier pick onto the Naga, but even then, I still had faith he'd be able to make it work. Still, Team Aster, just these defensive items they pick up just make it impossible for anyone to just go down. Here in the side of Team Aster, just everyone able to survive through it. And props to XXS in particular, because he was a real menace throughout this whole game on the Timbersaw. Just making it very, very hard with all the burst damage he has to just chip away at the K1 Naga throughout every engagement. I mean, Dark Mago just could not survive the onslaught of the Timber whatsoever either. Just way too much being done here by our Timber. But overall, Team Aster just looking much more like a team so far in this series.
Yeah, they play a lot more together. They understand their timings a lot more, and they knew how to take these fights. They knew the angles. They knew when to fully commit, when to just kind of back off. And I think the one thing for Beast Coast that also made this game a little bit more difficult was Schofield not quite getting to pop off on that Nyx, right? Because it is a solution to the Timbersaw in a sense, to the Puck in a sense as well, with Spike Carapace, with a hold, with a scouting you can do. But every time we saw him scout out, like this vision game coming out from Aster, all the sentries they had on hand, made it so awkward for Schofield to feel like a Nyx that could play a game here. And if that Nyx just lacks impact, then you're not going to get the room to work towards your Aether Lens, to work towards your Ags, to help with that infinite high ground hold and have that utility for your team. It just never came true. Like Schofield's farm was even lower than Stinger's. Like he just wasn't prioritized at all. And a Nyx from behind just, it doesn't feel like it gives you much. It really is one of those heroes that has to win early on to kind of keep that momentum going. And you have that catch up in the ganks, but again, it didn't feel like you had a natural connection to these ganks outside of maybe the Kisses play from Sacred, but again, that also didn't quite pan out here.
Yeah, absolutely. A pretty rough game here for Beast Coast during game number 1. Is there anything in particular you wanna see before we do get into the game 2 draft? Like any changes you think Beast Coast could make to raise their odds of forcing this to a game 3?
Yeah, just go for your win condition last on Hector, because you first phase Naga, and the answers from Aster and Timbersaw and Puck were actually good enough. Like, again, the magical damage was more than enough to just keep those illusions pinned down. They had the mobility to deal with split pushing as well, because you are just highly nimble on a Timbersaw and on a Puck. So just save Hector's pick for last. Like, that's what we've been seeing Beast Coast do. That's where their success lies, when they can sneak in that PL, sneak in that Naga, sneak in something like the TB, anything like that as their win condition in the end, when they can ensure that there's nothing they need to forget about banning. Even if they're the first pick in the last phase, you still have a better time in securing Hector that kind of game when when Aster doesn't know what sort of core-to-core matchup they need to gun for.
All right. Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between Beast Coast and, of course, Team Aster. We'll see you there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Team Aster and, of course, Beastcoast. Team Aster taking game number 1 here in this best-of-3 tiebreaker against Beastcoast. So far, 1 game up, 1 game away from being able to secure their upper bracket position here. Beastcoast, though, looking to fight back, forced to a game number 3 if they possibly can. It's MLP Dota and John Explorer, of course, joining you here. John, what are you thinking? I mean, the draft is about to get underway. What kind of changes do you want from either side going into this matchup?
I think specifically for Beastcoast, it's just switching out that Hector pick to the end. There was a moment where maybe I figured, you know what, in a good game for Hector, he can handle the puck in the Timber Saw, but it didn't come out that way. They did manage to just burst him down every time. His farm was keeping up, but when they had such a free game that he managed to get ahead of Naga, and they just managed to disrupt this aggression coming out from Beastcoast with how great their 2 supports were at sustaining true with such a great frontliner in the Timbersaw as well. So I think just save your win condition for Hector till the end. That's where we see Beastcoast have the most success. It was pretty ballsy for them to go for the first phase Naga, and I thought they could protect it enough with the bans, but again, it just didn't pan out that way. We'll see if they adjust that way. Maybe Beastcoast still feel confident enough for giving Hector something he's comfy on in the first phase, knowing that it'll likely be a lot of Hector here is being banned afterwards. But again, after seeing what Aster did, they can certainly handle something surprising like that early on.
Yeah, it should be a fun game number 2. Let's see how they switch things up. Good to see Team Aster, though. I mean, they really are starting to look more like a team going into these tiebreakers, and that is very, very important, of course, because they did look very, very lost in the other series we watched throughout the groups. Still, though, they are in the running to get that upper bracket position, which is something I never thought I'd be saying after the first few days for Team Aster, but here we are. They're still in the running and looking really good. Just 1 game away. Of course, the draft is getting underway. We are going to bring it up rather soon. Looks like it is the same bands anyway. Nature's Prophet, Batrider being removed, Lena, Broodmother being removed, and it seems like Team Aster are once again going to go into the Undying pickup. So if you are Beastcoast, again, you can go back for the Snapfire to just make sure you have an answer to the Tombstone every single team fight. I believe last game around Siamese Cat pretty much didn't level Tombstone throughout the laning phase, and then even afterwards, he just positioned it in a way where you couldn't actually reach it. It just felt like the Tombstone, it never really got affected by our Snapfire being played by Sacred anyway.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things when you do pick that snap to counteract the Undying Tombstone. In that last game, Sacred was playing more backline, right? He was focusing in on playing with the kisses way more than being frontline, playing with the cookies and the scatter shot. So it just made it a lot harder to use it as a counter for the Tombstone. They will still gun for it. Like, they get the Tiny this time around along with a Snapfire. So there is still that flex. Dark Mago can still play it mid. Sacred can play it off lane. You could potentially run it on support as well here for Schofield, but I think they've not really leaned that way here. On the side of Beastcoast, that should just be our Schofield Tiny, unless Dark Mago will take that as flex. So a little bit of flexibility in the opening for Beastcoast. I'm a little bit surprised that Aster opts for the Undying instead of something like the Rubik first phase, as it does feel like everyone kind of just guns for the Rubik as well. I'm wondering if they'll just kind of ignore it here, because if you go back for the Enchantress and just play with another durable frontline, I think you can kind of get the same effect here. Like, Tiny can have a little bit more presence coming out from Beastcoast. It does provide you a heck lot more burst damage with Avalanche Toss, and a lot more sustainable control as well in comparison to Vendetta on Nyx and jumping around. The Blink Tiny just feels maybe a little bit stronger in that sense. But again, like a geared up Undying and Enchantress does make your team pretty damn hard to kill. Wouldn't mind it, but they go for the Tusk instead. So another pretty meta here right now for the side of Aster. We've seen them play it on mid. I think they have been able to really just lean on it mid, not too much flex in that pick. So maybe just expecting something like either the Tiny mid matchup or the Snapfire mid matchup. I think that's something Tusk can play into fairly well. It's not a lane that the Tusk necessarily loses out on. So I like that response from Aster, just sensing that Beastcoast is probably gunning for a flex on mid in the first opening here.
Yeah, certainly. So, of course, our camera has frozen here, Jonathan, but as you can see, everyone on the side of Beastcoast having a nice little sleep. Not so much the guy on the camera, though, sadly. He does look a little bit concerned after that game number 1, but, Doesn't matter. We'll fix things up. Everyone just have a quick nap before game 2 starts. More bans to come here between these two teams before we can continue. I do wonder where Beastcoast go with their own POS 1 now, whether they do go for go back for the PL or just screw all the Illusion Heroes anyway and just go to something else. We'll see very, very soon. Team Aster is still just deciding on what to ban.
Yep.
Again, for anyone that isn't aware, by the way, neither side's getting kicked out of the tournament. Like, both these teams are going to make it to the playoffs. It is literally just for the seeding into the upper and lower bracket, which is still extremely important, actually.
Yeah, like it's important you do get that upper bracket start, because we've seen a lot of teams just have these hopeful runs in group stage, and then they just get crushed in this instantaneous elimination. So you don't want to start in that position for both sides, especially for Beastcoast. The crowd wants to see more games coming out from these guys for sure. So let's see if they can carry that torch here. It's rather interesting that Aster is banning out a lot of heroes that actually works well against the illusions themselves. Banning out the Ember, banning out the Timbersaw. So this could give a few more angles for the sneaky last pick for Hector. Stuff like Naga, it's still left in the pool. I don't think in a vacuum that the Tusk and Undying handles the Naga all too well. And you don't have the threat of the Timbersaw. You could probably ban out the Puck here as well for Beastcoast part to enable that, unless Aster themselves are gunning for an illusion hero. Like, they have played the PL on Monet, so that might be what they're looking for here. Just pull the illusions back their way once more and maybe show Beastcoast how it's done. Maybe send a message here.
Yeah, why the hell not? Final bans to come. Team Aster, one more to go. Still thinking about it, using a lot of time, but they'll get rid of the Ursa. Beastcoast, focusing on the offlane right now of XXS. Obviously, XXS had a lot of success that game, so just making sure he doesn't have as good of a game. One more to go before we can see these drafts continue.
I'm keen to see what's left in the pool here for XXS that they might have to worry about. They take care of the big answers. He's played stuff like the Magnus is coming out, the Doom, the DP is still in the pool, surprisingly enough. And Beastcoast, since they have the Snapfire, they will take the Phoenix. So again, you do have a lot of team fight. There's a little bit more sustain coming out from Beastcoast now as well, with the Sunray available. And that should be pretty good pickup for Stinger, as he tends to play that hero here for Beastcoast, just locking in your 5. I will say that your hard lockdown on Beastcoast isn't the most reliable, so it can be a little bit tougher in holding down a mobile here if it does come out here for Aster, but you have taken care of most of the big ones. They will go for that Magnus. I mean, I didn't actually expect them to gun for Magnus, and they'll pick up the Rubik as well. So they've got the Rubik this time. Highly contested here that was left alone. Lots of good spells to steal. Like the Phoenix spells feel great. If you can get the Sunray, then you're kind of a good spot here for the Rubik to just have so much sustain coming true. And the Magnus is going to enable a lot of heroes for Aster in the 1. If they do want to just go all in on that. They could try the Troll again if they really wished. I see that Monet has played the PA at some point as well. So you could gun for that PA Magnus, which PA's just been a really meh hero. Picking it into something like the Phoenix, picking it into all of this early magic does make it feel kind of dead until BKB. But you do have the Magnus to enable you, so could be one route.
Could be. Very, very curious to see what they do go for the POS 1 to combo with this Magnus Empower. I mean, you don't necessarily have to really maximize the Empower, but it does feel kind of wasteful if you don't. We'll see what they are intending here on the side of Team Aster. Still Beastcoast thinking really heavily about this this 4th pickup for themselves. Taking a lot of time for this one. Very important, of course. Their tournament lives, or rather their upper bracket lives, are on the line. So they need to pull off this game 2 victory to still have a chance at the upper bracket in this tiebreaker. Don't want to lose that opportunity if you can avoid it. You are playing in front of the home crowd after all, so you don't want to give yourself the harder path. 30 seconds left though to make this 4th pick. And they're going to go down the Leshrac rack this time, so something very different coming up from Beastcoast. We do see a lot of Lesh throughout the Major, though. It does perform very, very well. Still a pretty busted hero once you pick up the Bloodstone. And they are going to leave that K1 hero to the last pick, so really making sure that Team Aster will have to have a little bit of a surprise factor for this pos 1.
Yeah, just ensuring that your core-to-core matchup will just work out no matter what. I think, again, it does feel like there's a bit less consistent magic damage coming out from Aster, and there you go. They take care of stuff like the PL right now. Now, do you want to ban out the... You did handle it in the last game, but your draft isn't exactly the same to run it down early on or just deal with the illusion spam that it can threaten. So maybe just take care of that as well. For Beastcoast part, having this mid Lesh with this kind of lineup, it does feel pretty damn good. Like, there is a threat of just being jumped on really fast from Aster. You've got the snowball. Leshrac versus Tusk matchup is also not completely unplayable for the Tusk. You can dodge out with a snowball if you see the spells being pumped out. You can still control the lane to an extent here as well for the side of Aster. So you do still have decent timings to hit, and the mid matchup can go rather even depending on how aggressive you play. For Beastcoast, this shake-up with these 4 heroes, it does lead to a lot more early activity, and there is much more damage. There's so much more throughput with the Leshrac now, and even the Phoenix and Tiny supports, and it will just ban out the Naga. So, again, different draft. Don't want to have Hector feeling too comfy here. Stuff, what else is available for Hector to close out with? Terrorblade's still there, if he wants that. He's got stuff like his Drow. This could be a very decent Faceless Void game for him as well, if he actually wants to go for that. Like, Void with Leshrac plus Phoenix plus Kisses. There is some good damage to play with early Chronos here.
There certainly is. Team Aster, they're the ones that need to make the first pick. Troll Warlord will be banned out, so they won't be able to go back for that for Monet. You could pick up the Void yourself if you really want here for Team Aster. Like, you do have that Empower, so the farm isn't going to be too slow. At least the initial farm, that is. 17 seconds reserve time left to think about this for Team Aster. Go on, John.
Yeah, alright. They go to Drow, so you're not going with like a Magnus combo. I feel like if they did gun for something like the Faceless Void and Aster, you do lack damage into Chrono. Like, Empower alone is also just not quite enough. You want some heroes to throw spells in it. So I like the Drow a little bit more. Your backline jump is limited on Beastcoast. You really only have, Blink Tiny right now? Maybe a Gobble Up from Snap if you do manage to find a Drow. But it should be in a pretty good spot to just stand back and get the hits in. There's no threat of an instant jump up unless you just get this really quick blink timings and play super aggressive on Beastcoast. So you've got some good solutions coming out from Aster. There is still a decent team fight. It does feel like it's a lot more sensitive, and they will go for the Void in Beastcoast and just play with a Chrono combinations on hand. You've got a good opportunity to jump Monet now. You've got the early damage. You don't need to worry about all of that. There's no direct counter to you here as well, like nothing to save into Chrono. So Hector should still have free reign as long as he doesn't get controlled up while he time walks in. Like, there is the threat of RP response if he doesn't get off the Chrono, the threat of Gust if he doesn't have a BKB. He will need to wait for a couple of defensive items to feel comfy there.
It seems very similar in a sense to the last draft, though, doesn't it? Because you are still relying on that Chrono into the Kisses to really have the damage output. We'll see what happens. Like, last time around, Dark Mago had the Mars Snapfire combo, and they just didn't have the damage. You might just go a similar route for Team Aster, where you just kind of get the Hood of Defiances up, get the Glimmer Capes up, and make it so this magic damage just isn't high enough. We'll see, though. Beastcoast obviously have a different bit of a game plan here from their side of things. The Void, one of those carries that can go into the ultra late game and be one of the strongest in Dota 2 overall, because you do have Chrono. Drow, not too bad of a hero itself, though, at the moment. Currently very popular in the current meta. Monet, of course, will take that up. What are you thinking? I mean, Game 2, Jonathan, Beastcoast versus Team Aster. Are we going to see a Game 3 for these tiebreakers?
I think we are, Mike. I like Beastcoast draft a lot more. Like, there are still issues, as you mentioned, but you have so much backup in Chrono. Like, even if you had, say, a full pipe and a couple of Glimmer Capes up here, the sheer output of just having 3 heroes with magical damage into the Chrono, it's more than enough to overcome that. I think for Aster, what I am curious about is what exactly they want to do with XXS here. because they did pick that Magnus. They didn't go for like a core on the safe lane that plays with it. I guess you could still play with Empower on a Tusk, which to be fair is pretty damn funny. Walrus Punch with a lot of cleave damage is one way to get things going. So that could be one thing, but it doesn't feel like they have a good response in a 5v5 team fight outside of RP. There are good spells to steal here for Siamese Cat, though. Like, if this Rubik is playing in the back line, steals a split Earth to follow through from the RP, that is more than enough to kind of give you some damage output here, especially with Monet. Like, there are some combinations with Drow and Magnus on hand. It's just a little bit more sensitive. I think Beastcoast Draft is a lot more forgiving this time around. And this time, as long as Hector, like, even if Hector is like number 2 or number 3 in net worth, you have some play in your team fight. You have more coordination, because in the last game, it was just Arena plus Kisses, nothing else to throw in. Like, there was literally no follow-up to that. This time around, you have like 3 heroes to follow through from the Void, and it feels a lot easier to have those backups.
Let's see how everything goes. Game number 2 between these two teams. Beastcoast, backs against the wall, need this game 2 victory to force to a game 3. Team Aster, they'd love a 2-0 victory to end these tiebreakers off and just head over to the upper bracket. See if they can make it happen. Good news, John. This time, Baboka did high-five Monet back, so seems like Baboka, he just needed that game 1 win first. Once he saw that win, he was like, okay, Monet, you can have your high-five, but you only get 1. He won't get the second.
You know, maybe the reason he didn't high five was Monet called for a troll, and Baboka's maybe a bit of a hater. It's like, oh, troll? Are you sure? Really? After we've seen from this hero? Oh, look at that! Runs into Schofield.
He's gonna run into Schofield. Monet's gonna get a bit of damage off with these frost arrows. Not too much. Schofield sticking around trying to steal this bounty. Meanwhile, bottom side there is a bit of action breaking out. Though K1 is able to take the banner away. And it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade the way of Beastcoast. So they do get a nice little bonus going into the laning phase. They do get 3 bounties for themselves. Siamese Cat still messing around here with the Phoenix, but Stinger's going to be just fine to back off. K1 even threatening to get involved, but does back himself off as well. We may as well start, of course, never mind, we'll start with the mid lane. You're going to have Dark Mago there with XWY, the Tusk vs Leshrac matchup, something we've been seeing quite a lot of in the current patch. Anything to be expecting in particular here, John, between these two?
Should be fairly even. There is some outplay for the Tusk early on. If you do manage to get on top, and if Dark Mago is not able to really land your spells onto you, then the Tusk can play this lane quite nicely. It's a pretty decent solution, as we've seen time and time again. There is some good potential for support rotations. If you do get, like, say, a Rubik to come in with a snowball afterwards, then you can gun for some early kills on Dark Mago, but we haven't seen that emphasized from these two teams. Aster did get some good rotations early on in Dark Mago, though, so they could gun for it. You're taking a look at the bot as well, and this lane for Hector should feel fairly secure. Level 1 Time Walk is a pretty long cooldown, so you have windows of aggression here for the side of Aster to just pummel in, waste some resources on Hector. The one issue you have with the Phoenix support in this case is you don't really have like a direct setting up for the Fire Spirits, and you will need levels on Phoenix. Like, out of all the supports, it is one of the greedier ones, especially in the 5, to play with. It wants to hit level 3, wants to have level 2 Fire Spirits, and he will have to sit in the lane a lot more and try to just not feed kills away early on with all the output on Aster's end.
What about that top lane? Monet and Baboka, they're going to be up against Schofield, and of course you're going to have Sacred there as well. Once again on that pulse re-snap fire. Schofield, bit of a interesting position. We'll still hide in the tree line, and it's going to avoid Baboka's vision. What do you think about this top lane, though? Like, is Monet just going to have the freest lane of his life? Like, hold that thought, because Schofield's going to get an avalanche toss-off onto Monet. Cookie's there.
Oh, you cursed him.
I apologize in advance to Team Aster for that. Clearly not the freest lane of his life.
Yeah, there is that toss-back play. I mean, in theory, Drow plus 1 big tanky melee support, right, can kind of just take over. And Baboka actually guns for that level 1 tombstone here as well to try to maybe shake off that toss-back. It still comes through perfectly from Schofield, so a nice strong start already for Sacred. And that is something that you have to be mildly cautious about as a Drow here. Like, eventually, once you round out the mangoes on Baboka, that's when the lanes feel a little bit awkward. As something about auto-attack settings for Hector just being, you know, like, your auto-attack settings maybe just set up a little bit weird.
Yeah.
What's a bit
Stinger?
weird is Stinger's position here too.
He's going to be okay. K1 could not finish the kill off onto Siamese Cat because there's no points in Bash available on K1. He's going for the time dilation instead. Still does save the life of Stinger with that time dilation slow, so happy days with that. 1-0, very slight net worth lead the way of Beastcoast. All lanes look very even as well. Like mid lane in particular, they're both 19 for 2 in terms of CS. Just mirroring each other's CS at the moment. Top lane, toss back is going to be there onto our Undying. Cookie to follow up, and this toss combination. Schofield's been doing such a fantastic job on the Tiny. He does find a secondary kill here in the top lane.
It's a lot more straightforward to play with a Tiny for the Snapfire in comparison to the Nyx lane last time for Schofield. We weren't really seeing any early Impale plays to set up for Cookies into the Scatter Blast. And they do find Stinger in the end down bot at the least. But
that's
this
the
top
thing,
lane
like,
start is rough.
You've got the toss back at top, and at bot you've got the lift into the skewer. So it's like a lot of throwing around here in the side lanes. That's for sure. Support getting thrown left, right, and center, and very, very hard to escape that tier 1 tower damage once you do get skewered underneath that tier 1.
Yeah, it's a lot of troop, but the one thing though, I think it's easier for Beast Coast to get themselves out of those situations down bot. You've got Time Walk and you've got the dive. So if you just save those spells for the right moment, if you see that threat coming up, you have those off cooldown, chances are you should be able to bail out. It takes a little bit more effort from Aster to go for those kills and, you know, find that window where the mobility is taken away on the side of Beast Coast. 2-1 start, rather even so far. You are having a much stronger laning start coming out from Beast Coast, though, and that does set up well for that tempo. Like, you want the levels to pour through, you want to be able to play around. Dark Mago really feels like he's going to be the key for the tempo here on Beast Coast. The first power rune is going to be big. If he finds it, could get a nice rotation to the side lanes here.
I mean, speaking of Dark Mago, he's still going for a chase onto XWY. Does have the stun back up and available. May try for it as XWY. Very nice juke out with the snowball. Will chase him back down now. Shards are out. TP rotations coming in from Siamese Cat. Dark Mago is still trying to fight back, but really can't do it. He'll have to go for a run. Still getting away with the Fairy Fire. XWY, he does have snowball up in just a moment. Poor old Siamese Cat, he was short on mana for the Fade Bolt. He was like 10 mana short. Had he had it available, that was a guaranteed kill into Dark Mago, but the TP away is there. He's fine.
Builds out, gets a little bit of a reset, gives the mid lane out to Stinger as well. Good support to kind of soak up that EXP and hold the lane steady for you. And that means you're going to have 2 heroes on hand for the 6-minute power rune as well. In fact, Schofield's also trying to show up, understanding how important this is. LDY still has the help coming around from Siamese Cat at the least.
They go again. Dark Mago trying to get aggressive onto XWY, but it's going to be able to break the gap here on the Tusk, no problem. 2-1 so far in the favor of Beast Coast. A1 having a real fantastic time in the Void farming up right now. Literally just uncontested, but so is XXS. Mag having an extremely good time himself. Like every core is basically having a very good time. Nobody really lacking farm at the moment.
Rather even start across both sides. Just those couple of pickoffs up top makes it feel a little bit worse for Aster. That one Mune, probably not something you'd want early on. But they're not able to find the angles now. Like, you are playing way far back on Mune. He's got a lot of damage to throw onto Schofield if he does walk up with level 3 Frost Arrows up and running. Isn't quite there, although...
Top lane, they're going to have the Undying. The Boka, he will go down, so the rotation from Dark Mago does amount to something. See, he would have preferred to go after Monet instead, but he can still stick around the top tier 1 if he wants. He won't though, he'll go back into the mid lane, because XWY is currently forcing in that tier 1 tower. Much rather not lose it if you can avoid it as Beast Coasters. Well, Team Aster, they did find a very early tier 1 mid tower last game around, and obviously we saw how that one panned out. They won't be allowing that to happen again. Not for free anyway.
On. They got the toss back just a bit, but aren't really tying in for a kill up top here for Sacred. And you are just finding everything you'd want. Look at Hector. His Midas timing, not going to be held back here too much. Again, you have that kill threat from Aster, but you have so much counterplay now. from the side of Beast Coast that you can't really gun to be aggressive down bot unless it's onto Stinger. And even if you find Stinger, I mean, it's a Phoenix support. He doesn't mind being a sacrifice here.
Oh,
being aggressive at top, though.
Yeah, they've got the Drow. Monet trying to juke them out the best he can. Still juking very nicely, but not quite nice enough. Sacred even finding the tombstone for himself. Baboka, he'll go for the chase. Cookie is there from Sacred. Baboka, now the one being hunted, needs to run, but the toss back in onto Sacred. Still Sacred, happy to fight. Does have the scatter blast. Should be able to land it perfectly. Just waiting for the kill secure. And will secure. Sacred now 2-0-3. Beast Coast, this offlane has just gone so darn well.
I mean, they're playing so well. Really, it's all down to Schofield finding these opportunities. He's able to run up, get the Avatos, set up for the kisses, set up for the damage coming through from Sacred, and just run down from there. The push threat isn't that scary from a Snapfire, so they're going to have time to respond on Aster. But you're at the point where this kind of start is leading into a nice start for Beast Coast. Like a 2k advantage at 9 minutes in. Not the biggest in the world, but that does mean a faster Midas for Hector. You know, a little bit faster on the Bloodstone for Dark Mago.
Well, top lane.
Faster, it's just a bit of a waiting game.
You're going to have Baboka again. The Undying, he does get caught out. He'll go for a bit of a soul rip, but ultimately knows he's probably just set to fall here as get a bit of a cheeky decay off, tanking him up just a little bit more. Can get another. Toss is there. Sacred, Scatter Blast available, is going to be able to secure another kill for himself on the Snapfire. And already has the mech up now on the pos 3 snap. Meanwhile, bottom lane Team Aster. They are going to at least try to push out this bottom tier 1 tower, but it seems like Beast Coast are going to be in the position to do the exact same thing. It's not really too big of a deal. In fact, there is going to be rotations. Beast Coast down towards the bot lane. They've got Dark Mago here with Schofield. D1 Tower is still being forced in, but XWY is going to get caught out on the tusk. They've got the split earth to land, so Snowball is going to buy a little bit of time, shards away, but it's not enough. Even K1 showing up with a Chrono onto the Rubik, making sure they get maximum value. And Siamese Cat is not making it out of there. K1, he'll secure the kill in the Void. And Team Aster, they will not even find the bottom tier 1.
Stay standing and just an instant smoke out from Dark Mago and Schofield. That's the one thing with the Leshrac too. You're not constrained by cooldowns. Yes, your Void is, but you can keep running with a Tiny here.
Here we go. Baboka going to be spotted. Schofield. Cumber's Toy out is going to be able to break the gap. XXS is around to try and help. In fact, there's a lot of heroes moving in from Aster. They should be able to punish. A nice RP from XXS. It's going to lock 2 of them down. Dark Mago somehow still alive, but eventually will fall to May's damage. Schofield, he will drop to boot. Nice attempt here from Beast Coast, but they find an Undying. It cost them 2 very, very valuable lives. Not good news.
Just don't expect the Drought to be around that area. You know, he shows up in the nick of time. I believe he had the DD running as well, so the output was insane. You do manage to scout out the stacks here with its Stinger, so you can kind of clear out something for himself, taking away a lot of catch-up farm that XSS and Monet would want to have. And be able to contest without too much fuss as well. Like, Provoke will show up for a moment, but not much the Undying can really do to stop this.
Yeah. K1, he's going to show up from behind. They'll drop the Tombstone, but Lil Shredder is going to be out immediately from Sacred. That Tombstone is gone, and Baboka, he is probably gone with it. They're going for more. Schofield Avalanche Toss is going to be out onto Siamese Cat, so they'll find a secondary pickoff. Such a different game for Beast Coast in Game 2.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, it's a lot more active. They get to clear out these stacks fully. Ancient's gone now as well. And now they're going to apply some pressure. Even Schofield just looking to gun down XXS. Not quite going to be able to gap close, but they'll find that bot tier 1. Not the biggest one, so they'll not fully commit. Right now, for Beast Coast, you'd really want to make a move out for Dark Mago onto the mid. Like, just play with that Diabolic Edict, clear out mid tier 1, and start to invade the top jungle. That'll cut off so much farm that Monet still needs to build into. Like, he has no protection in Drow yet. Trying to go into that Hurricane Pike, 4-staff Dragonlance build up. And once you've got the 4-staff, you can bail yourself out of these dicey situations. Maybe have a little bit more play as well if you decide to join your team here. Still a little bit more time and space needed here for Monet. And he's not safe. He's under a ward.
That he is. Monet needs to run right now. Schofield trying to break the gap is actually going to connect with the Avalanche.
Oh,
and now
boy.
the Kisses to fly in, and they've just got so much damage to take him out. The Schofield is at least going to get caught here in the Tiny, and the Kisses are stolen by Siamese Cat. Still getting the damage out. Schofield somehow alive. Finally goes down. A toss is there though, just the nick of time. Schofield, or rather Sacred, could not secure Siamese Cat. He will survive another day. And Sacred the one to go down. A mega kill streak going the way of Baboka now on the Undying.
That's huge. Like, the fact that Siamese Cat lives is so big. He has Kisses to use one more time before it fades. That's why Sacred just run up. He needed that kill. Because it's such an easy spell to steal here for Siamese Cat. And it's a very impactful one to play with if you land this RP from XXS. So now there's a threat of a big counterfight coming out from Aster if Beastcoast find themselves in a really awkward position. Have to play a little bit cautiously and respect that combination on hand. It's not like they can really set up for it. That's only if XXS finds himself in a position to get a multi-RP, which he can't do until the Blink's up, and that's still a little ways off in terms of gold. Still has to farm at least 500 more on our Magnus, so it's going to be a little bit more time till you can utilize that, but it should line up. I think that Blink should be up while you still have Kisses ready, so you can certainly look for your play once that's up and running.
So at the very least for now, just going to sit back, realizing they are behind. They won't try to overextend at all. Bottom lane, XXS. We spotted here by K1. Chrono is up, but of course he's going to need a bit of help if he wanted to go after the Magnus Life. I'll leave him be as mid lane. Bit of a group up after this mid tier 1 tower. East Coast going to pop the Diabolic Edict here on Dark Mago. Or even the Sunray being expended a little bit earlier on. Making sure Dark Mago can tank through these tier 1 tower hits. To be fair, he does have a Bloodstone, so he's not a very squishy boy at the moment. We'll be able to find the tier 1 tower. Won't try to make their way into that Dire jungle yet. It seems, though I say that, they are still grouped up in that mid lane. Maybe it's off to the Dire triangle again.
Man. This ward Aster has is right outside of Sentry Vision. So they can just respond and dodge out this movement from Beast Coast. It's a little bit of time being expended here. They're still trying to go for it.
They are going to give it a shot. Avalanche toss-up is there. They're going to find Siamese Cat. That's one. XXS, he does have the Blink Dagger up, so he's going to jump in for a double skewer back. The egg immediately popped by our Phoenix, and there's no answer to it. Monet's trying to burst it down. He should have it in time, and they do get Stinger down. Back now they can move on to Dark Mago, but the Bloodstone is going to be popped. Can he heal through it? He's going to try. Chrono. K1, he found the Drow. Monet's been caught, trying to run his way out, but the Infinite bashes from K1. Locking him down, and now
oh my God,
Schofield moves in. XXS. He'll try to skewer away. Looks like he will be okay to survive. Schofield's the one caught. Cookie though, the low ground. He'll make it. He'll make it just barely.
Oh my God.
Oh, can you believe that?
Oh, that's such a back and forth. It looked so nice for Aster too. They managed to get this RP pullback, and they didn't manage to really follow through. Like, the egg flies out in the nick of time. They have to use their attention onto that objective that allows an angle in for the rest of the heroes of Beast Coast to jump right in front and get the damage off. And they just melt. Hector identifies the Drow in the back, knowing the rest of his team can handle the front lines, and they just manage to work it their way. They just work the angles. They force Aster to RP the supports, basically. And it's big, but it's not the heroes you want. You certainly don't want to just lock in a Phoenix and a Titan. You need at least one of the chorus. A big one would have probably been Dark Mago if he was just a little bit closer, but spaced himself out nicely there. Smoke out from Aster, though.
Here we go again. Aster very desperate in this game to try and get a team fight to go their way. RP is still available for XXS. You still have that to rely on. Team Aster going to show on the mid lane with XWY. Nobody's going to take the bait though. Aster, they're actually going to retreat. They have not found what they wanted. Siamese Cat gets left behind. Avalanche will be out. Lift is up. Maybe they can try to focus down the Tiny, but in the meantime, Baboka does get caught, and once again, Schofield is going to be saved by Sacred. Meanwhile, XXS, he's going to find Dark Mago, but he's a tanky boy. The Pulse Nova's just ripping right through them. They just don't have the damage, and now Dark Mago, he's going to go on to Monet. That's going to be another. Aster are falling apart in game 2.
Beastcoast, they woke up after that last game. The regression's just on point. They tried to jump and punish a Tiny. They get the one-man RP on the Lesh, but everyone else is there to back up. Like, you need some more in that pullback there. They just didn't have the answers. Again, this is the one thing with Aster's draft. It feels a little bit disconnected. There are conditions to make this RP feel big, but your Drow is not nearly farmed enough to have that impact with the multi-shot into RP, and even then, that doesn't feel like the burst damage you need in that window. It stacks up, but it doesn't instantly take care of these heroes as fast as you'd want it to. Inside of Beastcoast now, 13k lead, 21-6. Feeling very confident in this game. Hector #1 in net worth, working towards his Manta, has the full BKB. Schofield just running around like a madman. He's been all over, man. Schofield has really stepped up. Game 1, he was on the Nyx. You know, it was, not gonna lie, it was pretty atrocious, but maybe that's just down to Nyx also being pretty subpar, even though it was an answer in a way for 2 of their heroes. But this time around on this Tiny, he's on a roll. He set up that lane for Sacred. He's setting up all these ganks. He's providing these angles back in. It's just crazy what he's doing on his hero.
Yeah, that's what happens when you didn't give him a hero like Nyx, John. You know, get rid of that damn trash hero, give him a proper hero like, you know, Chad Tiny, and this is what happens. Very, very good. I mean, Team Aster right now, Jonathan, they need something to go their way. I mean, this team is... Game 1 was great. It was so clean by Team Aster, but Game 2's just been all over the place.
Yeah, it's been rocky. They just don't have like these big connections to make. Yeah, you've got the solo pickoff potential, but a lot of pullback with the Magnus, but they haven't found the right targets. Even when they jumped through supports, they didn't have the damage this time around on their end to take care of them. And just down to having a Tusk mid, having no one to connect with the Magnus's buffs, like Empower on Tusk, it could still be good. Hasn't felt like it. You've got the BKB up and running XWY though, so you're not going to get melted by the magical on Beastcoast with a Phoenix, with a Lashak. That does negate a huge amount of output here. Whether or not they can do something with it is a different question. As the Roche, it's going to be set to start here on Beastcoast, and you have the RP threat on Aster if they find an angle in this, but it just goes so fast.
Roshan not going to last very long here. Beastcoast, easy Roshan for themselves. Team Aster unable to get there in time to counter this. At least they are going to find out Schofield on the Tiny, who was scouting out for his team, though Schofield is still alive. Finally goes down. Beastcoast, they did smoke up immediately after that Roshan, hoping to make it in time to help out their Tiny, but couldn't quite get there. So they should be very happy with the fact that they've got the Aegis on Dark Mago. 13k advantage still stands. And Team Aster, well, they're the ones that need to find an answer to this game. Like, Monet's about to have a Hurricane Pike up, but that's nowhere near at the stage where the Drow's going to feel like a powerhouse. And hell, now they even find the Undying. Baboka's going to drop. Nice easy pick off here for Beastcoast. There's not really too much outer objectives left. They've got a tier 2 mid and a tier 2 bot they can go after here, Beastcoast. So they may just settle for those and start going after them. But it does seem like they really want to just go for the fights.
I mean, why not? You've got all these spells to use in the chrono. You've got so much control, so much output. There's only that one BKB on XWY to worry about. The sustain from the mech, not going to be enough to really make you survive through 3 different heroes and healing you up here. At the least, you're kind of creep cutting nicely on XWY. You're applying pressure down bot, so you can't go for the full sweep of tier 2 towers here for the side of Beastcoast. But they know XWY is in the area. He doesn't have anything like a blink. Should be able to bail out in the TP, but if he plays greedy here, it could cost him.
XWY almost getting caught. In fact, Schofield's going to find him eventually. Walrus Punch is there, but Sacred is right behind here on the Snapfire. XWY forced the BKB up, has a TP available, will end up popping it to get away. Meanwhile, toward the top side of the map, Baboka has been caught once again, and so is XXS. K1 will be on the chase here in the Void, commits the Chrono, no messing around, wants the Magnus, and they will take his life away. Well, they might even go high ground off this. Even without the Chrono up, there's 2 down. K1, he's going to be fine.
Oh.
Dark Mago just jumping in by himself, trusting Stinger with the Force Staff to save him. And he will.
Yeah.
Jump in, Schofield. That's a nice toss back.
Oh, the
He's
toss!
dominating on the Drow Ranger. Oh, Schofield, he's been an absolute monster this game. He just won't stop.
Oh. He is a machine on this Tiny. Just punishing so bad on the backline. And they still have this RP play Aster can try to pull out here, but without the Drow, without the Tusk, the follow-through damage, it doesn't feel like it's there. And they still have the Aegis up and running for a good amount here in Dark Mago.
There goes Baboka once again. Dark Mago takes him out. How to Aster defend. This is without the Chrono. Schofield again just going to jump in onto XXS. Still, they will skewer back the Leshrac, and Dark Mago might die the first time around, but no, he's surviving. He'll take down XXS first. We're going together, he says.
Oh my
There's
God.
the egg exploding. That'll be XWY going down. Beastcoast just completely annihilating the side of Aster in Game 2 as we have the GG call. We are going to a Game 3 of this best of 3 tiebreaker between Aster and Beastcoast. And I can only wonder what Game 3 is going to be like.
It's going to be very different, I'm sure. The thing for Aster is they focus in so much on Hector's Illusions heroes this time that the Void slides through in a very perfect draft for it. Phoenix, Snapfire, Leshrac in this game, along with the Faceless Void. You have just so much to give in these Chronos that Hector is more than willing to just join in and contribute. And aside of Aster, they go back to this Magnus. Again, it is something they play, but they had nothing to really tie it into. The best and power you had was to play with a cleave was really just a Walrus Punch, and it's just not that amazing to play with. So just a change in draft here for Aster is going to be the big one. It's so hard when you have to deal with so many heroes from Hector, though, and the fact that Beastcoast again go with the strength in the opening, they go with the flex on the Snapfire and the Tiny, right? You have to wonder what you're going to do with that. Is it mid-Tiny? Is it a mid-Snap? Off-lane Snap? Support Tiny? It does make it a lot harder for Aster to ban out certain heroes to figure out their matchups, and it gives so much more flexibility for Beastcoast. If they manage to get away with a drafting style like this again in Game 3, then I think they feel a lot stronger, because it just doesn't seem like Aster was ready to respond to it here yet.
It was a hell of a game number 2. I can only wonder again what Aster are going to be doing here for game number 3, because it's kind of weird, because game 1 was just so dominant, and then game 2 comes around and it's just so one-sided the way of Beastcoast. So you're kind of that old Aster that we were used to seeing throughout the whole group stage just kind of came out again, and you saw moments of brilliance, like Monet taking down Dark Mago here was pretty good. Dark Mago just diving a bit too deep, but ultimately Monet just getting constantly caught out here by Schofield, causing some real issues on the Tiny, and as hard as they tried, they were never able to turn it back around. Like, there was some nice skill backs from XXS throughout the game. That didn't work out either. I mean, it's just Schofield. He just made so much. There's just too much impact in this game.
Yeah, he was just on fire. Like, this is the one fight where we saw XXS get that doubled skewer back from the supports, and instantly the egg still managed to go out. He did not commit the RP there. And Hector finds this angle to go into the backline and just control Monet. Like, coordination coming out here from Beastcoast was on point. It's almost the same as we saw from Aster in Game 1, where their coordination was so in sync. But this time their draft just couldn't really connect in the ways they'd wanted to. And they have to be careful about that flex from Beastcoast. I think you just have to go with what you feel like you're strong in. Because it feels like they got in their heads a bit on Aster. Like, they go for this Magnus. They don't manage to get any combination with the Magnus. They go with the Tusk mid to counteract the Lesh, which, honestly was not too bad of a lane there for XWY. But I think the one thing was just the Magnus for XXS. Like, it felt a lot slower in this game, And even with the blink, it just didn't feel impactful. You didn't have the supports to kind of tie in and try to play burst with you there as well. So your options of playing with that Magnus here was just maybe more limited to the aura. Even with a blink, again, like the angles were difficult to find because of how active and how ready Beastcoast were on the response. Like they just threatened so much in that counterfight. Whereas for Aster, like if you get an RP in this case, your follow-through damage is basically multi-shot from Drow. And it's just not enough to make you feel good about going for these RP plays. Like this time around, it was Aster that just lacked that disconnect. Like in game 1, where Beastcoast had Arena Kisses, that also felt like it was severely lacking. And the same thing happened for Aster here in game 2. So just an adjustment in draft once more, I think, will set them on the right course. But that was explosive. Like Beastcoast in their top form really makes you want to yell. Like I've seen chat, they're all going, God, and the hope is alive. That was brutal in that game 2, especially considering game 1 looked really lackluster for Beastcoast. That was quite the bounce back.
Well, I can't wait to see what Game 3 has in store for us between these two. I just hope it's a very close game as well, because I don't like one-sided games, Jonathan. I want a close game here between Aster and Beastcoast. So game number 3 will be coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you very, very soon for Game 3 between these two. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into Game 3's draft here between Team Aster and, of course, the side of Beastcoast. John, Game 1 going the way of Aster, Game 2 going the way of Beastcoast, which means we get a Game 3 between these two. They are still fighting for the upper bracket slot that is left. One of these teams gets to go upper bracket. One of them has to start in the lower bracket of the playoffs of the Lima Major. How you doing, Jonathan? That's my question to
Doing
you. How
great.
the hell do you feel?
Doing great. We had a really wild game 2 after a little bit more dominance from Aster in game 1, but game 2 was just honestly a stomp coming out from Beastcoast, and they rallied really well. They fixed some of their issues in draft. They didn't gun for Hectors here in the first phase, and that made a lot of a difference here. As Aster, I still don't quite understand the mindset of going for the Magnus here. Like, again, we've seen some Magnus. I recall specifically in the NADPC where we saw Shopify Rebellion pull that out for good old Saberlight, where it didn't feel amazing either. But there is a space for Magnus, because again, we've seen a lot of emphasis on the auras from offlane. Magnus is a decent aura carrier with threat for teamfight, but it just didn't feel like he had the connections to make the Magnus work there. So I want to see a change there for XXS, maybe something that just sets up for the team a lot better and has a little bit more throughput as well. Because it just didn't feel like your supports were kind of geared to get the skewer back plays lined up with it. Like, we saw it in the last game. The skewer back into 2 supports into the middle of the team, and there's just not enough output to even stop that. Like, the egg comes out anyway, and then it just goes to heck. Do you have a bit of a change in the ban, so Mike? Snapfire being taken out by Aster, so some respect for Sacred there, as he did put in a lot of work, but Beastcoast get to pick up that Tiny again for Schofield. Again, it's still a little bit of flex. Dark Mago has played it a couple of times in mid, but man, Schofield's pause for Tiny last game, he made it look silly.
Yeah, he certainly did. Couldn't blame them for going back for that for Beast Coast. At the very least, Team Aster do remove the Snapfire this time around, so every other game they went for the Batrider Batrider Nature's Prophet banouts on their side of things in the first phase, but they'll leave the Nature's Prophet be. They'll get rid of the Snapfire this time around, as Sacred has played it 2 games in a row, and, well, quite frankly, may play it a third if they left it. Into Team Aster, they are going to go right into the Phoenix, which is something they do enjoy playing, and naturally, you aren't going to have the direct counter in the Snapfire anymore against this Phoenix, so it should be a much easier game to be able to play this Phoenix and position the egg in a more aggressive fashion, knowing the little Shredder isn't just going to burst it down. Second pick up here for Team Aster. I wonder where they want to go with this draft, and they're going to go straight for an Enigma. Why the hell not?
I like it. It's the cosmic combo. Black hole and supernova. 2 stages of a star's life all together, all in one. So now your team fight looks really good on Aster. You do have a big threat on these big clump ups. Black hole plus supernova in the back. A lot to carry through in these fights. And you've got some sustain coming out from Phoenix. You have pretty good laning presence coming out with these 2 heroes as well. The response from Beast, I mean, you have some answers for Enigma. Something like Silencer can come out, but Silencer just feels a little bit hit or miss. In games where it's just so far behind, it feels really lackluster. I like the Rubik in response instead. A lot of good spells to steal already from the Enigma and from the Phoenix. Snatching that black hole, it's not the hardest thing in the world. So a nice comfort pickup here as well for Stinger, more than likely, as Schofield. I mean, after that performance in Tiny, I wouldn't want to drag him away from that. But again, some flex on hand if you do feel the need to run Dark Mago on mid with that. For Aster's part, with this kind of opening, you can tie it in a little bit more. Like, just maybe get a support that helps you sustain. You could just have your Enigma just rush into the auras, as we tend to see. Guardian Greaves timing is going to be pretty big on XXS here. Maybe a little bit more control, actually. Like, yes, Black Hole and Supernova is good. Outside of that, like your laning control, you only really have Malefice. And that could cause issues if Beast Coast will gun for something a little bit more mobile on mid for Dark Mago here. Like something like the Ember if it's unbanned, something like the Storm. Dark Mago's played a little bit of as well. So there are a couple of slippery options that these 2 heroes in particular don't really stop too hard here.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time I see Rubik versus Enigma, it always takes me back to that one game where Wymon was playing that Enigma and just literally didn't black hole for like 45 minutes. It was every single time I see these two in a game, I remember that game where it's like just never black hole. That's the counter towards this Rubik is just don't use it. Don't use the ulti. It's all good. Nevertheless. Or was that a silencer that I'm thinking about? Was that it?
I think
Anyway,
it was
it
the
doesn't
silencer
matter.
to be so.
It was a long
Yeah.
time ago. It doesn't matter. You get my point, Jonathan. You get my point. That was a great game.
Yeah, it was. And just the threat of it just makes it like a standoff where whoever goes first loses. So you just never move in terms of using those spells, and it's just always funny to watch. So I am curious what Beastcoast would want to kind of counteract maybe the Eidolons here. You don't have the biggest wave clear, although I suppose a Tiny and Rubik actually does fine clear out Eidolons. It's not like you're dealing with something like a Brood, which is maybe a little bit more different in controlling the summons. So you might feel confident enough that you don't really need to focus on AoE clear heroes here. Aster, they take out the Pango just in case anyway. And they take out the Death Prophet as well, which can provide a lot of early momentum for Beast Coast in terms of tower take, push potential, and durability up front. Although, it does feel like your answer in Phoenix is pretty nice for that. Beast Coast, they take care of the Enchantress that we saw to great effect in Game 1, along with the Ember once more. Like, that's been a consistent man for Beast Coast, just not allowing the Ember to slide through here for XWY. He is, he's a prolific Ember player anyway. So just paying respects there, but it still leads me to wonder what exactly they'd want for Dark Mago and Sacred, because it does feel like with the Snapfire taking out, you are looking at a very, very different set of heroes on the offlane and the mid to kind of connect, because every single time they went for a Snap, it felt like you had a good connection on the mid lane to make that happen. For Aster, not too different, just back to Tusk. Is confident that XWY should have a better time here, and to be fair, it does feel like he is relieved in these team fights. Like you can always fall back to Enigma, you can always fall back to the Phoenix, so you can just focus in on that solo pick off. And well, the Rubik is a fairly good target to constantly pick off here. So if things go south, you can always kind of gun down that squishy support.
Certainly so. Third pickup here for the side of Beast Coast. See where they go with this draft. I mean, they do need some calls to come out here on their end of things. Time to start revealing perhaps an offlane here for Sacred. By the way, Jonathan, couldn't help but notice one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time. Apparently, you look very much like Squirtle, which I must. Yeah,
you know what? I just realized it's the blue shirt. I think.
I saw that comment and I'm just like, that's amazing. I've always looked at you and thought to myself, John looks like a Pokemon. I just can't figure out which one it is. And now I know. You look like a Squirtle, Jonathan. There you go.
Squirtle's pretty cool, He wears shades in the anime.
Squirtle's the worst one. Squirtle's the worst.
What? Squirtle's the worst one? What's wrong with you, Mike? You just have these really hot takes that no one will ever agree with. You are sick in the head, man. I don't know what went wrong in your childhood, but to say that... Okay, I'll accept that.
Bulbasaur's easily number 2.
No way.
Anyway, moving on.
No way.
Squirtle sucks.
No. You can't. No. You Blastoise over... You take... What? Ivy? What's it? Venusaur over Blastoise? Really? Blastoise pretty. He's got artillery guns. He's a big mean turtle. How can you over? You take a plant over that? A plant? That's offensive, Mike. Damn.
It beats Squirtle. Anyway, Centaur.
You're sick.
Centaur is the pickup here for Beast Coast. I don't even want to argue this, John. I know I'm right. Team Aster,
no,
fourth pickup.
You are definitely not right. This is just like your Earth Spirit arguments, man. You're sick. You're sick.
Fourth pickup here for Team Aster. What are we going here, Team Aster? I mean, this is the final game. Again, this game decides whether you're going to be in the upper bracket or lower bracket. It's very, very important to have that safety net once you do get into the playoffs. Beast Coast, they'd love to start in the upper bracket. Naturally, it's their home crowd watching them. Team Aster, though, naturally want the exact same thing, because who wants to be in the lower bracket? They're going to go back into the Troll Warlord once again. And that's what won them Game 1. It's the comfort of Monet, it seems, throughout this current patch, even though everybody's saying Troll Warlord's not really fitting the meta very well, and I tend to agree with that. But Monet loves the hero. It's coming out once again.
My one concern with the Troll here is it's really easy to drag him so far away from his team if you save your Stampede. Like, if you just save your Stampede as more of a defensive tool, wait for the Battle Trance, have the Troll chase you all the way back, good God, it's not something you can really stop as a Troll either, which is the worst part. So it's a little bit of a weird back and forth there. And the one thing for Beast Coast here with a Centaur, I'm wondering if you could flex that mid for Dark Mago, or you just have Sacred play mid. Because like a Centaur versus Tusk matchup doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world, frankly. It's a little bit awkward, but it's also, again, kind of workable if you expect that. Instead, Beast Coast are expecting the Tusk to go on to support anyway for Baboka here, or Siamese Cat. So just holding off, but some interesting flex potential for Beast Coast if they're not going to give Sacred that scent. I'm wondering how far in their heads they go. They are leaving the illusion here as well. Aster banning out the Gyrocopter. They've got one last shot to ban out either the Naga or the PL. I think with this lineup, you can certainly handle the illusion here a lot better as well. So the threat isn't as big. And for Beast Coast, something like the Faceless Void doesn't feel as good here. You don't have the damage to contribute in the Chrono. So Hector's going to have to carry double duty on that if he does decide to go for it. So probably not the cleanest game for that either.
Final ban out now to come. Timbersaw being removed here for Team Aster. They don't want to have a repeat of what XXS did to them, just in case. Just in case. Team Aster, they're going to go ahead and ban out the Naga Siren, so the comfort of K1 is gone once again. Final pickup. What's the carry here for K1, Jonathan? You think you're so good? Give me a prediction.
PL. I mean, you could go PL. It's not too bad. It's also like, well, you have decent enough illusion clear. You've got a Battle Fury builder, so it can be a little bit awkward. Maybe something like CK could be all right as well. If you wanted a little bit more aggression, like you have cleared out the Timbersaw, so you can go for a big strength core. Your Timbersaw is not going to be under threat. You're going to be really durable up front when a couple of auras are up. So I wouldn't mind something like the CK coming out here. There's an argument to be made for the Drow as well. The jump in is mainly just the Tusk here. They'll go with the Ursa instead, so a little bit more stable. You have decent lanes coming out. You can clear out the laning Eidolons here just fine. Your Enrage is going to feel pretty damn big here as well. You are always concerned, though, about the Black Hole coming out, and there is a little bit of kiting that you can put in the Ursa with the Shards, with a Snowball. There are ways to kite it around here in the same way that you'd likely look to kite around the Troll, and that should leave us with a mid-tiny here for Dark Mago in the Tusk matchup with Sacred on the offlane center. So nothing too funky there either. That should be pretty stable. Well, the one thing, though, is you're running triple melee cores up against a Phoenix. So the egg does feel like it should be able to go off every time. I mean, in a way, Ursa Overpower can rip right through the egg, but whether or not you really want to focus on the egg with the Overpower is a different question, depending on your positioning here.
Oh, don't forget, I mean, you've got the Stampede, so you should be able to close the gap as DK comes out here for the side of Team Aster. Fair enough, that's going to be the mid DK for XWY. I mean, interesting draft from Team Aster. I mean, this is game number 3, lives on the line, not lives on the line, but upper bracket lives on the line for the side of Team Aster and Beast Coast. I don't know how to feel about DK. I don't think it's a very strong hero at the moment, but neither do I think the Troll is, and Team Aster picked both of them up. So we'll see how this one pans out. John, do you have any final notes on these drafts before we do get into the game number 3?
This is probably the more even of the drafts that we've seen across these 3 games. This is the closest that it'll be. It's hard to say who I'd lean towards here. I like the potential of Team Aster's gigantic team fights of Black Hole and Egg, but I think Beast Coast Disengage with Stampede is a really good solution to that. So I kind of, it's just going to be down to execution. Like if you do manage to get this big jump in Aster and catch Sacred in, then you don't have to run. You don't have a way of bailing out. It's going to be on Schofield to try to get some steals on XXS and try to just cancel the Black Hole with his own Black Hole, which can be a little bit awkward. I don't know. It's hard to call from the draft here because I think despite having the Troll and the DK, which just haven't performed as best as they could, I think Aster is familiar enough with this kind of playstyle and draft, with this kind of push tempo that they do get here, and that they can play up against Beast Coast and maybe try to repeat what they did in Game 1 with Monet here.
Well, I'm excited to see how this one pans out. Again, upper bracket, lower bracket. You'd prefer to be in the upper if you can. See how this one pans out here. Winner will go to the upper bracket. Loser does go to the lower bracket. At the very least, you are still going to get to the playoffs, but still a lot on the line for these 2 teams. I do think Beastcoast probably came out with the better draft, but I think it's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless here between these two teams, and it could just go either way. Who the hell knows? Game number 3. In we go.
Prepare for battle.
It's this Dragonite that bothers me. Like, I see DK and I just think, why? Every single time.
Yeah, to be fair, in this game, you don't really have, like, a direct reason to go for the DK outside of just playing push tempo. So, like, DK Dragon form with Eidolons to take objectives, but it's not like you have a straightforward, like, Dragon Tail reasoning to go for. You know, you're not setting up for Mirana. You're not kind of following through from a Ricky Sleeping Dart or something like that. So, it's not as clear-cut. And then you're also picking like that BK last pick into the Undying, so in prolonged fights without a BKB, Stinger will soften you up quite a fair bit. Like, your EHP will shoot down despite your Dragon Blood. HP losses, or strength loss is actually a really big way to just soften up these highly tanky heroes like the DK. So, how effective XWY will be? I mean, it does feel like he has to win out the lane, which, for DK, it's more of a case that you don't lose lane. It's very rare you see a DK win lane. And I think Dark Maggo should have a pretty good matchup here in terms of just harassing out, playing with the tree grab, and getting some good right-click damage off consistently.
The battle begins.
This time around, neither side's going to really fight each other. It looks like K1 and Baboka are just going to run into each other for a moment, but it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. Pretty stock standard stuff. The mid lane is going to be probably the most boring one, but I suppose it's the one we'll start with. Of course, you're going to have Dark Maggo against XWY. To me, it doesn't really matter how much harassment you do against a Dragon Knight. Like, once he has a couple points in Dragon Blood, he's just going to out-regen anyway. So there's not really too much analysis here to be made, but arguably Dark Maggo should have a pretty free lane all the time. I suppose that's the analysis.
Yeah, he's not going to be stopped from farming. This is probably the most boring lane we're going to see here, unless XWY somehow missteps massively. So we'll take a look elsewhere. Down bot, Stinger and Hector up against Baboka and XXS under Enigma and Tusk. And this is an alright lane for Hector. You're not going to be threatened out too early on. And there are some moves you can make on Aster, especially once you hit level 2, level 3. Value Point Malefice with a threat of Tag Team. With a Shard strapping up with the Eidolons, it can melt heroes quite fast. But Stinger's doing his job being a body up front. XXS at the least shouldn't be shoved away from this lane. You will have that build up on your Enigma. Your mech timing's going to be on point, and you can start to play the aura game here for your team early on.
What about that top lane? Like, Schofield's going to be there on the Rubik. They'll be against Siamese Cat on the Phoenix, and you're going to have Monet there, of course, on his Troll once again. Sacred this time on the Troll. On the Centaur. The Troll does do decently against the Centaur during the laning phase. It does get a little bit annoying once you get a few points in Retaliate, but ultimately it does feel like Monet should have a pretty decent time farming. Assuming he doesn't get caught out by a lift from Schofield, in which case you can set up with the Hoof Stomp lift. But even then, I suppose Monet can just pop the Whirling Axes and just walk away whenever that does happen.
Always has a bailout opportunity there. The fact that the supports are just kind of trading hits. Siamese Cat is winning this. Schofield can't regen true. Fire Spirits are going to be up in a few seconds as well. Schofield, he's under constant vision from this early ward from Aster. So Siamese Cat can always respond. He can't quite go for a creep pull. He can't really do as much sneaking around here. He's giving free space for the center to get that EXP he needs, but a Rubik sacrificing his EXP like this does feel pretty painful. Level 2 does come up eventually. With the pull out from Siamese Cat, he's soaking a little bit from that at least here.
Sacred can intervene, just takes the creep pull away. We'll meet at the tier 1 tower, I believe. We'll just take out the creeps as they are. Siamese Cat trying his best to just harass down the center a little bit. Not too much he can do with level 1 Fire Spirits though. So as long as Monet's hitting creeps, he's going to be more than happy. K1's having a very good time as well here on the Ursa down at bot lane. Mind you, here he is against an Enigma from XXS, so XXS naturally going to be focusing on denies as every Enigma does, but K1 is still CSing extremely efficiently. 13-1, not really much in the way of slowing this man down. And so even the Enigma pick, not really denying as many creeps as you would hope so far.
Has been killed.
Stinger,
Yeah, again, it takes a few levels though.
he's going to be okay.
Take some levels to threaten. Like right now with tag team, it's your best opportunity to run down, but Stinger is an undying. If you clump up for the decay, it's a process to kill him off. And he's doing his job cutting off. Anyway, we're leaving that pressure onto Hector. But the Eidolon army is big, and you don't have laning wave clear to kind of take that out unless you spam the decay right there.
This is ours.
K1's going to jump in, but just a bit of harassment on Baboka. Doesn't want to jump into that many Eidolons naturally onto XXS. Top lane, lift up on Schofield. Siamese Cat, going to chase him down. No first blood being drawn yet. All lanes looking very passive at the moment. Neither side really wanting to fight each other in this laning phase, and I suppose with these kind of duos, you don't expect too much. If there was going to be anywhere where you were meant to see first blood, it probably would be the top lane with this Rubik Centaur combo, but that's not really happening either, as the lanes just constantly split up. Both sides just pulling waves away over and over again, not really wanting to actually meet each other in the lane. I just wonder who that favors, though. Like, that top lane, it feels like Monet's just having way too easy of a time. Sure, as a Centaur, you may not want to really lane against the Troll, because it is kind of annoying. But it seems like Sacred should be just fine with the Ring of Health now being up.
He's working his way towards that full Vanguard. They do find Stinger down bot eventually. So that's where the first blood actually pours out. Just having that tag team, having the shards block, and the Eidolon army on top. You can punish that in dying. He is out of regen as well. No mango, so no decay spam. Nice window to find for Aster. And you have this stable start for XXS, so to build up into the mech's can be nice. And with that kill, Baboka's free to rotate early on. So at least maybe look for that 6-minute power rune and jump Dark Mago if you overstep somehow.
Top lane, Schofield. It's going to be slowed up, but Monet will not jump in. There was a lift into Sacred as well onto Siamese Cat, but no stun to come out of Siamese. He's going to go for the chase. It's at the level 2 Fire Spirit, so the damage is pretty high. Schofield, really competent. Shouldn't die though, has the Fairy Fire available if he needs it. Will barely live on the edge anyway. Meanwhile, Haste Rune going to spawn up here by XWY. He'll go ahead and pick that one up. Dark Mago did go for the Avalanche toss-up, but the Dragon Tail just ensures that the Tiny can't chase it down. And now XWY hitting the level 6 mark is just going to be able to chip away at this tier 1 mid tower. Not too much that they can do about it.
You can't stop it that much on the side of Beastcoast. I'm surprised that they didn't line their movement out to contest that 6-minute power rune themselves. Much more important for Dark Mago to get the top ups on his bottle. At least he'll get a TP reset here. So have a little bit more for Dark Mago, but not going to get the full value out for XWY here either on the push. He doesn't have a siege creep to play with this wave. So,
bottom lane, Stinger's going to...
oh,
Stinger!
clicks.
He actually got a deny off with the neutrals. He was completely surrounded by like a billion Eidolons plus 2 heroes, and still the neutrals kill him. Very unfortunate for the side of Aster.
A nice little injection of gold there. But they are still applying that pressure. Like, it's not the safest lane for Hector to play solo here.
Yeah, jump in. Snowball was there, but Boca still has the tag team up. Shards, though, barely off the mark as the Stampede just came in the nick of time. Sacred really saving the day. With that Stampede, it was a guaranteed kill too. Real shame here for Aster. Still, but Boca can just chase down the Ursa through the jungle. You know he's farming around here somewhere. But seems like K1's got the idea. He'll back off to the base and go for a reset instead. So Baboka gonna waste a bit of time of the Ursa. Stinger's gonna rock up now and try to force Baboka away from this jungle area. And while all this is happening, Monet is really just free farming on this troll. Like, he's having such a good time.
Yeah, his build up into the Battle Fury is not going to take too long here. Phase boots up along with a Wraith Band. And compare that to K1. He's only in the power thread. So like a 400 gold difference, which is a good amount, especially in the laning phase. And again, you're both going Battle Fury in these two cores. Your lane for Monet is a lot simpler. A lot more straightforward for him to just find a farm. For Beastcoast, this is a concern. if this game just maintains this pacing, it's going to feel really awkward to try and contest Monet. A little bit of a repeat from game 1 if he's allowed to run away with that start.
Bit of a group up mid lane. 3 heroes here from Beastcoast. Schofield going to show up here on the Rubik. Does actually have a double damage rune on that Rubik, but he's training a little bit harassing with Siamese Cat. Big wrap around. Beastcoast now have 4 heroes up towards that top jungle, and it seems like they're just going to move in and start stealing stacks away. These are the stacks that Monet was meant to take, but they'll be Sacreds now. Nice little game sense to try and move in and get that vision. Siamese Cat, feeling charitable, is going to donate his own life away as well. Why the hell not? Just a bit more gold to go the way of Beastcoast. And sadly for Monet, that's going to be a lot of farm being lost here in the jungle. All going back the way of Sacred.
Big. That's one way to just impact Winnie's build-up. In comparison to game 1, they are contesting a lot better.
Stampede away, mid lane. In the meantime, there was a fight breaking out, but there was a toss back. Sadly, I believe that was a zombie that got in the way, so he got tossed out. Top lane, Schofield still being chased by Monet, is going to go down. Pops the battle trance, ensures he gets the kill, even takes the courier of Schofield, and is right back to farming for Monet. So yeah, he loses some stacks in the jungle, but he'll just take their lives instead. In fact, Stinger, he shows up, immediate ensnare out by Monet, and Monet seems to maybe have another on his hands, but Sacred is going to intervene. In fact, K1 now going to show up on the Ursa, but Monet just puts the hand up and waves bye-bye as he walks out of there.
Get the room out for XXS to clear out all.
Yeah, Dark Mago, he's going to be alright. They won't have the follow-up here for the time.
Yeah, but they're getting the room to just push mid. And for Aster, this tempo that they have with the Enigma down bot clearing out, with a DK mid shoving in with the siege creep, and they're clearing this map so quick, and Hector's going to need to farm. His jungle's not going to feel safe here.
Yeah, Stinger going to be caught here on the Undying. Another deny!
Again.
Stinger, he gets it another time! 2 deniers here for the Undying. There you go. The voice line that everyone needs to spam if they do get the denial. Who doesn't hate life?
It is what it is, Mikey. That's
real,
life
John?
sometimes.
Was that too real?
I'm trying to find a way to make a joke about it at the same time. Sometimes my humor is a bit too dark, so I'm like, you know what? On broadcast, it's probably not the best. On a podcast, though, it's very, very podcast friendly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Schofield.
Getting caught out, Schofield. He's going to go down as well on the Rubik.
This is where the game gets a little bit scary for Beastcoast. They've bled out the side lanes. They've bled out the early game. Their map control shrinking. You're dealing with an Enigma, a Phoenix, and a Troll. Like Monet, he's going to find that Battle Fury sooner rather than later. You're still trying to rush it here on Hector, but the progress feels slightly slower considering that laning start. And for Aster, I mean, if they just keep applying this pressure on the towers, they keep finding these pickoffs. You don't have a clean yet from Beastcoast. Like, yes, you can stampede out, but when that's on cooldown, it's 100 seconds where you're vulnerable with no counterplay there. And that's where Beastcoast have been dropping like flies. When they see that commitment out from Sacred, Aster just waits it out, comes back in, and they find themselves any kill they can ask for. Just not too many troubles here for Aster in working that early game aggression. They've got the full Guardian Greaves up in XXS now with the Blink and XWY. And step that regression up even further here.
Yeah, nice tempo to be set here by Aster. They're going to head up top lane. 5k advantage now, moving in. Could be a massive team fight to break out for Aster as well. Sacred is going to break the smoke at the very least, but they will spot him out on the Centaur. Sunray will be out. He's a tanky boy, so they're just going to commit the Black Hole immediately. No messing around. They want the kill and they'll take the kill. So you don't find one of the more valuable cores like the Ursa, it won't matter though. Just take what you get.
It's a big take anyway. Like, slowing down Sacred. He's number 1 net worth for his team. So you get a big win in trades. He had his blink, but couldn't really jump onto anyone. Didn't have that info from the movement coming in from Aster. Like, they have no forward ward here on Beastcoast to actually watch that area. Just hanging the tree line, hoping someone shows in lane. And is punished, but saves his teammates at least. Still, once you get this blink up in Dark Mago, maybe that's the point where you can start to play. Like, you have this tiny airlines combo, but they haven't really played around that, like the toss into the stomp. So maybe just double blinks will enable you to look for this back line, lock in something like the Phoenix early on, and kind of go from there. But again, this passive gameplay from Beastcoast, it just doesn't feel great knowing that the troll's just farming this much. Like, Monet is just going to be such a massive issue. And even then, like, XXS, he had a free lane. He was allowed to farm up this fast. He's going for the Yules to kite out the Ursa, stop them from the Stampede as well without having to commit the Black Hole.
At least Baboka will go down bottom lane. Schofield able to pick that one up. But that's not really a big kill. Pos4 going down. Beastcoast, I suppose, will take it, but it certainly doesn't answer the issues they're having right now. Very, very rough game for them. Like, K1's still trying to get towards his own Battle Fury as Monet picks his own one up. I suppose he's not too far behind. Like, you're only about 1.5k behind on the Ursa at the moment. But it does really matter.
Yeah, because now you've got the window for Monet to just farm like a madman. Work into that BKB, the same timings we saw from game 1. East Coast, they'll try for a smoke out here. No blink up yet on Dark Mago, though. But at least with Sacred up front, they could try.
Baboka, great positioning again on the Tusk. Will break the smoke here from Beastcoast. May go down, but does save Monet's life. In fact, I say that he may not go down because he gets a snowball off. Sacred makes the jump back in to ensure they get the kill, but is forced to stampede just to try and get out. But the cavalry is incoming. XWI's around. They're onto the Centaur, and they'll have the Centaur. Even the egg being dropped right on the head of Dark Mago. The mid-tiny is going to drop here to Aster. That's all for Baboka. That was all for a support Tusk to go down.
Yeah, it's giving me flashbacks to game 1. Like, they're trying to connect with all these heroes. Like in game 1 where this Arena Kisses combination didn't feel enough. This time around, it doesn't feel like you have enough burst in your Tiny. Like, it's almost a max out toss along with the Avalanche. And you just don't manage to find these supports. Like, they're just a little bit too durable. And Aster, they have so much threat. Their team fight's great. Their damage output's great. Their sustain is freaking good. With the early Guardian Greaves and Sunray on top. Hector? What's he doing?
They've got the Ursa, K1, he's going to try and fight back. XWY is copping a fair bit of damage here. K1 now breaking the gap, but XXS going to move in, has Black Hole available if he wants to throw it out. Schofield, though, going to lift him up and make sure XXS is forced to back, as instead they will take the Dragon Knight's life, but K1 is still going to drop. They'll take down Siamese Cat with him. He lost them in the support Phoenix. You do carry once again. That was without Black Hole being committed by XXS. He's patient with that. Just holding on to it till the end. We'll wait for another. And still they lose the Ursa.
Yeah, it's a big kill to take, but because I don't think you're on that. You're finding some momentum for yourself. Activity out for Dark Mago and for Sacred to kind of catch up here as well in their cores. Ursa can always just sit back and farm again if things get dark. Just dip back into that jungle. You have some control of that area. Head of Beastcoast still keep trying to walk forward though. And they lack forward jungle. They have a laning ward up top. But they can't really see all faster yet.
Jump in. They're going to find a Phoenix for their trouble. In fact, they found Baboka to boot on the Tusk. Mago able to set up at least finding that support Tusk once again. Aster will sit back and try not to get caught out. The problem is Roshan may get started. Now with one hero down, you've got an Ursa. K1 can rush very quickly through this Roshan. Keep in mind, you are still fighting into a black hole of XXS, but it hasn't been that easy to land without some kind of blink up. Sacred gonna jump in again, is gonna find the Phoenix. They'll heal him up, but it's not gonna be it. Siamese Cat is gonna drop. And Beastcoast suddenly getting away with Roshan.
That is huge. Like, they see that opening. They understand that XXS, he doesn't have a blink. He can't just rush in. And your best rush in is just the blink on XWY, but they maximize their value on that ward on the cliff with that early pickoff, and then suddenly you get that opening. They couldn't dive in with the egg. Protected there on the side of Beastcoast. Again, with that forward ward, giving them some ideas earlier on. They keep themselves in the game. They're still 5k behind. You still have a question of what to do about Monet. is inching towards that BKB. Like this troll, your solutions, it's still not clear on the side of Beast Coast. We've theorized with a Stampede and all of this kind of just run away from Troll. We've been forced to use that aggressively rather than defensively on Sacred a couple of times here. And outside of Beast Coast, with this Aegis, you need to see that mid-tier 1 go. Like, they have to ring back some map control here. Stinger?
Top lane, they're going to find the Undying. Stinger. He has a TP up, but needs to find a nice little hiding spot to try and get the TP off, and won't be able to. Stinger's going to drop. Won't even bother wasting his TP. Mid-tier 1 in the meantime is being harassed down by Beast Coast, but the defense is there. Glyph will be forced out, and Baboka will be out with the shards to just pull the creep wave over. Meanwhile, mid, or rather bottom lane, Monet's going to make the jump in, has his BKB, gets the ensnare, and that's the one thing, like, you can pop Stampede, but if Monet gets the lucky ensnare off, it's just not going to matter.
Yeah, you're just held down anyway. So that's Stampede down for quite a fair bit of time. Aster, they'll have an opportunity where they could feasibly fight into the Aegis. Like they do have enough control if they stack their spells right to still take care of the 2 lives on Hector, especially since he doesn't have his own BKB. East Coast though, they're looking to move forward up top. They had a good ward to spot some of that movement in the forward jungle, but lacking that high ground vision now for that half. Just forced back. Aster still building up. Like Monet. He's just getting fed kills and allowed all this space. No one's hunted this troll down. And this happened in game 1, Mike. He could just end up being too big to handle.
Certainly could be. Yeah, he's getting towards that Sanjin Yasha point. Generally when Monet is more than willing to jump in and fight with his team. Beast Coast still very patient on their own side of things, trying to farm up their own BKBs. One coming out on K1, but you also want one on Dark Mago, and he's working on towards it. Just taking a little bit of time, but it's coming. They do still have the Aegis up for 2.5 minutes, so they're going to try and move in, force a fight with this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Master are prepared to try and defend. They've already got so much value out of that mid-tier 1 tower anyway. It's not like this is really necessary, but they are going to buy infinite time. Well, here we go. They're onto the Centaur, but Sacred gets forced up. Instead now Dark Mago, he was blinking in for a toss back. No black hole to come out as the Avalanche does make sure they do not get it off. Stinger instead is going to drop on the Undying. That's going to be about it. Team Aster, they will hold the mid-tier 1 again. Beast Coast unable to break through this wall, even with the Aegis up. And they'll retreat, maybe come back another day.
This is scary for Beast Coast. You've got the Aegis and you're still playing from a very behind position, right? They're not in control of this game, even with that secondary life. That mid-tier one's been lasting way too long, providing so much control for Aster to reach across the map. And so much space for Monet to farm. They'll try again with another smoke. It's a full minute left on the Aegis. They've got to make it work somehow.
Radiant's
The top lane is where they'll go. XWY was showing. We'll show again on the creep wave. See if he's got the game sense to back off in time, because K1's right nearby. XWY going to go to the north, blinks away, TP out immediately, and he will be just fine to avoid the gank. Instead, XXS, though, has been spotted. Dark Mago with the tossback, does find the Enigma. And that'll be XXS gone. There's mid lane, Baboka trying to mess around with Stinger, but the Stampede is immediately out from Sacred. Snowball back the way of the Centaur, but Baboka is eventually going to get caught out and will go down. Huge win here for Beast Coast.
Dire's top tower
They can now finally focus on that tier 1 mid tower. And it should just go down, surely.
Yeah, no stopping this time around.
has fallen.
Right as the Aegis is set to expire, they find the objective they set out for. Big kill. If they find the Enigma every single time at the start of these fights, suddenly you're set up for the egg, your protection for that egg, it's not going to be there. And you have to really be careful with your position here on XXS. Like, again, it's a really awkward angle to get jumped on. That bottom area near the tier 2, but Beast Coast with a smoke managed to work it out. We have to see them repeat that in Beast Coast. If they want to take these team fights, it has to be a jump on XXS first. You just can't sit back and rely on Schofield to steal the black hole. The patience has been there from XXS, and it just leaves you always being super cautious in these fights for Beast Coast. So Aster, knowing Stampede's down now, will go for their own smoke play out.
Radiant are scanning.
Towards the top lane they go. Stinger. Not the target you really want to start on, but they may accept it. Aster. They are setting up for the tier 1 top tower anyway, so you may as well just take the Undying kill while you're at it. Tier 1 tower is not going to be defended, I don't think. The Beast Coast do show up, but Monet, he's a madman. He just wants to rush right in. He could not care less. There's 4 heroes around the area, but he's got the backup. Monet just setting up for his team. They'll stun up the Tiny and Dark Mago's gone. Of course, the Aegis did expire about 30 seconds ago, so he didn't have that secondary life. And with the Tiny gone, now they can go after a tier 2 tell.
Radiant's top tower.
That was awkward from Beast Coast. Blink forward, trying to get an avalanche, maybe looking for the toss back, but you didn't have the fall tree this time around from Beast Coast to feel confident. And Aster has the numbers. Aster has the threat of turning with that black hole. They might find more.
Yeah, they will. Snowball in, the Rubik.
Oh,
He gets stunned. In fact, it's a bit short, so Baboka, gonna find himself in a bit of danger, is gonna go down. Monet, K1, he's very deep at the moment on his own. Aster, they've seen enough. They've lost their tusk. They don't want to deal with the Dark Mago respawning in just a moment. You're back out of there. I mean, you still hold on to this 6k advantage. It's not quite high enough where you've guaranteed yourself the win. So you definitely don't want to throw a big team fight away. Because all that net worth can just go right back the way of Beast Coast. And especially considering that all your net worth is basically on Monet. Like, he's got a 4k advantage over K1. You really don't want them to close that gap.
you don't want to risk it. He's got the full basher now, though, on Monet. So it can be a hell lot stronger in these fights. Another smoke out from Aster. All their spells still up. East position. This could go badly for them if they're not ready. Hector.
Okay, one. He's the big one. Monet, he's gonna have his smoke broken. He almost can't believe what he sees. I mean, he literally just walked up to them like a gift. Just a gift wrapped up in a bear costume. Getting caught here by the side of Aster. They're even gonna find more. Schofield. Was he spotted? Not quite. Monet, though, gonna check the tree line. Quick blink away from Schofield. Gonna allow him to get out. 10 to 14, 7k advantage. Roshan 15 seconds away from respawning as well. So Aster in a prime position to secure the next Roshan. If they spot it out, that is.
Yeah, they surely will. They've got control of the area. They've got the ward on the ramp on their side to watch. And Sammy's cat dips out without seeing Roche respawn. So a little bit awkward. That gives enough time for the respawn. Mind you, though, for Beast Coast to make use of the Roche, they need to find that pick-off first. Like, that's where we saw them succeed. They found that kill on Siamese Cat, they went in. They need to take one tool out of the toolkit of Aster to make it work. And again, these opportunities for the pick-offs just aren't really presenting themselves too consistently for Beast Coast. It's so hard to find a way in. Maybe now with a BKB on Dark Mago as well, you feel a lot more confident going up, and they will smoke with that item up.
Yeah, they will. Beast Coast. Even a double damage available here on Dark Mago. You've got massive burst, but Boca has broken the smoke on Stinger. Beast Coast still trying to move their way into the Roshan pit, which has been started here by Team Aster. It's a much slower process than with the Ursa, but Monet is still getting through it quite quickly. Our Beast Coast going to make their way in, I wonder. That'll be Avalanche already down. Roshan still just dropping for free, and Monet's just going to take it. No stopping him, even takes the shards. Now the jump in. They found the Undying. Stinger immediately bursted down. Beast Coast, they just had no way to get in.
No. Like, well, the best you can hope for is like a blink stun from Sacred and Steel, but that's easier said than done. Like, just this team fight threat from Aster is enough to scare Beast Coast away. It's just thinking about Black Hole, thinking about the egg. So much that can go wrong here.
Mago. I mean, he's even popped his double damage in response to this, but he's just gone. It's too much damage coming in from Monet. Ouch. Now even the Rubik. Schofield, gonna go for a snowball. Does steal it away from Baboka. Still gonna snowball right back into the troll, but nice blink away. He should be alright in the tree line to TP out and does do so. You lost your mid-tiny again. 6-0-5 is the scoreline of the Troll Warlord, and it seems like there's just no stopping Monet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's no clear answer for him. Like, that's a fresh BKB on Dark Mago just gone. With 2 lives up on Monet. Clearing out the high ground. Threatening high ground is going to be a real option for Aster. And they've been taking these kills without having to go for the black hole. Without having to pop the egg. And Beastcoast are not even grouped up where they need to expend these spells, and they're still finding these kills anyway. We'll respect the high ground, though. Not going to go all in and rush down. Got vision over the triangle. So they've got a clear line onto that tier 2 mid. And for Beastcoast, it just doesn't feel like you have a clear defense plan. Maybe you just keep playing the tiny airlines. You can toss back into the Centaur stun and get the pickoffs that way. Finding someone to go for. Oh, man.
Immediate jump in, XWI, no hesitation. K1 gonna try and go for the fight. They're still worried about this Enigma Black Hole, which is moving in. K1 still trying to fight, but the Ursa, he's now being caught.
Oh my God.
Oh, XXS, he's gonna be right underneath the egg. Oh, that is an absolute disastrous situation for the side of Beastcoast, as they need to get the hell out of there. This is not the team fight. Aboka still going. Shards out on Stinger. The Undying's been caught out. Dark Mago's still trying to fight this one out, but the Midnight Pulse, it's just everything locking them down. He is gone as well. No buyback available. Monet looking for the final piece of the puzzle. Gets the dieback on Schofield. No buybacks. Full team wipe.
They could just gun for the end game here on Aster. They're going to play it safe, clear out the racks first. But you see that stellar solar combination come out. Supernova and Black Hole, no answers. They did manage to steal the Black Hole for a moment there on Stinger. And that did stall out enough for them to try to walk away. It's just not enough. They still hold on to the Aegis as well. Aster, they have way more angles to just take these fights. Like, they see someone misstep, they just instantly jump in. They know they've got the follow through. They know they've got the control. And whereas for Beastcoast, oh man, it just melting.
There goes Stinger, just joining his team once again here. Stinger. Now a Blink Dagger is up on XXX, so you've actually got the setup this time around for the Black Hole when it is back up. Sacred. Oh, Sacred.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he was just standing in the middle of nowhere. Still, his team is there to back him up, but this could be the final time they go for a team fight as K1 is melting.
Oh, boy.
He'll try to run, try to heal up. It's not enough. Monet just stands his ground. GG is called. Team Aster, they are able to secure their spot in the upper bracket of the playoffs. Sadly for Beastcoast, they are going to have to start in the lower bracket. At the very least, neither of these teams is going home yet. For Team Aster, they've got a much better start.
Yeah, they've got a better time going into the playoffs portion of the Lima Major now. Beastcoast, I mean, they changed their draft out significantly, right? Like, they, especially compared to Game 2, it's much more reminiscent of Game 1, except that it was so hard to just work these fights. Like, yes, you have the Rubik on your side. For the side of Beastcoast, you have this threat of counter-fighting with the Stolen Black Hole, but that's literally all your team fight. They shine best on Beastcoast if they manage to get these pickoffs, and we saw it a couple of times. Like, Avalanche tossed back onto the Centaur with a stomp. You can just chain stun someone, burst them down. But Aster just plays so smart. They had really good vision across the map for the most part. They avoid all of these engagements. The only time Beastcoast would look like they had a solid chance was when they'd find this kill on XXS. And that only happened really a couple of times in this game. Beyond that, like, when these fights break out, it's all about using Stampede, right? And it's such a hard decision to make there for Sacred. Like, when do you want to disengage? When do you want to re-engage there on the Centaur? And it was a lot of back and forth. Aster playing so much cleanly here, especially in comparison to Game 2. After that Game 2, I just felt that Beastcoast, you know, they could maintain that momentum. You know, they've got the crowd behind them, the gauze coming out. It's all just PPPs now. As well, Aster rally true. They play a really good game, and we can take a look at the highlights when it does roll up here as to how those fights went. Like, the one thing that really made this game difficult was just your real slow laning start. Like, both Hector really just didn't manage to work that lane well. He was farming fairly well, but the top lane just kind of collapsed. Like, Monet was building up so well. You didn't even want to touch the troll there once, like, level 4, level 5 was up. You were just looking for the creep pulls. and avoiding that matchup. And there were a couple of weird fights there as well. Like in this moment, you were hanging the tree line for Sacred, didn't have forward vision, so he just gets caught out and the black hole comes in. Like they weren't set up for some of these forward fights. They just didn't have the vision game their way when they'd move out in these aggressive positions.
Certainly a very clean game from Team Aster. And it's funny too, because this Troll Warlord, I mean, I keep talking absolute crap about it, John, but Aster is slowly able to make it work as the Lima Major progresses. And Mane obviously looks fantastic on this hero. Like, he's always able to find the farm, always able to escalate, understands when to press his buttons, always knows when to press the ulti. In Beastcoast, I mean, it just felt like they never took off. Like, Schofield had an amazing game 2 on the Tiny. Dark Mago literally had no game on the Tiny in the mid lane. Our Centaur didn't really do too much either. Like, this Centaur pickup just didn't feel like it amounted to much here. And ultimately, Aster, I mean, just off to a great start and just moved in from there. Like, just, it felt like Beast Coast could just never catch up. And again, it is rather sad that these guys are going to have to start in the lower bracket, but nonetheless, you know, after these kind of games, you got to get it together, figure out where things went wrong, and try to figure it out for the playoffs.
Yeah, it's the one thing, right? Like, this is your first best of 3 since the group stage started.
Right.
It's only the tiebreakers playing all the way. So for a team to bounce back from this, it's actually the right time to take a loss, right? If you're a team and you lose here, if you've got this good mental backing behind the team, a good coach on hand, you can take away a lot from the series. You can take away how you adjust into the game trees, what's going wrong. It can set you up for the playoffs a lot better, even though you're starting at a harder position on the lower bracket. Because you know what? The upper bracket's for bitches, right, Mike? So you go in with that winner's mentality. You fix your issues here. You fix them now where they're exposed in a, well, pretty medium stakes match. You know, you're not eliminated. It's a great chance to learn. And I think Beast Coast, they're the kind of team that can adapt. It's just, well, it's. I mean, the major's been really even, so surviving through the first round of lower bracket's always a nail biter, but it gives you a chance to improve heavily into the playoffs.
I wouldn't use that quote, upper brackets for bitches here, Jonathan. I mean, the people that said that are literally not even you know, you get my point. I don't want to just, you know, start talking trash about somebody that's not even here. Nevertheless, there you go. Team Aster 2-1 victory over Beast Coast. They'll be in the upper bracket. I wonder, who are they playing against? Like, are they straight up against Liquid? Is that their first competitor, like, based off the seeding? I don't have it in front of me. I'm trying to bring it up.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Excuse me, no, it should be Gaming Gladiators. You know, it was one or the other. Yeah, it should be Gaming. Anyway, we'll find out very, very soon when they do announce the seeding for the playoffs. It's been a hell of a day and a hell of a few days of the group stages, John, but that is it. I believe the other series with Hellraisers and Geek Slate is also over. So that's basically it for the group stages. Just kind of came and went. Very sad.
It's been a wild one. I think a lot of expectations were shattered. You know, a few regions looking a little bit shaky.
Can we get one more PPPPP?
Yeah, another PPPPP. It's honestly, South America's not doing too bad. Like, the two teams went through. EG's in the upper bracket. Beast Coast, they'll have to work their way up from lower bracket, and we'll have to see which team will be dragged down to the lower bracket that they'll face off against up from the 8 teams in the upper bracket. So we won't know until that first round is played. But SA had a strong performance. I think to recap the major, we expected it to be the Lima major, and for the most part, it has been. But the most contested heroes, I think, has been stuff like Undying, Rubik. In the last few days, Nature's Prophet has felt a little bit more easier to pull off. I think that's a hero that teams are much more willing to gun for in comparison to the Lina. So I want to see how it develops in the playoffs. You know, I want to see if we're still getting any more adjustments, or because it feels like every day on the group stage has been slight tweaks here and there, tweaks here and there, tweaks here and there. So maybe there's more to find out before this patch changes, Mike. But it was quite the group stage. Again, SA did well. A couple of regions a bit shaky. Southeast Asia, we're in shambles right now, Mikey. You know, it's been rough. Talon's good. But what did it cost me, Mike? It costed me 2 teams. They're out. But Talon said, it's either or, right? Like, this is the one thing with Talon. Like, they bomb out of groups before, but 2 teams made it through from Southeast Asia. Now Talon goes through. And two teams are out.
Can we not go through a day without you bringing up talent? Like every single day, you somehow manage to fit talent into the conversation.
Well, I'm just saying Southeast Asia is not doing well, Mikey. It's sad.
Well, we're used to it, Jonathan. You and I, we've seen it many, many times. You're bringing me flashbacks to TI11. I mean, I don't want to think about it anymore, John. It's been a rough couple of years, all right. Nevertheless, it is MLP Dota at John X5. Jonathan, I'll tell you what, before we do leave, the one thing I can't wait for is this crowd, right? Because you and I, we always go on about how great SCA crowds are. I can't wait to see this SA crowd, because I know these guys are wild. And I know, quite frankly, even if the South American teams bomb out early on, I'm pretty sure this crowd's still going to go wild, just as the SCA crowd does. So I can't wait to see how this crowd is going to be at the LAN. And we're going to be at that LAN very, very soon because group stages are over. And with that, Jonathan, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and it's been an absolute pleasure casting for you all. Have a fantastic day ahead. And hopefully we'll see you all in the Twitch chat together for the Lima Major playoffs. We'll see you then.